I had a dream. Can't remember a damn thing about it now, except that I spent the whole time hunting for a bathroom. Everybody knows taking a leak in a dream spells disaster. I was well aware. But this dream felt too real. So real that I had a nagging suspicion. This wasn't a dream at all. Right at the critical moment, I woke up. Sort of. My bladder had jolted me awake, but my head was still fuzzy and I couldn't even pry my eyes open. I went to swing my legs off the bed, and something was off. I slid around forever and couldn't find the edge. I wasn't on a bed at all. The hell? I already had my junk out. Why couldn't I get off the bed? I forced my eyes open. Blinding sunlight made me throw up a hand to block it. Through my fingers, I saw trees and thick foliage. Nice sunlight. Wait, are there trees growing inside my house? Hold on, where was my house? The drowsiness evaporated in an instant. I bolted upright, and the sight in front of me left me completely stunned. My house was gone. In its place, a forest, but not like any forest I'd ever seen. It was absurdly, ridiculously huge. Those towering ancient trees had to be 100 meters tall, easy. All around me, gnarled roots as thick as giant pythons burst up out of the ground, coated in a heavy layer of moss. Just the parts breaking the surface formed a whole rugged landscape. I followed one root up with my eyes, and the trunk was so massive it threw off my sense of scale, at least 3 meters across, minimum. The trees I was used to were maybe 8, 12 inches wide. What I was staring at now scared the piss right out of me. Literally. The bark was a greenish shade, deeply grooved and ridged. I tilted my head back. The canopies wove together high overhead into an enormous vaulted ceiling. More than half the trees around me were on this same insane scale. Oh, son of a bitch, where the hell am I? I was floored. Was I still dreaming? Smack. I slapped myself hard across the face. SSSSS, that stung. Was this a dream or not? How could it feel this real? Even the urge to pee was, no, screw it. I couldn't hold it any longer. I bolted behind a huge tree, and just as I was about to undo my pants, I froze. If this is still a dream, aren't I about to wet the bed? But my bladder was in worse shape than I was. Nothing else mattered. Ah, sweet relief. Weird though. No wet, sticky feeling. So this really wasn't a dream? I reached out and touched the ancient tree beside me. Every bit of it was terrifyingly real. And right at that moment, a flat, emotionless voice rang out inside my head. Welcome to the Dragon's Pine world. Your objective is simple: survive. The environment is your resource and your hunting ground. Notices: 1. Every human on Earth has been transported here. Those under 18 have been placed in stasis. The disabled and injured have been fully restored. 2. Information can be viewed through your data panel. 3. Within a 100-kilometer radius, only one survivor exists. 4. This world is home to many savage beasts. The first 7 days are a newbie protection period, during which beasts will not appear, except at night. 5. Each person may bind to one tree. Your shelter. Inside, you are absolutely safe. 6. Beware of the monthly tides. They may bring disaster. 7. You only have one life. Dead means dead. 8. Each player will randomly receive one ability or talent. Your starter pack has been distributed. Game start. Transmigration? Survival? I've actually been dropped into another world? Holy crap, this is for real. I didn't even get a heads up. Me? Orphan since day one. Clawed my way into my dream university with nothing but my own 2 hands. Sophomore year, out grabbing skewers with my roommates. They talked me into buying a scratch-off ticket, and I hit 1.5 million yuan. I played it safe, paid cash for a 120 square meter apartment, dropped over 800 grand on it. Finished the renovation, moved in, and on day 1, this asterisk happened. New place, hundreds of thousands. All gone. Ah, whatever. Water under the bridge. A guy's still gotta live. I'm on my own anyway. One place is as good as another. Oh, right. The announcement mentioned a data panel. Where is it? I glanced left and right, and sure enough, a green virtual button popped up in front of me. One tap, and a screen unfolded. Announcements World Channel Shelter Inventory Map. All I had to do was think about it, and the buttons appeared on their own. I opened the World Channel. Damn, the place was hopping. Where the hell are we? Anyone know? Didn't the intro tell you already? Dragon's Pine World. Learn to read. We really got transmigrated? Anyone know how to get back? I don't want to die here. Starter pack being trash is one thing, but the talent I rolled is garbage too. Tree climbing. That's it. That's what they gave me. Tree climbing? Bro, you're set. Look at all these trees. You're gonna be climbing for the rest of your life. Wanna get rich? Punch a tree first. Get to work, people. I smack my forehead. Right, the starter pack. I open my inventory. 10 slots unlocked. The first held a red gift package. The second, a question mark. Package first. Obtained. Bread times 2, bottled water times 1, portable workbench times 1, stone axe times 1. That's it. 2 slices of bread and a bottle of water? What am I, a beggar? I nearly jabbed my finger straight through the panel. I'd just woken up and was already starving, so I pulled out one palm-sized piece of bread and took a bite. Barely edible, but it went down. Next, I pulled out the workbench. A half-meter square metal slab covered in grooves crashed to the ground with a clang. Portable workbench. With enough materials, you can craft all sorts of tools. Isn't this just the crafting table from every sandbox game? Loaded with tool blueprints. Burn some resources, and you can make just about anything. Axes alone came in several varieties. Stone axe, iron axe, military hatchet, you name it. Too bad I had nothing to work with. At least the system had tossed me a stone axe, good enough to get by. I put the workbench away and tapped the second slot, the question mark. Talent ability, randomly grants 1. Talent or special ability. Random. If I'm lucky, I take off on the spot. If I'm unlucky, I drop dead. Yeah, good things never happen to me. I took a deep breath and tapped use. Ability acquired. Roleplay. Each day, you'll randomly gain a temporary identity tag, along with the corresponding abilities and traits, though it may also come with restrictions or side effects. Roleplay? Isn't that just cosplay? And it's random too? Ding. Today's identity has been assigned. Resource sensor. Passively senses all basic survival resources within a 500-meter radius and highlights them. Ooh, not bad at all. I stroke my chin, starting off with a built-in radar over everyone else. How were they even supposed to compete? Godlike skill. Absolutely godlike. I couldn't help laughing out loud, startling a few birds into flight. In my field of vision, on a mossy dirt slope maybe a dozen meters ahead, a red dot pulsed steadily, a label floating beside it. Purple scale berry. Holy crap, food. I closed the distance in 3 quick strides and pushed aside the moss and ferns. Sure enough, there was a cluster of shrubs hung with strings of purple berries the size of longans. Purple scale berry, edible. Contains a mild paralytic toxin, effective only against small creatures. Harmless to humans. Poisonous too, huh? Doesn't affect me. I plucked one and popped it into my mouth. Sweet tart juice burst across my tongue, carrying a mint-like coolness that cut right through the dry, chalky bread. Surprisingly good. I picked and ate at the same time, keeping my eyes busy. Besides the berries, several other red dots dotted my view. Small river mushroom shepherd's purse. Water. My spirits shot up. Now that was the real lifeline. I stuffed the purple scale berries into my pack, and the fruit stacked automatically. 1 slot red purple scale berry times 100, another times 25. 100 per slot, decent enough. I set off toward the water source right away, ignoring the mushrooms and shepherd's purse entirely. The forest floor was soft underfoot, the air damp and fresh. This world was too quiet. Apart from the occasional bird call, there was almost no sound. Probably thanks to the newbie protection period. But that unnatural stillness only made the warning about protection period feel more ominous. The sound of running water grew clearer. I parted a curtain of vines, and the view opened up, a small stream, 2 or 3 meters wide, crystal clear all the way to the pebbled bottom. Small stream, clear water quality, safe for direct consumption. Nice. I threw myself down at the bank, scooped up a handful, and gulped it down. Ice cold and crisp, with the faint sweetness of the mountains, more satisfying than any bottled water. I just plunged my whole head in, washing off a night's worth of grime. So good. Finding a stable water source was like a shot of adrenaline to my frayed nerves. The 4 essentials of wilderness survival. Water, fire, shelter, food. Water was handled, and food wasn't a problem thanks to resource sense. I could even spot the fish in the stream. Next up, fire and shelter. Fire meant warmth, cooked meals, and keeping predators at bay, but it could wait. The top priority was shelter. Otherwise, there'd be nowhere safe to build a fire, and if I torched the whole forest, I'd have nowhere left to cry about it. The announcement said each person could bind one tree as a shelter. Was I supposed to live inside a tree? I looked up and studied my surroundings. More than half the trees were the giant ones. Thanks to the sense tags, I finally understood why this world was called the Dragon's Pine World. These behemoths were called dragon's pine trees, growing up to 200 or 300 meters tall, with trunks 7 or 8 meters across. Tilting my head back, I could see their crowns disappearing into the clouds, making me feel as small as an ant. If I was going to bind a tree, obviously I wanted one tall and thick. I opened the World Channel to see how everyone else was doing. You guys bound your shelters yet? Once you bind a tree, it hollows out inside, just like a tree house. Friendly heads up, bind the thickest tree you can find. The interior space scales with the trunk's diameter. I just found a treasure chest in the forest. 2 cups of instant noodles and a bottle of Coke inside. Shame there's no hot water. Treasure chest? There are treasure chests too. Treasure chests. My heart skipped a beat. I quickly swept my radar view. Within 500 meters, nothing but berries, mushrooms, shepherd's purse, and water sources. Even I, with resource sense, couldn't find one. My luck really was rotten. But you can't force a lucky break. Finding a shelter came first. This stream was a nice spot, easy water access, but after circling around, I couldn't find a dragon's pine tree thick enough. Only dragon's pine trees could be bound, and the ones by the stream were all on the thin side. Who doesn't like him thick? Nothing for it. I headed back inland. After 5 or 6 minutes of wandering, I finally found a noticeably thicker dragon's pine tree less than 300 meters east of the stream. A good 5 meters across by my estimate, a solid step up from the rest. Without hesitation, I pressed my hand against its root. Bind a shelter. Duh, this is the one. The instant I confirmed, the greenish bark shimmered with a pale glow, and about 3 meters up, the trunk began caving inward and reshaping itself. A few dozen seconds later, an arched entrance, roughly 2 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide, appeared plain as day. I was still riding the high when reality hit. The entrance was 3 meters off the ground. How the hell was I supposed to get up there? Climb? The trunk was slick as glass. What was this treehouse thinking, sticking the door up so high? Now I was seriously envious of that guy who'd rolled the tree climbing talent. He'd probably shot up there like greased lightning. Looks like in this world, even the skills that seemed like duds might have their moment to shine. I bounced up a few times, trying to scramble up, but the trunk was too slippery. I couldn't get more than 1 foot or 2 before sliding right back down. If only I had a ladder. All right, a ladder? That's it. The crafting table popped into my head right away. A quick search, and sure enough, there was a recipe for one. Wooden ladder, wood times 15. 15 pieces of wood. Not even a single iron nail. I whipped out my stone axe and set off to find a target. The dragon spine trees were several meters thick. With just this stone axe, I'd be hacking away for months. I picked out a slender one and got to work. It was my first time chopping down a tree, and with a stone axe no less. It took me a good 7 or 8 minutes to fell the first one, netting me 3 pieces of wood. I noticed that once a tree came down, it broke apart directly into wood. No secondary processing needed, which saved me a lot of hassle. The yield was just a bit stingy, only 3 pieces per tree. With some experience under my belt, I found my rhythm. Aiming for the same notch each time, driving the axe with my core rather than just my arms, my strokes grew steadier and bit deeper. My palms were rubbed raw and red, but watching the wood count climb, the sense of accomplishment outweighed the exhaustion. Several dozen minutes later, I finally had my 15 pieces of wood. I also discovered that thicker trees yielded more wood, while slimmer ones gave less. Few done, I let out a long breath. Not even bothering to wipe the sweat, I immediately summoned the crafting table and selected the wooden ladder. Consume wood times 15 to craft. Yes. Crafting started. Time remaining, 10 seconds. White light swirled across the tabletop, and when the 10 seconds were up, a sturdy wooden ladder lay quietly on its surface. The 2 side rails were perfectly straight, the rungs evenly spaced, the mortise and tenon joints tightly fitted, far more solid than I'd expected. Damn, this efficiency and quality blows Earth's production lines out of the water. I hauled the ladder over to the base of the dragon spine tree's entrance and stood it up against the trunk. There were 2 grooves right at the opening that gripped the ladder perfectly, A snug fit, rock solid. They must have been designed for exactly this. Finally, I can go home. I shook out my arms, sore from all the chopping, put away the crafting table, and climbed up rung by rung. Before long, I reached the entrance. The edge was smooth, faint wood grain still visible on it, as if it had formed that way naturally. The inside of the giant tree really was hollow, and far bigger than I'd imagined. The entrance was modest, but the interior was surprisingly spacious. If I'd picked a tree 3 meters in diameter, I'd have been down by a dozen plus square meters right off the bat. Back in my old city, that was worth over 100 grand. Thinking about it that way, I was already a step ahead of everyone else right from the start. The whole space was an irregular cylinder, just under 3 meters tall, with wood overhead where I could clearly make out the natural grain. To have a house again this early into the game, a surge of accomplishment welled up in me. Air circulation wasn't an issue, and there were even windows thoughtfully placed on either side of the entrance. On the right-hand wall was a display screen showing shelter information, presumably the control panel. Statement: LV1. Treehouse Level 1. Functions: basic safe space, simple resting platform, natural STO. Storage. Upgrade requirements: wood 0.05, stone 0.100, iron ingots 0.50, energy crystal 0.1. Notice: upgrading the shelter unlocks additional functional zones and enhances overall durability and security. Survivor's workbench detected. Auto-linking to sheltered. Before the words had even faded, my workbench materialized inside the treehouse, embedded neatly into the trunk wall. So this treehouse could be upgraded and even unlock more features. This place was leagues better than the apartment I'd bought back home. Free of charge, upgradable, just like playing a video game. But why was there a level next to my name too? From start to finish, nothing had been said about how a person leveled up, only that the shelter could. Could it be that my level would rise alongside the shelters? That seemed like the only explanation. The upgrade demanded quite a lot. Wood and stone were straightforward enough, but what on earth was an energy crystal? No clue for now. I set the question aside. At the very bottom of the notice, one more line caught my eye. 10 days remain until the tide. The tide? Wasn't that something that only happened at sea? Here too? I immediately poked my head out for a look. Even from this height, all I could see was an endless expanse of forest. Both windows gave the same view. No sign of any tide, no matter how I looked. Maybe tide meant something else here. If I couldn't figure it out, no point racking my brain. I still had 10 days anyway. I went back to surveying the tree house. On the other side of the entrance stood a wooden washstand, with a small hole in the center, identical to the one back home. Above it, a green pipe protruded from the tree wall, its end curving downward and hanging about 20 centimeters above the basin, looking like a stalk of reed. What's this? Some kind of decoration. I leaned in and gave the mouth of the pipe a light tap. Then something unexpected happened. A jet of clear, ice-cold water gushed out and splashed down into the wooden basin. Holy crap, running water! I was stunned and thrilled all at once. My newly bought home came with plumbing included? I instinctively reached out to catch it. Cool and refreshing. Treehouse water source. LV.1. The shelter's core channels the dragon's pine tree's root system to draw from underground water veins. Current flow rate. Low, approximate 0.5 liters per minute. Water quality. Pure and safe to drink. Flow rate and quality will improve as the shelter levels up. Built-in water source. And it's pure water at that. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered picking a spot next to the stream. The flow rate was mediocre, but with no usage restrictions, that didn't matter one bit. Reading the prompt, I realized upgrading the shelter was the top priority above all else. Energy crystal. I need to get my hands on one of those ASAP. My gaze hardened. Wood and stone were basic materials. I could stockpile them at my own pace. The real puzzle was the energy crystal. I opened the world channel to ask around, but there were far too many people talking. The message was buried the second it went up. Anyone know what an energy crystal is? How do you get one? Holy crap, there's actually a pheasant in my forest. I almost caught it. That's nothing. I even spotted a wild rabbit, but the thing was way too fast. What talents did you guys roll? My rapid recovery is total garbage. As long as the wound's not fatal, it heals up fast. But if I just never get hurt, doesn't that mean I basically have one less talent than the rest of you? Dude, that's a godlike skill. Garbage. You call that garbage? Try my night vision. Only works at night, and nights are dangerous as hell out here. Who am I supposed to complain to? Everyone was chatting about talents. Those who'd rolled good ones were preening. Those stuck with duds could only gripe. I was about to give up when I noticed two more characters below World Channel. Channel. I tapped in, and there were actually 10 million channels available. On a whim, I punched in 666666, and the screen instantly switched. Now only a few dozen people were talking. Whoa, this is just like switching channels in a video game. So much in this world worked exactly like a game. I asked about energy crystals again, but nobody in this channel had a clue either. Some hadn't even bound to a shelter yet. No help from them. My only shot was to try my luck at the exchange. I pulled it up. Wood, stone, bread, drinking water, you name it, all up for sale. Someone was even selling their own worn panties. What a saint. Except, the more I looked, the more those panties seemed to be men's. I typed in energy crystal, but the screen showed no listings available. Weirdly, that actually put me at ease. At least it confirmed the thing could be traded. There just wasn't anyone with one yet. If I really couldn't get one myself, I could always buy one later. Somebody would sell one eventually, right? Back at the control console, thanks to someone else's tip, I noticed a whole slew of indoor construction options I'd missed. Fireplace, stone times 30, clay times 20, iron ingot times 10, fire-resistant coating enhancer times 1. Outdoor balcony, wood times 100, iron nails times 50. Bathroom, wood times 150, iron ingot times 20, marble times 10, resin times 10, stone powder times 10. Lighting system, copper wire times 50, glass times 20, small generator times 1. There was a ton of stuff, some of which I'd never even heard of, things like luminescent moss lighting and living vine woven hammocks. One glance told me these were all quality of life upgrades. In other words, the workbench handled tools, the control console handled daily living. Everything else could wait, but I figured the bathroom needed to happen ASAP. I couldn't just take care of business outside every single time, could I? During the day was one thing, but at night it'd be a nightmare. Unless I stood at the entrance and hosed it down midair, except that only worked for number 1. What about number 2? Besides, once the newbie protection period ended, out there was going to be not so safe anymore. The thing is, a bathroom needs way too many materials. Marble, resin, stone powder. Where the hell was I supposed to get all that? For now, I'd have to rough it outdoors. It's not that I wanted to relieve myself out in the open. Circumstances just left me no choice. After getting a good feel for the treehouse, I didn't let myself slack off. My ability, roleplay, only lasted one day. Who knew what random identity I'd get rolled into tomorrow? I had to stockpile as many supplies as I could while today lasted. Back when I was searching for a tree, I'd already spotted plenty of resources, mostly berries and wild greens. If I harvested them all, I wouldn't even need to bother chopping down trees. Worst case, I could trade food to other people for lumber and let them handle the grunt work. Besides, if all those people near the spawn point had found treasure chests, then with my resource detection, there was no reason I couldn't find some too. I dumped everything from my backpack inside the house and climbed down the ladder. Looks like I'll have to build a door tonight too. The treehouse didn't even have a door yet. If something wandered in, I'd be in trouble. Sleeping without one didn't feel safe either. It'd probably be cold too. The control panel from earlier had a door building option. It only took a few pieces of wood. Easy enough. Where should I start? Red dots surrounded me on all sides. After thinking it over, I decided to head south, opposite the stream, an area I hadn't explored yet. From that point on, I turned into an efficient land clearing machine. 50 meters from the treehouse was a patch of purple scale berries, red dot glowing clearly. Without a second thought, I stripped the whole cluster clean. Only the ripe ones, the green-skinned ones weren't ready. It wasn't a big patch, only 70 berries, but hey, free is free. I'd take it. Next one, another marker 100 meters out. Starburst pomelo, rich in vitamins and minerals, contains a small amount of natural sugar. Its rind is naturally preservative, can be stored for weeks in a cool, ventilated place. Ooh, nice find. Sounded like a pomelo. I love pomelos. Before I won the lottery, I was just a broke student with no family. My tuition and living expenses all came from part-time jobs and scholarships, and half the food I ate came from my roommates. I ran over full of anticipation, then stopped dead in my tracks. The pomelos were there, all right, hanging from a tree at least 20 or 30 meters tall, with a smooth trunk that offered zero foothold. There was no way I was climbing that. I stood under the tree, dumbstruck, then slapped my forehead. Climb my ass. Just chop the whole thing down. There was plenty of land around. One less tree wouldn't hurt. No sooner said than done. This tree was a lot thicker than the last one. I swung my axe for a full 20 minutes before I got it down, and the stone axe came away with chips in the blade. At least stone axes were easy enough to make. Problem was, the workbench wasn't on me. I'd have to head back to the treehouse. Next time I ran into a fruit tree, I'd mark the location first and come back to chop it once I had an iron axe. Once the tree toppled, all that was left on the ground was a few pieces of lumber and 7 starburst pomelos. I'd come for the pomelos, but scored some free wood in the bargain. 2 birds, 1 stone. After packing up, I made for the next marker, a patch of wild greens. I recognized them, shepherd's purse. Best filling for dumplings you could ask for, but too bad I don't have the right tools. While others dig with shovels, I have to chisel with a stone axe. Still, I managed to pry out 13 of them in the end, and they weren't small either. I patted the dirt off my clothes, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. In my eyes, this wasn't a forest at all. It was an orchard/vegetable garden. This resource sensor identity was genuinely great, especially now, when everyone else was still fumbling in the dark. I had to be well ahead of the pack. Over on the chat channel, people were still fretting about food, while I had fruits and vegetables to spare. Only meat was missing. But hey, can't have everything. Being able to eat it all was already a win. Before I knew it, over an hour had slipped by. I'd combed through everything within a 1-kilometer radius of the treehouse, making trip after trip to haul supplies inside. I sat at the entrance gnawing on bread and sipping bottled water, gazing off into the distance while catching up on what those goofball netizens were chattering about. The bread came from the newbie starter pack. I'd been reluctant to touch it before, but now that I had plenty, going hungry wasn't a concern anymore, so no need to ration. Guys, I hit the jackpot. There's a lake here. Water's never gonna be an issue for me. Bro, don't tell me you still haven't bound a shelter? There's free water in the treehouse. Huh? Ha ha. This guy clearly hasn't bound one, and probably hasn't checked the World Channel either. Celebrated too soon, huh? Water's gotta be the least scarce thing in this world. I couldn't help laughing too. I closed the channel, and before me stretched the same endless green forest. If I wanted to keep stockpiling, I'd have to venture farther out. I had to make the most of this day, make the most of resource sensor. After today, scoring supplies this easily would be a whole lot harder. After finishing the bread, I set off again with my stone axe. This time I headed west. The little stream flowed in from the west, and I brought only the axe so I could haul back more supplies. An hour of exploring had taught me a few tricks. First, items held in your hand don't take up backpack space. When the slots are full, just carry stuff in hand. Second, the map on the data panel was incredibly handy. It automatically recorded everywhere I'd been, just like in a video game. Areas I hadn't visited stayed dark, places I'd walked lit up. The biggest pleasant surprise was the marker function. I could tag resource locations with red dots. For instance, that cluster of unripe purple scale fruit I'd found earlier, I marked it so I could find it again next time. The longer I stayed in this world, the more it felt like a game. Following the stream west, plenty of red dots popped into view. Unfortunately, most were in the water. Crucian carp, freshwater shrimp stream, rock, bay stream crab. The stream wasn't deep, only calf-high, but the fish and shrimp were on high alert. The slightest movement sent them darting off. I kicked off my shoes and tried grabbing them barehanded, but they'd vanish before I even got close. Looked like river fresh seafood was off the menu for now. I'd need the right tools first. I put my shoes back on and kept walking, red dots popping up all along the way. More purple scale fruit. There's way too much of this stuff. Watch it become impossible to unload later. What's that? Whoa, man, they even have this stuff here? No way. There's Sichuan peppercorn out here too. Wild Sichuan peppercorn, a common wild spice with a rich, numbing aroma. Enhances flavor in cooking. Also wards off cold and damp and eases stomach discomfort. Good stuff. Jot it down, jot it down. For a spice lover like me, Sichuan peppercorn is a soulmate. It's the first seasoning I've come across so far. If there's wild Sichuan peppercorn, then maybe there's wild chili, wild ginger, and wild garlic too. Just thinking about being able to eat hot pot down the road made me swallow hard. There were several peppercorn trees in the patch, but I didn't rush to pick them. No point bringing them back now when I couldn't do anything with them. Can't exactly eat them raw. I marked the location and figured I'd come back later. I'd barely walked a few more steps when another eye-catching red dot appeared. Flint, commonly known as firestone. A silicious rock that can be used to make tools or start fires. Flint. Score, score. A wilderness survival essential. With this, I wouldn't have to bother with the whole rub two sticks together routine. This forest really was a treasure trove. I was starting to feel less like a survivor and more like a treasure hunter. Of course, being able to find things this easily was all thanks to resource perception. The average person had to physically touch something with their palm to get any info, but I could sense things directly within a certain range and even see markers and data. Gathering supplies was a breeze. I scooped up all 14 pieces of flint on the ground, kept a few for myself, and put the rest up for sale on the trade exchange. Everyone had only just been teleported in not long ago, so most of them probably hadn't started a fire yet, hadn't even thought about starting one, most likely. Once the temperature dropped tonight, they'd realize just how important fire was, and then this flint would fetch a pretty penny. I was already running through what I'd like to trade for in my head. 20 minutes later, I changed course and headed back. I was carrying way too much stuff to fit anywhere. I'd even taken off my jacket to use as a bundle for the supplies slung over my back. I didn't retrace my steps on the way back. On the way out, I'd gone to the stream first, and then west. Now I headed straight for the treehouse, forming a rough triangle. A straight line's the shortest distance between 2 points, and taking a different route meant I might spot other supplies along the way. Anything I couldn't carry, I could at least mark. By the time I got back to the treehouse, it was already noon and the temperature had noticeably risen. The dragon's pine canopy blocked most of the sunlight, but the beams filtering through the gaps still made things feel a little muggy. I wiped off some sweat, splashed water on my face, and started sorting through the morning's haul. Right now, the place only had a workbench, a wooden washstand, and a control panel. Everything else was bare, more like a warehouse than a home. But sorting still had to be done. 634 purple scale fruits, 14 pieces of flint, 15 starburst pomelos, 78 lengths of wood, 16 blocks of stone, 265 grams of wood ear mushrooms, 560 grams of assorted mushrooms, 42 shepherd's purse plants, 18 bamboo shoots, and 9 fruits called honey berries. Add in the bread and bottled water from the starter pack, and that was everything I owned. Things like wood ears and mushrooms went into the backpack by weight. Normally, the sizes wouldn't. One at a time, they weren't uniform in size like purple scale fruits or starburst pomelos, which came in fairly consistent sizes. What I couldn't figure out was why wood ear fungus wasn't classified under mushrooms. It clearly was one. The only explanation was that mushroom here wasn't a general category, but referred to one particular common variety found in this place. An odd-looking one I'd never seen before, probably a native species. I found the bamboo shoots in a small bamboo grove east of the treehouse. After combing through the whole patch, I only came up with 18, and I pulled up every last one. Actually, plenty more were buried in the dirt under fallen leaves. There were definitely more than that, but I didn't have time to waste there right now. I'd dig them up later when I had the chance. I found the honey fruits at the edge of the bamboo grove, growing on short trees low enough that I could pick them with a little jump. Golden yellow, about the size of an apple, they looked mouth-watering. I tried one. It was so juicy it was like water shooting out of a faucet. Honey fruit. Juicy flesh, sweet without being cloying. The peel can be cooked. That was the sum total of my morning's haul. I didn't find the treasure chest I'd been hoping for, but it was still a decent take. The wood ear, mushrooms, shepherd's purse, and bamboo shoots I couldn't eat yet. The only things I could eat straight away were the purple scale fruits, starburst pomelos, and honey fruits. Luckily, I had plenty of them, so I could take some to the exchange and trade for other things. I hadn't bothered much with stone. It was backbreaking work and didn't have many uses, and anything you could get just by muscle power was bound to have plenty of people grinding away at it. I could just trade some food for it later. With that in mind, I opened the chat channel. The noonday sun was blazing, and after a whole morning of work, I was starting to flag, but the channel was buzzing. More and more players were parked at that lucky number, 666666. Chopped trees all morning. I'm dead on my feet. Barely got over 700 logs. How many? 700 plus in one morning. My talent is lumberjack. I chop fast. How the hell did I only get 80-something all morning? Anyone got extra food? I'll trade wood for it. There's no food, just wild berries. Spent forever hunting and only got 100 or so. In the middle of the squabbling, someone uploaded a photo. He was sitting in front of a campfire roasting fish and shrimp. I froze. This guy was that far ahead. He'd already got a fire going and was eating meat. Where'd you get the fire? Fire by friction, worked my ass off for it. Then I found a river, jumped in, and caught fish. I like swimming. Someone else asked, where'd you build the fire? Weren't you scared of burning down the tree house? Tried it out. The fire only burns the wood part. It doesn't spread to the tree house itself. That was a revelation for me. So that's how it worked. No rush on the fireplace, then. I'd deal with fire later that night. Lighting one inside the tree house in broad daylight would just be torturing myself. I'd make do with fruit for lunch. I took the chance to check out the exchange. There was actually quite a lot on offer. 1 loaf of bread for 30 logs of wood. Half a bottle of mineral water for 10 logs of wood. 0 purple scale fruits for 40 stones. Chewed gum for 10 pieces of wood. The trading board was full of ridiculous offers. Stone was cheaper than wood. Makes sense, since stones are lying around everywhere, while wood has to be chopped. What caught my eye was that half bottle of mineral water. It wasn't the water I wanted, it was the bottle. More water meant I could travel farther from camp. I swapped for it right away. As I kept scrolling, I spotted another gem. 1 pack of watermelon seeds for any food. Watermelon seeds? 3 or 4 months from now, I could be eating the king of fruits itself. A bite of ice-cold watermelon on a scorching summer day. Now that's the good life. I quickly messaged, would fruit work? The seller's name was Han Shuang. Sounded like a girl. The message stayed on unread. No reply. A little disappointed, I moved on to browse other listings. Later I traded 200 purple scale fruits for a fishing line. Hard to believe someone would put something this good up for trade. He probably didn't have a river nearby. He didn't know I had the resource perception ability. Without it, scavenging for food was brutal, and identifying wild greens and mushrooms was even harder. With this fishing line, fish and shrimp were as good as mine. Main line, leader, hook, all included. All I needed was a rod, and there was a bamboo grove right next door. 1 quick chop, and I'd be set. Right after that trade went through, Han Shuang finally replied. Sure. I was thrilled. How many purple scale fruits do you want? I don't have that many. I kept quiet about the starlight pomelos and honey fruits. Those I was saving for myself. Just purple scale fruits. That's all you've got? I frowned. Picky at a time like this? So that's why she hadn't been replying. Everyone was offering purple scale fruits. I gave in and sent over the other 2. Which of these do you want? She fired back instantly. Can I have both? Greedy little thing. I did the math. Honey fruits were small. Giving up 1 wouldn't hurt. 1 starlight pomelo and 1 honey fruit. But you have to tell me where you got all this stuff. There was a treasure chest at my spawn point. Everything came out of it. Another treasure chest. Why did all the good luck go to other people? I sighed and finalized the trade anyway. It didn't add up. I had resource perception and had scouted more ground than anyone, yet I still hadn't seen so much as the shadow of a chest. After scoring a few good items, I got started on my afternoon plans. The watermelon seeds I'd stash away for now. Once everyone found their footing, trying to trade 2 fruits for those seeds would be near impossible. I packed 2 bottles of water and set out again. Fishing could wait. It ate up too much time. Today's goal was to cover as much ground as possible. I could mark spots on the map and come back later to harvest, saving myself the trouble. Before heading out, I listed 10 pieces of flint on the trading board and let buyers name their price. I'd pick the best offer. This time I followed the creek downstream, opposite of where I'd gone in the morning. Not long after, I stumbled onto a patch of wild blueberries. Tried one, a little tart. I marked the location and pushed on. The stream widened as I went, and I could see fish. More and more of them, plain as day. I'd been walking nearly an hour when the sight ahead brought me to a halt. A massive waterfall thundered down, rainbows arcing through its mist. At its base sat a crystal-clear pool the size of 2 football fields, teeming with countless fish. Phew, now that's a view. Back on Earth, this would have been a top-tier tourist destination, no question. I was about to move on when I spotted a peculiar red dot in the pool. Not a fish, not a shrimp. A treasure chest. Tier 2 treasure chest. Contains basic supplies, with a chance of yielding rare resources and special items. My eyes lit up in an instant, exhaustion washing away. Finally, and a tier 2, no less. That mint chests had ranks, and there had to be higher ones out there. Only problem was getting to it. The chest wasn't deep, but it was a fair distance from shore. I'd have to dive. My swimming was passable, and this depth wouldn't be an issue. I glanced around. Not a soul within 100 kilometers, and stripped down, though I kept my underwear on. Who knew what kind of monsters might be lurking in there? Once in the water, I swam out until I was directly above the chest, sucked in a deep breath, and plunged down. The fish at the bottom scattered in panic, some of them a good foot long. Shame I couldn't bag them right now. Whatever. This pool was my private stash from here on out. No rush. Gotcha at last. I stuffed the chest into my backpack and swam back to shore for all I was worth. Not even bothering to get dressed, I threw the chest open. Roasted chicken, golden brown and crispy, ready to eat. Best consumed within 12 hours. Iron axe, suitable for chopping wood or close combat. More durable and sharper than a stone axe. Fruit knife, a folding knife you can carry on you. Wrought tan chair blueprint. Must be added to the workbench to craft. Backpack upgrade crystal. Special item increases backpack capacity. Holy crap, what kind of miracle chest was this? At a moment like this, a roasted chicken was practically a gift from the gods. Who could turn down roasted chicken when they're fighting to survive? I swallowed hard but held back. I'd save it for later, back at the treehouse, to enjoy properly with some fruit after a long day. The iron axe and fruit knife were both all-purpose tools. The wrought tan chair blueprint was no use right now, but anything labeled blueprint was bound to be good. What thrilled me most, though, was the backpack upgrade crystal, the probability-based special item, and I'd actually landed one. Capacity was exactly what I was hurting for. Upgrade backpack. Yes, I used it without a second thought. Backpack upgrade successful. Capacity increased by 10 slots. 10 slots. My space had just doubled. Not bad at all. This one item alone outweighed the other 4 combined. Dismantle the chest? You can dismantle it too. I'd been planning to lug it home as a storage cabinet, but if I could put it to better use, dismantle it. Obtained. Wood times 12, iron nails times 8, copper sheets times 3. Iron nails and copper sheets were both hot commodities in the early stages. They'd surely come in handy for crafting tools or building facilities. In a world this short on resources, right now, every single point was precious. Once I'd packed up and my clothes were mostly dry, I put them back on and kept exploring. This pool was a treasure trove, more than enough to keep me alive. I'd come back for another restock when I had the time. I followed the river branching east out of the pool. The forest stretched on endlessly, with dragon spine trees scattered everywhere, several of them thicker than the one holding my treehouse. Too bad the treehouse was already bound to me. Regret was pointless, and at least my storage space was big enough. Heading east, the resources were even more abundant than around the treehouse, though most of it was fruit. Looked like this world had no shortage of that. I wouldn't starve anytime soon. I barely picked any, just marked their locations. I did, however, gather a fair haul of mushrooms along the way. By 3 in the afternoon, I reminded myself the nights here had predators. Anything after 6 counted as night, and I had to be back before then. 3 hours was plenty to keep walking and observing. At 5:26 p.m., I made it back to the treehouse safely, with only half an hour until dark. To be safe, I spent some wood building a door for the treehouse. Consume wood times 20 to craft this fixture. Confirm. Crafting started. 60 seconds remaining. While waiting out those 60 seconds, I dumped everything from my pack out. I used the wrought tan chair blueprint right away, and the crafting requirements popped up on the workbench. Main material was vine, and I didn't have a single one. Shelve that for now. The minute the timer ended, a simple wooden door appeared at the treehouse entrance. Crude, sure, but at least it would block something. Only then did I finally sit down and wait for night to fall. Meanwhile, the world channel had absolutely exploded. Even channel 666666, the one I was in, was buzzing nonstop, and this was one of the smaller ones compared to the earlier channels. I even recognized a few familiar faces from earlier in the day. Seemed like everyone had time to kill now. I barely made it back, walked too far, and lost track of time. Had to sprint the whole way. I hadn't eaten anything to begin with, and now I'm even hungrier. You didn't get any food all day? I did. Wild fruit, tons of it. Doesn't fill you up at all. You guys really think there are predators at night? Why don't you go out and check? Give us a shout if there are. Screw off. If there were, would I still be here to shout? I can't even bring myself to kill a chicken normally. I watched the show in silence, munching on metaphorical popcorn. Still, they reminded me of something. Before I'd left, I'd put 10 pieces of flint up for sale. I opened the exchange and got instantly buried in red notification dots, straight to 99 plus. Whoa, that many people fighting over flint. My first reaction was surprise, but it made sense. The whole population of Earth was crammed in here. Plenty of folks understood how vital a fire source was. I went through the potential customers one by one to see what they could offer. 20 wood for 1 flint. Wood was everywhere. Too little. Pass. 50 stone for 1. Not worth it. Pass. I kept scrolling. Wood, stone, purple scale fruit. All the usual junk. Some people were straight up trying to freeload, and one guy had the nerve to send over a bikini pic. Trying to get something for nothing? Seriously, who do they think I am? I cleared my throat tactically, my fingers zooming in on the photo for a solid 3 seconds without my permission. Not a bad figure, though. I kept scrolling. Every offer was more boring than the last, and I couldn't stop shaking my head. Honestly, kind of disappointing. A whole day in and nobody was holding anything worth a damn. But how was I supposed to know? Most people had no idea how to use their talents. All they could do was chop trees and pick fruit, the most basic grunt work, to scrape together resources. Like that guy who rolled fishing mastery at the start. No rod, no dice. I glanced at the time. Almost 6. I tapped open a chat window with someone called Wang Jing. I'll trade you this for it. Nutrient soil, rich in minerals and organic matter, dramatically boosts plant growth speed and yield. Can be mixed with ordinary soiled. Exactly what I was missing. I had watermelon seeds ready to go. Trade. I fired off a message immediately. No reply for a bit, so I kept scrolling. More wood. Doesn't anybody have anything decent? Strawberry seeds? Yes, please. Future fruit wholesaler right here. Hot pot base. They've even got that. Trading. Swing set blueprints. Grab it first. Figure it out later. A few big deals in a row and my flint stockpile was wiped clean. Outside the window, the forest had sunk completely into an ink-black darkness so thick it felt solid. Total silence. Only the freshly installed wooden door gave off a faint but reassuring sense of safety against the night. Trade successful. Here we go. I couldn't wait to pull out the nutrient soil, 1 bag, maybe 20 pounds. Not enough to plant much on its own, but mixed with regular soil it should do the trick. Nowhere to plant it right now, though, so I put it away for later. Why would that guy trade this away? Not hard to guess. At a time like this, who's got the patience to farm? Even if you planted something, you might not live to harvest it. Better to swap it for something you could actually use now. I looked up. The sky had gone pitch black, and the temperature was plummeting. Only wearing a t-shirt, I couldn't help hugging my arms. There were no lights in the house, so I used flint to start a fire. First try was clumsy, but I got it going. Watching the campfire crackle, I felt a little more grounded. I stood and looked out the door. Everything quiet, no beasts in sight. I was starting to wonder if there even were any. Ruhar. A low roar rolled in, heavy with menace, carrying an unmistakable air of dominance. My heart clenched. I peered warily out the window, but there was nothing but blackness, only the distant snap of branches and the rustle of wind through leaves. There really are wild beasts out there. Why did that sound so much like a tiger? I shivered. From now on, no way in hell was I going outside at night. But then again, on the first inn, the protection period only lasted 7 days. After that, we'd have to face those beasts head on. The thought made my stomach knot up. I had to level up my survival skills fast and craft some proper weapons. Back by the fire, the world channel had already blown up. Holy crap, there really are beasts out there. Good thing I run fast. What do they look like? Like I dared to look. I just ran. I had more than one on me. Felt like I kicked a whole nest. Relax, you're safe inside the tree house. This tree house doesn't even have lights. Pitch black, can't do a damn thing. So start a fire. How? Don't tell me you guys are all rubbing sticks together. I got a lighter out of a treasure chest. I glanced around. Between the fire, the console lights, and the glow from the data panel, I could just about see inside. No need to worry about the beasts for now. Staying indoors was safe. Watching them chat was pretty entertaining. They went from beasts to survival to the future, and eventually circled back to what's for dinner tonight. I'm starving. Anybody got food to share? Who's got extra to spare right now? This fish is barely enough for me alone. Pick. How the hell do you have fish? I've been a champion fisherman since I was a kid. You burned it to a crisp. That stuff's carcinogenic. Give it to me. I'll bear the pain for you. Screw off. Be grateful you've got anything to eat and stop being picky. Speaking of food, it hit me. I still had a whole roast chicken I hadn't touched. Watching them show off their meals, I couldn't resist either. I set the roast chicken in the middle, arranged purple scale fruits and honeyberries around it, then added a few wedges of sliced starre pomelo. That pomelo's flesh formed a starburst pattern, crystal clear and translucent. Just looking at it made my mouth water. I snapped a photo and tossed it out. Tonight's dinner, simple but delicious. The firelight flickered at just the right angle. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought it was a candlelit dinner. The moment I sent it, the channel exploded. Holy crap. Roast chicken. Holy crap. Roast chicken. We're all human. Why am I stuck gnawing on bread? What's that fruit? Looks amazing. Roast chicken? How much for the whole night? Bro, it's an actual roast chicken. Toss me a drumstick. Or the head. Hell, I'll take the butt. I said nothing after posting, just watched quietly. For the first time, I truly felt how desperate these people were for food. Plenty of them sent me private messages or friend requests. I turned them all down. It wasn't easy getting my hands on a roast chicken. No way I was sharing. Besides, I hardly ever got to eat like this before. Tonight, I was going all out. Only thing missing was some carbs. Someone in the marketplace was selling rice, probably from a treasure chest, but the price was straight up highway robbery. I'd been thinking about trading for some to make bamboo rice, but on second thought, I could live without it. The chicken smelled incredible. I gnawed on it as I fiddled with the data panel. Announcement I read through it several times. Aside from tides, which I couldn't quite figure out, nothing else stood out. Weather only shows today and tomorrow. Today, clear, 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Tomorrow, 70% clear, 20% cloudy, 10% showers. Cloudy would be best, but the odds are low. Clear means brutal heat. Too much for exploring. Rain would be the worst. Go out and get soaked, stay in and waste the protection period. All I can do is pray it doesn't rain. Friends still zero. Map coverage isn't bad. Every inch earned by an afternoon of legwork. I was about to browse the exchange when a chime sounded in my ear, and an announcement popped up. Notice, survivor Zhang Kuang has successfully slain the first beast. Generous rewards granted. Leaderboards are now open. Rewards will be distributed at the end of each month based on ranking. Come check your ranking. Huh? It's only day 1 and somebody's already killed a beast. I was floored. The protection period existed precisely because these things weren't something the average person could handle. Yet barely half an hour into nightfall, someone had already pulled off a kill. Absolutely absurd. What I cared about more were the end-of-month rewards. Those had to be pretty sweet. As for that line, come check your ranking. Yeah, thanks for the jab. Still, I opened it up. A new tab, Leaderboards, had appeared next to Map with 5 categories: Beast Hunting, Treehouse Construction, Resource Gathering, Exploration Progress, and Compendium Collection. On the Beast Hunting board, Zhang Kuang sat alone at the top with 200 points. Nothing but empty space beneath him. Everyone else was still cowering in a corner while he'd already bagged a kill. That's not a gap. That's a canyon. I opened Treehouse Construction, expecting everyone to be about even, and got smacked in the face. First place, Luo Yuan, 254 points. Second place, 247. I had 100 points, ranked 8,456,466. Not because my score was low, but because everyone with exactly 100 points was crammed into the same tier. I checked the breakdown. Bind Treehouse, 80 build ladder, 20. Looks like most people are in the same boat as me. Haven't gotten around to anything else. That evened things out in my head. Next, resource gathering. And there was my name, plain as day. First, Chen Shu, 12,544. Second, Xiao Weihe, 9,879. Third, Jiang Xie, 9,752. Holy crap, first place was actually me. Then again, thinking about how much I'd hauled in today, it was well deserved. With Resource Sensor backing me up, Anything less than first would have been an insult to the talent. The breakdown showed purple scale fruit 1 point each, honey fruit and starburst pomelo 100 each. The tier 2 treasure chest counted as a bundled 3,000, and traded items didn't count. Only what I'd personally gathered in the wild. I started looking forward to the end-of-month payout, wishing they'd settle it every day. Surely no one would be out gathering resources at night. Exploration progress ranking, I'm ranked 98th. I've covered plenty of ground today, and still only 98th. The last one, illustrated guide collection ranking, I couldn't figure out, but people were already on it. No surprise, I was at 0. I hopped into the channel to ask what the illustrated guide even was, only to find everyone else was way more worked up than me. How is somebody already killing wild beasts? What the hell are wild beasts anyway? Anybody know? What kind of monsters are on that ranking? Hold on. That guy in first place on the resource gathering ranking. Isn't that the big shot who posted the roast chicken earlier? Same name, probably. What are the odds? Actually, pretty likely. Look at the picture he posted, roast chicken with all kinds of fruit. So what is the illustrated guide? I know this one. I chopped down a tree and a card dropped, and it got unlocked. Sounds like if you collect a certain number you get rewards. Cards? I got one off a purple scale fruit too. Wait, so those of us with crappy luck don't even get a chance to unlock it? I stroked my chin. The great number 1 on the resource gathering ranking, and I didn't have a single card. Kind of embarrassing. From the sound of it, this was basically a card collecting game. No rush though. It's only early June, still got 20-something days. Take it slow. Just as I was about to get back to gnawing on the roast chicken, an unexpected person messaged me. You the one at the top of the resource gathering ranking? Han Shuang. We'd only traded resources once, and I had no clue what she was after, so I answered vaguely. You think it's me? Boring. I laughed. More and more, I was convinced the person on the other end was a girl. Guys rarely talk like that. She didn't press, and I didn't bother replying. Whether it was me or not didn't really matter. It was only day 1, and I was riding entirely on resource perceiver. Down the line, who knew? The longer this dragged on, the more variables in play. Whether I could hold on to this ranking was anybody's guess, which got me looking forward to what identity I'd roll tomorrow. As long as it wasn't terrible. Resource perceiver, again, wouldn't be bad either. I could sweep another huge area. I still hadn't been to the far east or south of the tree house. No telling what resources were tucked away out there. It was getting late. Outside was pitch black, and the temperature had plunged. If I'd been in a t-shirt when I crossed over, with no fire, I'd have been in serious trouble. I huddled against the fire, eating and scrolling the channel. Temps dropping fast. Kinda cold. Kinda cold? I'm freezing to death over here. I was in the shower when I got transported, didn't have a stitch on. Still but naked. So your little brother. Flapping in the breeze. Uff, dude, stop, you're killing me. Don't believe me? I'll send you a pic. Nah, I've seen enough toothpicks. Don't want to get a sty. So cold. Somebody help me out. I'll give you 10 million yuan when we get back. Suggestion, take that 10 million and burn it. Should last a long while, and then you won't be cold. The channel instantly filled up with pleas for fire starters and warmth. The trades kept coming, each price steeper than the last. Heat-related resources had become the hard currency of the first cold night. The last 5 pieces of flint I put up got snapped up too, netting me a bag of salt, 3 buckets of instant noodles, a set of utensils, a sack of nutrient soil, a sun hat, a pair of shoes, and nearly 1,000 pieces of lumber. Combined with the earlier sack, I now had 2 bags of nutrient soil, about 40 pounds. The stuff was the more, the better. I'd take as much as anyone was willing to hand over. 800 of those lumber pieces came from a single person. I hadn't wanted to make the trade at first, but he offered so much I couldn't refuse. The rest were add-ons thrown in by other buyers. In my book, salt, instant noodles, and a sun hat couldn't hold a candle to flint. I could get by without any of those, but for them, going without fire was pure misery. The day wasn't even over, and I was already showing promise as a profiteer. After stashing everything away, I skimmed the channel again. I had to admit, this place was a riot. There was no shortage of internet clowns anywhere you looked. I liked the vibe. At the very least, I wasn't facing this unknown cold and dread alone. Their gallows humor took the edge off the nighttime loneliness, at least a little. I pulled my short sleeves tighter and scooted closer to the fire. Inside was better than out. but cold air still crept in through the gaps in the door. Chewing on a chicken drumstick, I glanced at the lumber beside me and had a light bulb moment. I got up and stacked the wood against the door, plugging the low gaps. Hey, it actually worked. As long as I stayed off my feet, I could barely feel the draft. Looking around at what I'd built, a primal sort of contentment settled over me. Conditions were rough, but at least I wouldn't starve. I could stay warm, and I had shelter to keep beasts and biting wind at bay. Before I knew it, the whole roast chicken was gone. Any other day, I never could have finished it, but I'd walked so much today, I was famished. Dinner handled. I remembered I still didn't have a bed. Couldn't very well sleep on the floor. I pulled up the wooden bed blueprint on the console. Lumber only, easy enough. If I was short on anything, it wasn't wood. 3 minutes later, the bed was done and laid out along the right side of the room, safely clear of the fire. The thing was as bare bones as a plank propped off the ground. Since I was already at it, I might as well throw in a chair and a table too. All mortise and tenon joinery, using nothing but wood. Simple in appearance, but surprisingly sturdy. With those 3 pieces of furniture in place, the room felt noticeably more lived in. My rank on the treehouse construction leaderboard climbed a good chunk too. 30 points each for the chair and table, 40 for the bed, 100 total. Any other furniture required materials I didn't have yet. Full of hope, I opened the trading exchange and typed in iron ingot. They actually had it, but the prices were outrageous, clearly angling to reel in some sucker. I shook my head and passed for now. Copper wire, iron nails, anything metal was priced through the roof. Which, when I thought about it, made sense. There were only 2 ways to get metal right now: opening treasure chests or dismantling them. My own iron nails and copper strips had come from breaking down. Not a single scrap of iron in sight. Anything even remotely connected to a treasure chest came with a hefty price tag. I gave up on trading for iron for the time being and turned my attention elsewhere. Today was the first day of the game, and quite a few people had cracked open treasure chests. The percentage was low, but with so many players, the numbers added up. Most people listed items they couldn't immediately use on the exchange, hoping to trade them for something they actually needed right now, like food. You needed a full belly to have the strength to explore. That was exactly the opening I was exploiting, using flint to snag rare goods. Seeds, salt, nutrient-rich soil. All of these would definitely be worth a fortune down the line. The sellers knew it too, but they had no choice. They had to grit their teeth and let them go. Lucky for me, I'd picked up more than a dozen pieces of flint today. A day later, and I probably wouldn't be able to trade for these things anymore. After freezing through tonight, everyone would be scrambling to make fire tomorrow, even by rubbing sticks together, and by then, flint would be worthless. I kept scrolling through the exchange, trading for anything that might come in handy. What I offered in return were purple scale fruits, wood ear mushrooms, and other fungi. I had way too many of the first, and the other 2 I simply didn't know how to cook. If the other party agreed, we traded. If not, whatever. How they planned to eat the stuff afterward wasn't my problem. Fewer and fewer people were talking in the chat channel. Looked like most of them couldn't hold out any longer and had gone to sleep. But I couldn't sleep yet. I was still waiting for midnight to see what identity I'd be randomly assigned. I wouldn't be able to fall asleep until I saw the result. Why is the temperature swing between day and night so damn extreme? It's freezing. You're telling me. I'm out here in nothing but my underwear. Thank God I found some banana leaves to make an outfit. Count yourself lucky. Earlier there was a guy who didn't even have underwear. Bro, hook me up with a banana leaf outfit like yours. Or at least sell me one. Get lost. This banana couture is handcrafted limited edition haute couture. Not for sale. The channel buzzed with laughter, though there were also plenty of people groaning in misery, cursing the unfairness of it all while begging left and right for supplies. I lay on the wooden bed forcing myself to stay awake, my eyelids so heavy they kept slamming shut. The exhaustion from a full day's work, the tension of exploring, the aching soreness from chopping wood. It all came crashing over me like a tide. I tossed a few more logs onto the fire, making sure it kept burning steadily. I really can't hold on anymore. I dragged myself up, walked over to the pipe, and splashed cold water on my face. That woke me right up. I barely made it to midnight when a chime sounded in my ear. Ding. Today's identity has been determined. Lucky Koida. Lucky Koi possesses an extremely high luck stat. Blessed by fortune, all wishes come true, and windfalls fall from the sky. Lucky koi. I froze, blinking a few times, wondering if I was still half asleep. The first part one hadn't taken too seriously. So what, a little extra luck? That didn't seem nearly as useful as resource perceiver. But those next 8 words, asterisk all wishes come true, and windfalls fall from the sky asterisk. The weight of that single word spoke for itself. The corners of my mouth stretched wider and wider until I actually laughed out loud. Yesterday, it was radar. Today, it's lucky one. These titles were seriously overpowered. I wasn't asking for much. Just let me stumble across a few more treasure chests and I'd be set. Now I can finally sleep easy. I lay down, and a sense of ease I'd never felt before washed over me. I was out cold in no time. In my dreams, treasure chests sprang up wherever I went, fruits overhead or underfoot. The next morning, I was woken by birdsong. The fire had gone out, leaving only a few wisps of smoke. I stretched, feeling energy coursing through me. Maybe it was the lucky one title at work, because I'd slept like a rock. Today's plan was simple. Sweep through all the resource points I'd marked yesterday and haul back the maximum amount of supplies in the least amount of time. Tonight I'd trade for more iron ingots, paying a premium if I had to. Upgrading the tree house was the top priority. Grabbing my sun hat, iron axe, and 2 bottles of water, I got a grip on the ladder and started climbing down. Before my feet even touched the ground, I froze. There was a treasure chest lying right next to the ladder. Was Lucky One already flexing its muscles? I dropped down and leaned in for a closer look. Tier 1 treasure chest contains basic supplies. Extremely small chance of yielding rare resources and special items. Only Tier 1? I could live with that. Without hesitation, I popped it open. Lighter blanket energy crystal. Special item required material for upgrading the treehouse sheltered. Holy shit. I couldn't help but curse out loud. An energy crystal. The material for upgrading the treehouse. Even a Tier 1 chest could produce one. That extremely small chance, and I'd hit it dead on. The blanket was a godsend too. Nights had been freezing. And the lighter conveniently made my flint obsolete. Upgrading the treehouse required 4 things: wood, stone, iron ingots, and an energy crystal. What I had plenty of, stone was easy to trade for, and now I had the energy crystal too. All that was left were the iron ingots. Last night, the sellers at the trading post had all been asking absurd prices, so I'd have to keep a sharp eye out and scrape together 50 ingots as soon as possible to trigger the upgrade. I broke down the chest and got wood, iron nails, and copper sheets, identical to what a Tier 2 chest yielded. So the only real difference between tiers was the contents inside. I scanned the area hoping to spot a second one, but came up empty. Guess I was getting greedy. I chuckled, heading back inside to drop off my haul before setting out again. Just like yesterday, I made for the creek first. Within a few hundred meters, several bushes bearing purple scale fruit had popped up. There'd been nothing here yesterday. So resources refreshed just like treasure chests did. No more worries about running the place dry. Sustainable development at its finest. I made my way down along the creek, sweeping up every resource I came across. Even without the red dot guidance, my markings from yesterday let me pinpoint everything with ease. Purple scale fruits were the most abundant, quickly filling 10 slots. Along the way, I also discovered a new kind of fruit, green-skinned, long like a cucumber, but packed inside with tiny beads like a pomegranate. Jade pearl. Fruit. Outstanding flavor, sweet and sour, juicy, cools internal heat, and soothes the bowels. Every single berry brims with the pure essence of nature. An aftertaste you'll never forget. This description, why does it read like some cheap fruit ad copy? My mouth twitched. Complaints aside, I plucked one off, split the skin, and took a bite. Tasted pretty much like pomegranate. Sold. As I reached for the last one, a prompt chimed in my ear. Obtained emerald pearl fruit card. Compendium unlocked. Collect a certain number to earn rewards. A card. I yelped. I'd heard yesterday that some people had rolled cards, and today it was finally my turn. Had to be that lucky charm streak again. A card hung in midair, stamped with the image of the emerald pearl fruit. I opened my panel, and next to the usual options was a new icon, Compendium. I tapped it, and it unfurled like an ancient scroll, most of it shrouded in gray mist. Only in the corner of the fruit category was there a single frame, glowing green. I slotted the card in. With a soft hum, it locked into place on its own, the green light flaring bright as the image sprang to life, glistening, almost dewy. Emerald Pearl Fruit Card, registered. Compendium progress, fruit, 1/10. Only now did I look closely. There had to be thousands of frames, sorted into trees, fruits, river life, animals, beasts. The fruit section alone had over 30 rows, each capped off with a gray treasure chest at the end, clearly the reward for completing a full row of 10. The difficulty was brutal, though. Cards dropped purely on RNG. God knows when I'd ever fill out a single row. I let it go and kept moving. By the time I reached the pool, it was nearly noon. Lunch was some emerald pearl fruit, some purple scale fruit, a slice of bread, and a hot dog sausage. The last two traded for with purple scale fruit. The World Channel was buzzing, and I spotted plenty of familiar names. The disheveled Ling Feng, Tang Tian in his banana leaf uniform, by Jean who'd scored a card chopping trees. Tang Tian, boys, big breakthrough. I found some bigger, thicker banana leaves and super tough vines. Haute Couture Banana Battle Robe 2.0 is coming soon. Ling Feng, Brother Tang's got taste. When are you hooking me up with a set? Tang Tian, once I go into mass production, I'll sell M to you cheap. Double-layered, windproof, and wardrobe malfunction proof. Keeps your little chick well protected. Lin Nan, are you guys seriously running a wilderness fashion show over here? I cracked up watching them. This bunch adapted fast. Only the second day, and it was like they'd already forgotten they were fighting for survival. I was still eating when a private message popped up. Han Shuang, that honey fruit from before, do you still have any? Her again. Was this little glutton locking onto me now? In my head, I'd already pegged her as a girl. The way she talked plus the sweet tooth, 90% chance she was a she. It was only day 2 and everyone else was stressing over food, but here she was, already fixated on honey fruit. I typed back, isn't that stuff on the exchange too? They're pricing it. That's insane. Your side of the deal is way better. So what are you offering? I'm not just handing this over for free. Tell me what you need. I'll trade something else for it. This girl was really hooked. What did I need? Aside from the basics, I was short on just about everything. But the rare stuff, she probably didn't have. So I just asked, what have you got to trade? She sent over a list. Wood, stone, purple scale fruit, iron nails, copper sheets. Wait, how did she have 16 iron nails and 6 copper sheets? Breaking down a single treasure chest only yielded 8 iron nails and 3 copper sheets. Hers were exactly double. Could it be that she'd run into 2 chests as well? You came across 2 treasure chests? I probed. She took a little longer to reply this time, but in the end she came clean. Yeah, she'd guessed I'd found a chest too. Otherwise I couldn't have called her out that fast. Her talent was replicate. Anything she obtained could be duplicated once a day. Yesterday she'd popped open a tier, 1 chest in the bushes, and that had been her one shot for the day. She'd figured I was just lucky that I'd picked a bit of fruit. But when the rankings dropped that night, there I was, sitting at number 1 on the resource gathering leaderboard, nearly 3,000 points ahead of second place. That wasn't something luck alone could explain. She'd decided that Chen Shu she was trading with had to be the Chen Shu at the top of the boards. And with a score like that, he had to have more than just 1 honey fruit. Ever since she'd gotten a taste of that honey fruit yesterday, she hadn't been able to stop thinking about it. Survival was locked down. Now it was time to work on quality of life. She'd already come this far. No point roughing it any more than she had to. In the end, I traded 3 honey fruits for a pile of stuff I couldn't use, a pair of sunglasses, a folding fan, some wood, and those 6 copper sheets. I'd wanted the iron nails thrown in too, but she flat out refused. She probably knew nails were going to be huge down the line. We agreed to trade again after we got back that evening and casually added each other as friends, my first friend in this world. Intimacy level 5. Pitifully low. No idea what it was even good for. I closed the chat window and stared at the pool in front of me. I couldn't resist the urge to jump in for a bath. Hot by day, cold by night. I'd been working all morning and my clothes were soaked through with sweat, sticking to me in the worst way. Not a soul for 100 kilometers around. This pool was my private swimming pool. Oh yeah, I stripped down to my underwear and cannonballed in, thrashing around a few times. All the exhaustion just washed away. I did a few laps, then headed back to climb out. My hands had just gripped the edge when, splash, a huge sound erupted behind me. I whipped around. Water was flying everywhere, and a dark shape shot out of the pool like a cannonball, skimmed right over my head, and slammed onto the bank in front of me with a wet smack, less than half a meter from my hand. It was a huge carp. Pies were really falling out of the sky today. First a treasure chest, now a fish. So this was what being a lucky koi felt like. I pounced and pinned it down. I pulled up a blade of grass, threaded it through the fish's gills, and lifted it up. My backpack couldn't hold living things, so I had to carry it by hand. As for why I didn't just kill it on the spot, simple. I didn't want to contaminate my private swimming pool. Carrying the fish, I headed east. Suddenly, there was a rustle beside me. Before I could even turn my head, a colorful shape burst out of the bushes, wings flapping wildly, startling me so badly I nearly dropped the carp. A pheasant, I cried out in delight. It fluttered a few times before landing in the grass a few dozen yards away. Takeout, delivered right to my doorstep. I set the carp aside, dropped into a low crouch like a stalking leopard, and slowly closed in under cover of the tall grass. The pheasant hadn't spotted me yet. It just stood there bobbing its head from side to side. 1 step, 2 steps, the distance shrinking bit by bit. When I judged I was within pouncing range, I sucked in a deep breath, tensed my legs, and coiled up all my strength. Just as I was about to launch myself like an arrow from a bow. What the hell? The instant my left foot pushed off, my ankle snagged hard on something rock solid. The sheer momentum sent me flying, completely off balance, and I face-planted straight into the mud, cheeks smashing down with a mouthful of dirt and grass. Bok squawk! The pheasant nearly jumped out of its feathers. Shrieking, it flapped madly and whoosh, shot off into the distant woods, gone without a trace. Tui, tui! I spat out leaves and mud, sat up in a sorry state, and snapped. What the hell tripped me? Nowhere to vent my rage, I whipped my head around toward my feet. When I'd fallen, I'd flattened a patch of thick grass, exposing the damp soil underneath, and a treasure chest, half buried in the dirt. A treasure chest. Holy crap! One pheasant flies off, and a treasure chest shows up. Blessing in disguise, indeed. The old sages weren't lying to me. All the frustration over losing the pheasant vanished in an instant. A bird was just one meal of meat, but a treasure chest? That was the real deal, and with my lucky koi status bonus, I might even score something special. I scrambled over on hands and knees, clawing away dirt and grass roots. In no time, a dark green chest emerged. Tier 2 treasure chest, contains basic supplies. Chance of yielding rare resources and special items. Haha, another tier 2 chest, jackpot. 2 chests in one day, my luck was off the charts. I didn't open it right away though. I'd hauled in too much loot today, and my pack was almost full. Better to stash it away and open it back at the treehouse. I dusted myself off, feeling great. That faceplant had been worth it. But when I got back to where I'd left the carp, I froze. What the? Where's my fish? Where'd that whole big fish go? The carp had vanished into thin air. Did this thing just grow legs and walk off? I bent down and rummaged through the grass. Fish. Where's my fish? Then, from deep in the bushes behind me to the right, came a sudden plap, like a fish tail slapping the ground. I held my breath and followed the sound, parting the grass. It was still flopping around. Finally found you. No way I'm letting dinner hop away. I snatched it up and smacked it with the back of my hand. Run, will you? Smack. The second blow landed hard enough to knock the fish out cold. Its tail went limp, only its gills still feebly working. You have any idea how much time you cost me? Just wait till I get back. I'll fix you up real good. Venting done, I was about to stand when my eyes swept over the patch of grass where the carp had been thrashing, and there, lying quietly, were a few eggs. Pheasant eggs. Pheasant eggs, rich in protein and minerals. They really were pheasant eggs. Could they be from that pheasant that got away earlier? Whatever. I'm taking them all. 1, 2, 3, 9 of them. Enough for a meal. Quite a haul this trip. A fish that basically threw itself at me, plus free eggs. My menu just got a serious upgrade. If every day were like this, I'd happily live in a villa eating seafood. I looked at the limp, sorry-looking carp in my hand with new eyes. Ah, you really are my lucky koi. I went a little heavy back there. Big brother apologizes. How about you flop around some more? See if there are any other nests nearby. The fish was out cold, motionless. Fine, I won't fix you up tonight. I'll give you a dignified send-off. Back on the move, I focused all my attention on grass clumps, shrub roots, and tree hollows. There had to be more than one pheasant in this area. Sure enough, I found another nest under a dragon's pine tree. 12 eggs this time, 21 in total. And it wasn't just pheasants around here. There were wild rabbits too, but those things were skittish as hell. One step from me, and they bolted. I'd never eaten rabbit in my whole life. I used to see all those spicy rabbit head videos online. Made my mouth water just watching. One day I'll have some. Worst case, I'll trade for it at the exchange. Pheasants and rabbits were everywhere along the way, but they were far too wary to catch barehanded. That's when it hit me. The spot I'd picked for the tree house wasn't ideal. If I moved here, I'd have a swimming pool out front and a hunting ground out back. Good thing it wasn't too far. I could come by often. With all these distractions, the sun was already leaning west. An hour and a half till sundown at 6, and I didn't dare linger. I stopped by the river first to scale and gut the carp, giving my meritorious officer a proper exit, then hurried back toward the treehouse. Racing against the clock, I just barely made it back before 6. But after only a few steps, I froze and rubbed my eyes. Below the treehouse, at the base of the dragon's pine tree, a grayish-brown furry creature lay slumped in an unnatural pose, a wild rabbit. I hurried over. It was already dead. The scene, the posture, an old idiom popped straight into my head. Waiting by the stump for a rabbit to run into it? No way, my luck's off the charts today. Barely lifted a finger and look at this haul. 2 treasure chests, 2 emerald pearl fruit trees, a card, a carp, 2 nests of eggs, and now this wild rabbit that basically knocked itself out on a tree. Half an hour until 6. I stashed the fish back at the tree house and hauled the rabbit down to the creek to clean it. First time butchering a rabbit. Honestly, I was a little nervous. Not exactly something you see at the supermarket. 7 or 8 pounds of wild rabbit. No more hesitating. I got to work. Skinning it isn't so bad, actually. My mouth was watering before I could stop it. I tossed the guts into the creek for the shrimp and crabs, but kept the pelt aside carefully. Washed and dried, it could be made into clothing. I was still thinking about what to cook for dinner when the sun slipped below the horizon without a sound. The light in the woods dimmed sharply within seconds, and the grin froze on my face. Crap, I lost track of time. Rabbit meat in hand, I sprinted for the treehouse. During those few dozen seconds of running, I heard the roar of some beast off in the distance. It sounded like it came from up in the trees. That roar put a little extra speed in my legs. Climbing the wooden ladder, I clearly heard heavy footfalls in the darkness below, leaves crunching under them with muffled crack sounds. My knees nearly gave out. Few asterisk. Back inside the treehouse, I gasped for air. Looks like I'd better keep an eye on the clock from now on. Wild beasts spawning at 6 sharp every night was terrifying. Heh, feast time tonight. Once I'd caught my breath, I rubbed my hands together, eyes gleaming in the gloom. Big carp, wild rabbit, and eggs. I didn't eat this while back in school. Fire on, face washed, time to get down to business. I skewered the fish and rabbit meat on branches, scored them with crosshatch cuts, and rigged up a makeshift grill. The eggs I'd save for another day. Cold nights like this, they'd keep fine overnight. One hand turning the rabbit leg for even cooking, I swiped open the World Channel with the other. It was especially lively at this hour. 2 days in, most people were starting to adjust, doing their best to survive. Even the ones who'd been dead set on finding a way home had resigned themselves to reality. I was still musing over all this when a private message popped up. Han Shuang, you back? Got the stuff ready. Trade. I smacked my forehead. Almost forgot. Yeah, just wrapping up dinner. Let's trade. On her end, Han Shuang was baffled. Wrapping up dinner ? Wasn't it just fruit and bread? She glanced at the ham sausage in her hand. That was the only meat she'd had in 2 days, and she'd bartered for it. What are you having for dinner? The trade slipped right out of her mind. Curiosity taking over. I didn't bother typing, just sent a picture. Han Shuang's eyes went wide. Barbecue? Rabbit? And there's a fish next to it. Is that wild rabbit and fish? Yep, just butchered. Fresh carp and wild rabbit. Super fresh. You caught them yourself? Pretty much. The fish jumped onto the shore on its own, and the rabbit ran into a tree by itself. Han Shuang was dumbfounded, seriously suspecting I was spouting nonsense with a straight face. Carp leaping over the dragon gate, she could believe, but carp jumping ashore to their deaths, and rabbits knocking themselves out on trees? Those odds were more absurd than winning the lottery. After agonizing for a while, she sent, forget the honey fruit. How about you give me a rabbit leg instead? Her face got a little warm after hitting send. Going back on her word like that seemed a bit much. But she hadn't had any meat in 2 days. This foodie just couldn't take it anymore. I stared at the message, momentarily stunned. What a little glutton. She ditched the honey fruit the second she saw rabbit meat. I couldn't finish a whole rabbit by myself anyway, so parting with one leg wasn't much of a loss. Still, the trade was a bit of a raw deal for me. If I put the word out on the exchange, my private messages would blow up. My eyes narrowed as an idea hit me. Sure, but the stuff you offered isn't really that useful. This trade puts me at a loss. See, I've also got a bag of this. A few seconds later, she sent a picture, and I broke into a grin. Cumin powder. Good stuff. I'd been sulking over my flavorless grilled fish and rabbit, and it turned out this little glutton had cumin powder. Talk about a pillow arriving right when you're sleepy. Combined with the salt I had, it'd taste just fine. Deal. I'll trade with you once it's grilled. Not long after, Han Shuang sent over the cumin powder and everything else we'd agreed on. Once you added someone as a friend, you could gift items without needing the other side to confirm. This girl moved fast. Wasn't even worried I'd scam her. She really was that hungry. Since she was being so sincere, I wasn't about to be stingy. I immediately transferred all 3 honey fruits over. For one, I had plenty of fruit. For another, her talent had to be something special, and we could help each other out down the road. And third, I thought this girl was pretty interesting. No fear of survival at all, just pure hunger for food. I don't want the honey fruits, I want rabbit meat. I laughed. Relax, consider the rabbit meat a gift. You threw in the cumin powder, so I'm not losing out. After a long pause, she finally sent back 2 words, thank you. I focused on grilling the meat, but I couldn't shake the feeling I was forgetting something important. What was it? I glanced at the channel chat and it hit me. Oh crap, I've still got a treasure chest to open. I quickly pulled it out and opened it. 5 items again, including the iron blocks I needed most. Only 10 of them, though. The other 4. Cooking oil greatly enhances food flavor. Applied to meat, it prevents burning during grilling. Grill rack provides more even heat distribution. Raincoat blocks rainwater. Useful in harsh weather. Compound bow, a powerful weapon. Efficient and reliable, suited for both hunting and defense. Comes with 10 arrows. You've got to be kidding me, bro. You're showing up now, after I've already started grilling. What was the point of all that effort? The ceremony of it. Staring at the grill rack, I felt sick, like the kind of dumbass who cracks walnuts with his teeth before someone finally hands him a nutcracker. Whatever. My own fault for not opening it sooner. Griping aside, this crate was pure gold. The iron ingots were exactly what I needed for upgrades. The cooking oil was a lifesaver, perfect for basting and locking in flavor. The compound bow was a game changer. Tomorrow I'd take it out and test my aim, maybe even go toe-to-toe with a beast. And the raincoat would come in handy too, since who knew what this crazy weather might throw at me. 3 chests in just 2 days, all thanks to the roleplay gimmick. No telling what identity I'd get tomorrow. Honestly, I was kind of looking forward to it. I set up the brand new grill in a few quick motions. The metal grate was way sturdier than a bunch of sticks, and transferring the fish and rabbit over made things a lot easier. The oil jug held a good 5 liters, so I punched a few holes in the cap with my fruit knife and turned it into a makeshift oil sprayer. Sizzle, fat hit the heat and burst into a fragrant crackle, the meat visibly turning a mouth-watering golden brown. A pinch of salt, a pinch of cumin, and suddenly the treehouse was thick with the smell of home cooking. Chow time. I ripped off a rabbit leg and bit down without even waiting for it to cool. Asterisk crunch, asterisk scalding fat, juice, salt, and the sharp warmth of cumin exploded across my tongue. The meat was tender and dripping, not a bit tough. SSSS, huh? Hot, hot, hot. But damn, this is good. I sucked in air through my teeth. First time I ever seriously grill something, and it turns out like this? Should have skipped college and gone to work at a barbecue joint after the gaokao. I sent a rabbit leg over to Han Shuang too. I had plenty of plates in my utensil set, so I plated it up, figured I'd get the plate back later. Notice, gifted to Han Shuang. Roasted rabbit hind leg X1, served on a plate. I tacked on a message, asterisk, eat it while it's hot. And don't forget to return the plate. Asterisk. On her end, the second she saw the rabbit leg, her eyes lit up, and another "thank you" came right back. But I didn't have time to read it. I was too busy inhaling my meal. The grilled fish was incredible too, the flesh so tender it practically melted on my tongue. All I'd used was salt, cumin, and oil, but the high heat had drawn out every ounce of natural sweetness, with a fresh, cool note from the stream running underneath. Even the charred bits of skin, though faintly bitter, added their own smoky depth. This fish is even better than I thought. Grilled fish in my left hand, rabbit leg in my right. Life was good, screw going back to earth. I was staying right here. 2+ pounds of carp, 2 thick rabbit legs, and a honey fruit for dessert. By the time I was done, my mouth was glistening with grease. Asterisk burp asterisk. I let one rip without a shred of dignity and leaned back against the foot of the bed, eyes half closed. Ah hell, forgot to flex the feast. It hit me that I hadn't snapped a pic for the World Channel. A grin spread across my face. Not too late, haha. I sprang up and took a shot of the picked clean fish skeleton and the half-eaten rabbit. Asterisk, grilled fish and grilled rabbit. Just a simple dinner tonight. Asterisk. The second I posted it, the World Channel went absolutely nuclear. Go. Doggy Lee. Holy sh asterisk t. Grilled fish. Grilled rabbit? You call that a simple meal? I've been gnawing on bark until I'm hallucinating. Link at Big Shot Shin. Trade some rabbit meat? I'll pay 20 units of wood. Please. I'm begging you. My kid hasn't tasted meat in 2 days. Wooloo, officially reporting somebody for cheating. Is this even survival mode? This is straight up vacation mode. Zhang Xiu. So are we really playing the same game? Because mine is hellish wilderness survival, but the big shot's playing a bite of the other world? Doggy Lee. Big shot. Could you send me the bone scraps? Just let me suck on the flavor. Envy, jealousy, wailing, groveling, trade requests. The messages erupted like a volcano, spamming the channel. My private DMs were blown up too. People trying to buy, trying to learn from me, even offering to be my sugar baby. I ignored every single one. Internet beggars are a dime a dozen. If you don't hustle during the newbie protection period, things only get harder once it's over. Everyone has a talent. Use it right, and food and shelter shouldn't be a problem. After a short break, I cleaned up the grill, tossed the remaining half rabbit onto a plate, and got down to tonight's real business, foreign trade. First up, the purple scale fruit. I had way too many. I needed to unload them fast, or they'd spoil. As for the other fruits, I'd keep a few for myself and be fine. During today's exploration, I'd stumbled on plenty more pomelo fruit and honey fruit trees, so I wasn't short. Once I got strawberries and watermelon planted down the line, I figured just selling fruit alone could bankroll my early retirement. Shepherd's purse I didn't have much of. Keep it for myself. Mushrooms I'd dry and store. Flint I'd dump all of. I had a lighter, so it was useless to me. Bamboo shoots could go too. There was a bamboo grove right next door. I could dig them up whenever I wanted. In a forest this size, there had to be more than one grove. Bottom line, the stuff wasn't rare. Right now everybody was starving, but once things stabilized, food might actually become the cheapest thing around. Upgrading the book house required 4 materials: wood, stone, iron ingots, and energy crystals. I had the wood and energy crystals. I just needed stone and iron. There was a mountain of stone on the exchange. A tiny price could net me a huge pile. I just didn't have time to gather it myself. Iron ingots, though, were listed at premium prices. Snagging a bargain was basically hopeless. After all that fussing, I only managed to swap for 14 iron ingots. Combined with the 10 I got from the treasure chest, I was still 26 short of the 50 needed for the upgrade. Stone, on the other hand, I stocked up on plenty. I also traded fruit for a fire-resistant coating enhancer, the core ingredient for building a fireplace, an absolute must-have. The exchange was packed with every kind of oddity, dazzling to look through. Insect-repellent herbs, ancestral jade pendants. Someone was even selling scenic postcards, snapped with the system's camera function, surprisingly crisp too. Of course, most of the listings were still food, materials, and tools. Plenty of good stuff, but the prices were more than I could stomach. These people were dreaming. Where would anyone come up with that many resources this early? Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I caught something. Cards? You can sell those too. It hadn't occurred to me that cards could be consigned. It was a purple scale fruit card, similar to my jade pearl fruit card. The seller wanted 10 iron blocks for it. Honestly, a bit steep. You had to collect 10 unique cards to trade for a gift pack, and who knew how long that would take. Whether the pack was even worth the price was another question entirely. I had iron blocks, sure, but trading 10 of them for a single card was a ripoff. While I was still hesitating, someone else snatched the card up. There really are suckers out there. Anyone willing to shell out 10 iron blocks definitely had more where those came from. Too bad I couldn't see who it was. I'd have loved to strike a deal with them. I didn't need anything else right now. I just needed iron blocks. I was one step away from a tier 2 treehouse, but that step was a long one. I decided to just post in the World channel, buying iron blocks. DM me if interested. Holy crap, a big shot. A whale has appeared, everyone bowed down. I can't even feed myself, and this guy's already stockpiling iron blocks. What does he need iron blocks for? He's not upgrading his treehouse, is he? Doesn't upgrading also require energy crystals? What the hell are energy crystals? My DMs exploded instantly, and I felt a headache coming on. If they were all here to trade, fine, but 90% of them were just begging. Thank God for keyword filters, or I'd be sifting through messages till the end of time. People with iron blocks all wanted different things. Some wanted fruit, some wanted other supplies, but the vast majority had their eyes fixed on my half-rabbit's worth of meat. There wasn't much rabbit to go around, so I could only pick the highest bidders. Highest was relative. These people only had a handful of iron blocks each, scattered here and there. 1 or 2 iron blocks wasn't enough to score any rabbit meat. They had to throw in something extra. They were willing to trade because they were still nowhere near an upgrade themselves. Most hadn't even gathered enough wood, let alone energy crystals. After all that wheeling and dealing, I'd picked up 18 iron blocks and a pile of miscellaneous goods, with only 1 rabbit leg left of the meat. I was saving that for breakfast tomorrow, so I didn't trade it. I was still 8 iron blocks short of 50, and I had nothing left to trade. Still, I'd raked in some good stuff. First, seeds, cabbage and chives. Once those were planted, I'd have more than I could ever eat. I'd also picked up 3 blueprints. I couldn't use them yet, so I set them aside. The rest was some wood and stone, plus 2 bags of nutrient soil and a roll of toilet paper. The sight of that toilet paper nearly moved me to tears. For the past 2 days I'd been using leaves, an experience I'd rather not revisit. Rough, prone to tearing, and unsanitary as hell. Used sparingly, this roll would last me a while, an absolute strategic asset for boosting quality of life. Once all that was settled, I checked the leaderboards. Yesterday, I'd been number 1 on the resource gathering ranking. Who knew where I'd dropped to today? First up was the beast hunting leaderboard. Number 1 was still that. Someone named Zhang Kuang, 200 points. Below him, more names had gradually made the list, ranging from 50 to 200 points. Nobody had cracked 200 yet. Once word got out about this ranking, plenty of people wanted to go hunt down a beast, but the newbie protection period kept the animals away. At night they came out, sure, but the light was too dim. Wild beasts had way better night vision than humans, and people were at a pure disadvantage. I didn't linger on the hunting rankings and jumped straight to what I cared about more, the resource gathering rankings. First, Chen Shu, 27,674. Second, Jiang Xie, 20,854. Third, Zhou Fengyi, 20,654. Still number 1. My heart leapt, and I couldn't keep the grin off my face. My score was way higher than I'd expected. Taking a closer look, the bulk of it came from wild rabbits, carp, and pheasant eggs, all 3 of which I'd basically freeloaded off of, barely lifting a finger, and yet the points still landed on my tally. The system didn't care how I got them. As long as they passed through my hands, the credit was mine. The gap between me and everyone else kept widening. Yesterday, it had only been a lead of about 2,000. Today, it was nearly 7,000. No wonder the crowd on the World channel had been so worked up earlier. Turns out they'd all been sizing me up from here. I had a spot on the other 3 rankings too, though nothing to brag about. Treehouse construction rankings, 13,457th. The bed, table, and other furnishings had padded my score nicely. Exploration progress rankings dropped a lot compared to yesterday, since I hadn't scouted much new ground today and had spent it all collecting from familiar areas. Encyclopedia collection rankings was the worst, 2,354,552nd. Several people had already gathered 3 cards, and most of the top ranks had at least 2. I still had no idea how the rankings handed out rewards, or how far down the list qualified for one. The system hadn't said. All I could do was push as hard as I could to climb higher. I wasn't sure about the others, but I was confident I could lock in a solid spot on the resource gathering rankings. If I could upgrade the treehouse to level 2 tomorrow, my construction score should get a decent bump too. Glancing back at the World Channel, I was relieved to see they'd finally moved on from me. I finally cracked open a treasure chest today. Haha, luck of the gods. Quick question. What do you guys wipe with when you take a dump? What else? Leaves, obviously. You want me to use my hand. Count yourself lucky to even have leaves. Go easy. Don't scrape yourself raw. Selling premium wild delicacy. Earthworms, 1 apiece. Packed with protein, crunchy raw, even better grilled. Step right up, don't miss out. I nearly laughed out loud. This bunch had really turned making the best of a bad situation into an art form. Just as I was about to chime in, my eyes locked onto a new message. Jiangke, anyone want a treehouse module? Trading for food. Treehouse module? What was that? Curious, I tapped on it. Treehouse module allows an additional small room to be built on a forked branch of your treehouse, complete with a connecting passage, expanding your living space. Available only for treehouses level 2 or higher. I sat up, suddenly interested. An extra room, nice. The only downside was that it required a Tier 2 treehouse, but I wasn't far from Tier 2 either. If I gathered a bit more tomorrow, I should be able to upgrade. I shot him a private message right away. How about these? Starburst, Pomelo, Honeyfruit, Jade, Pearl Fruit. I led with fruit to feel him out. Purple scale fruit didn't even cross my mind. That stuff was everywhere. Kick over any bush, and you'd find a pile. Offering it up would basically be an insult, and he wasn't stupid enough to accept. But fruit alone wouldn't cut it for stamina. Everyone was out chopping trees all day now. How were you supposed to swing an axe on nothing but berries? Truth was, I didn't have much of these 3 fruits either. I'd traded most of them away already, and only had 1 of each left, originally set aside for myself. Sure enough, he replied not long after. Just fruit? That's it. Clearly not interested in fruit. Made sense. Fruit alone wasn't going to fill anyone up. Problem was, I was out of food too. All the rabbit meat I had left was a single leg, tomorrow's breakfast. Beyond that, I had 3 cups of instant noodles and 21 wild pheasant eggs. I really did want that module. Who doesn't want a bigger place? Whatever. I'd already eaten my fill, and I could always catch another rabbit later. Deal. I sent him a picture of the rabbit leg too. And wouldn't you know it, he still wasn't satisfied. This rabbit leg's too small. Even with 3 fruits thrown in, it's not worth it. I'd be getting shafted. I stared at the screen, speechless. This was rabbit meat, and he was calling it small. Most people would kill just to have something to eat. And here I was, coughing up tomorrow's breakfast. Look, your item's good, but right now people can barely keep themselves fed. Who's going to have that much food to trade you? I sent back. This time he took a little longer to answer. Other people don't, but you definitely do. The moment I read that, I knew he'd figured out who I was, that I was the guy sitting at the top of the resource gathering leaderboard. Damn it, I really am getting sized up as a fat cash cow. I cursed under my breath. Being ranked number 1 was flashy, alright, but it also painted a giant "come fleece me" sign on my back. I took a deep breath and pushed down the irritation of being played. A trade was a negotiation, give and take, back and forth. You're too late. I already traded my food away. Tell you what, 3 fruits, the rabbit leg, and I'll throw in 1 cup of instant noodles and 1 pheasant egg. Nobody but me is going to offer you this much. I figured that was more than generous. He was clearly starving. Otherwise, he wouldn't be dangling something this good. Add 3 more cups of noodles and 5 more pheasant eggs. What the hell? I shot straight up in bed. This wasn't a trade. This was a straight-up mugging. Did he think I was running a soup kitchen? I only had 3 cups of instant noodles total. That was my emergency strategic reserve. And now he wanted 5 eggs on top of that, plus the rabbit leg and the fruit. The price was outrageous. I took a moment to cool down, then sent my final offer. You think this is a supermarket? I don't have that much. Max I'll do is 1 cup of noodles and 3 eggs. Someone else already offered me more than what you're bringing to the table. The stuff is yours. After sending the message, I leaned back against the tree wall and waited. I refused to believe anyone else could pull out more supplies than me at a time like this. Forget everything else. That seasoned, Roasted rabbit leg alone was something few people could resist. You couldn't get service like this out there. I wasn't in a hurry. I waited quietly. If I were him, I'd definitely shop around too. He was probably tempted, but wanted to squeeze out a better offer, so he was holding out for other bids. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Just when I thought he'd closed a deal with someone else, the private chat window suddenly lit up. Jiangku, fine deal. I'll trade on your terms. Oh, realized nobody else's stuff measured up to mine. Huh? Had no choice but to agree? Smart move. I gave a cold snort and initiated the trade. Trade successful. Treehouse module +1. Looking at the treehouse module, now resting quietly in my backpack, I let out a long breath. Finally got it. The price was a little steep, but I could live with it. The only downside was that tomorrow's breakfast was gone. A real shame about that rabbit leg. Once I finish upgrading the treehouse, I'll figure out how to use this module. Right now, my drive to upgrade the treehouse was at an all-time high. I was dying to know what would happen once I used the module. At the same time, something else struck me. After dark, everyone was stuck inside their treehouse until 6 a.m., a full 12 hours of doing absolutely nothing. Total waste. And because of my talent, I had to stay up until midnight every day, so I slept late and woke up late, which left me with even less time outside. I needed to find something I could do inside the treehouse too, something that wouldn't waste time and would still create value. There was another option, of course, go to bed early, get up early. But I had the role-play talent, and until I saw the next day's identity, I literally couldn't fall asleep. Honestly, nobody could. Anyone capable of falling asleep before finding out their identity would be a straight-up god. After turning it over in my head, I decided to chop a few bamboo stalks tomorrow and make some simple tools. I'd never tried it before, but I'd watched videos on it and still remembered the gist. With enough trial and error, it should work out. I was going to be sitting around anyway. If I used this time well, I could pull ahead of the pack. I didn't have much else going for me, but time, I had plenty of. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, in a treehouse 3 meters in diameter, when that still warm rabbit leg, wafting its lethal aroma, materialized in Jiangku's hand along with the trade confirmation chime, he burst into tears on the spot. Meat. Actual meat. He'd finally gotten his hands on something with real protein. 2 days into this transmigration, and all he'd had in his stomach was wild fruit and bread. Staring at that rich, savory scent curling up from the leg, Jiangku swallowed audibly and could hold back no longer. He opened wide and chomped down. MMPH. That long-lost taste of meat. That solid, meaty bite. A wave of satisfaction shot through his entire body. So good. In that moment, he thought trading the module for a rabbit leg was more than worth it. The sizable rabbit leg was reduced to a bare bone in no time under his ravenous assault. He gnawed the tendons and cartilage clean off too, and at the end, was still licking his greasy hands. He swore that starting tomorrow, he'd focus on hunting game. Only then did it hit him. That rabbit leg had been seasoned with salt, oil, and human powder. Where the hell did that kid get so many spices? They'd both been transmigrated here, so how come he was still worrying about basic survival while the other guy was already chasing quality of life? Man, comparing yourself to others is a great way to die of frustration. Then he thought about his module again, and a fresh pang of regret hit him. That had been the first time he'd ever rolled a special item, and he'd traded it away before it even got warm in his hand. Whatever, no point dwelling on it. Better get some sleep. Tomorrow he'd head further out and see if he could bag a wild rabbit or pheasant. If he rationed what he had left, it'd stretch 2 or 3 more days. On my end, I was shooting the breeze with some random internet buddies while waiting for midnight. Big bro, what are you still doing up this late? You got insomnia too, big bro? Nah, ate too much for dinner. Can't sleep. Screw you. Listen to yourself. Ate too much. Meanwhile, I'm chugging water just to fill my stomach. Friendly reminder, don't eat too much before bed. If you can't finish, feel free to send it my way. Happy to help. I can hear that scheme of yours clear across my treehouse. I made a deck of cards out of wood. Playing Go Fish with myself right now. If you're bored, go check out the front channels. Way more entertaining than solo card games. That gave me pause. What was so different about the front channels? Curiosity got the better of me, and I clicked in. Channel 1 was packed. The chat log was scrolling too fast to even read. Urgent. 500 units of wood for any food. First come, first served. Pioneer Alliance Recruiting, currently 15 members. Mutual Aid, no freeloaders. Female-led squad recruiting girls only. We look out for each other. No men. Friends. In times of crisis, humanity must stand together. I propose we form the survival commune. All resources distributed by need and shared equally. Only by casting off selfishness can we endure. Dumbass. Buying a roll of toilet paper at top dollar, urgent. No toilet paper, but got pads. Interested. Compared to the other channels, these front ones felt more like a farmer's market. Some people were hawking goods, others were recruiting troops to form squads, and a handful were flying the banner of mutual aid to push resource sharing and equal distribution schemes. I couldn't help but snort and shake my head. Whoever came up with that idea was a real piece of work. It's the end of the world, and they're still peddling utopian fantasies. Adorably naive. In my book, anyone floating that kind of proposal is either an incompetent, unlucky loser with empty hands, or just bone lazy. Basically, someone who wants a free ride while making the capable folks foot the bill. Nobody with actual resources on hand would ever say something like that. Rather than gambling your fate on some pie-in-the-sky collective, you're better off keeping things in your own hands. Having food in the pantry and walls around the house, that's what's real. I flipped through several channels, checking 1 through 10, and it was the same story everywhere. The lower-numbered channels had hundreds of times more people than the others, but nobody knew anyone else. Not like my channel, 666666, where some folks had already made friends and gotten pretty tight. As for other people's utopian dreams, I'd just listen and move on. Take them seriously, and I'd be the fool. It was almost midnight, and I started getting worked up too, muttering to myself, "Give me a good one. Give me a good one." The past 2 days I'd landed amazing identities, resource sensor plus lucky koi, which put me way ahead of the pack. To keep this momentum going, the third identity couldn't be too shabby. Ideally something on the resource gathering side, to help me upgrade the treehouse fast. Whether I ate my fill tomorrow was riding entirely on this. Midnight sharp. The identity dropped right on schedule. Ding. Today's identity confirmed. Hiker. Accumulate mileage on foot. Reach specific milestones to earn survival supply rewards. Keep walking, and the rewards will follow. What kind of identity is that? First time I'd ever heard of it. Same as the resource sensor before. Accumulate mileage on foot. Earn survival supply rewards. Sounded like I just had to walk to get rewards. Simple. Did stuff this good really exist in the world? A translucent light screen appeared in front of me, showing a progress bar with rewards marked out for each stage. Cumulative rewards. 1000M, Basic Survival Pack. 2000M, Practical Tools Pack. 5000M, Blueprint Pack. 10,000M, Rare Materials Pack. 30,000M, Superior Equipment Pack. 50,000M, Special Item Pack. 100,000M. There's even a dedicated interface. I couldn't help but exclaim, sitting bolt upright, eyes locked on the screen. The interface was clean and straightforward, goals, rewards, and progress all laid out at a glance. The minimum was a basic pack at 1,000 meters, and the top tier at 100,000 meters was just... Who the hell knew what was in there? 100,000 meters was 100 kilometers. Even pro athletes might not be able to cover that distance. And obviously I couldn't just walk the whole time doing nothing else, right? If I spotted supplies along the way, could I really hold back from picking them up? Not a chance. So 100,000 meters was an automatic pass. Snagging the 50,000 meter reward would already be a huge win. A full marathon was only 42 kilometers. This was more than a marathon. If I couldn't make it, I'd just walk less. Worst case, I'd miss out on some rewards. I'd never kept track of my daily mileage. All I knew was my phone's step counter maxed out at around 20,000 something steps, which worked out to only about 15 kilometers, a far cry from 50. But the reward at 50 kilometers just happened to be a special item, and it had me hooked. The previous ones had been quantum crystals, backpack upgrade crystals, treehouse modules. Every one of these special items packed a serious punch. I made up my mind. Tomorrow, no matter what, I was nailing that 50 kilometers. Wait, something just hit me. If walking racked up mileage, would pacing around inside the treehouse count too? The system only said accumulate distance by walking. It never specified I had to be out in the wild. As long as my feet were moving, it should work, right? If that panned out, couldn't I use my nights to walk out that seemingly impossible 50 kilometers? Let's test it. I have to test it. I bolted upright in bed and took a couple of steps. Sure enough, the counter ticked from 0 out of 1,000 to 1/1000th. It worked. Ha ha. I burst out laughing in sheer delight. This was a huge break. From 6 p.m. onward, I still had 6 hours. Used well, 50 kilometers wasn't out of reach. I tried marching in place, but no dice. My feet actually had to move forward. No matter, it was all exercise anyway. I was so pumped I wanted to start right that second, but a whole day of scavenging had worn me out. Better to turn in early and rise early. Tomorrow I could hunt for supplies and rack up mileage at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I lay back down and drifted off fast. Slept like a rock that night. I woke up the next morning close to 8. There were no alarm clocks out here, and the data panel didn't have one built in either, so waking up was on me. The best solution was to find a friend who turned in early and use them as a human alarm clock. The friend system actually had a wake-up feature. Oh man, my rabbit leg. I sighed between bites of bread. The bread came from the exchange, cheap enough. After fruit, bread was the most abundant food on the exchange, and also the one most people wanted the least, grayish, dry, and rock hard. Its only redeeming qualities were that it tasted okay, barely swallowable, and it was cheap. Over the past 2 days, I'd noticed that most people were opening Tier 1 treasure chests, which typically spat out industrial foods like bread, ham sausage, crackers, and instant noodles. Too bad I had no cookware, or I could have made myself a cup of noodles. So far, I'd been drinking nothing but cold water, not a single sip of anything warm. I put on my sun hat and sunglasses, grabbed the iron axe, fruit knife, water, and compound bow, and set out for the day's exploration. Today's plan: head south and see what other resources were out there. While the newbie protection period was still active, I wanted to cover as much ground as possible and get the lay of the land. Once that protection lifted, exploring would get a whole lot more dangerous. I shut the door and climbed down the ladder to the ground. The morning air, crisp with dew, was refreshing enough to snap me wide awake. First, I aimed the compound bow at a tree and let loose a few practice shots. Whoosh! The bow felt good in my hands, but my aim was garbage. One arrow hit a tree off to the side, another missed the mark entirely. I shook my head. Gotta practice. Archery drills and bamboo chopping could wait. Today's main task was to walk. Bamboo. The thought of chopping bamboo made me smack my forehead. Right? How could I forget something so important? Bamboo could be used as a cooking vessel. That's literally where bamboo tube rice comes from. Back when I used to scroll through short videos, those rural country vloggers would cook rice and dishes right inside bamboo tubes. I couldn't believe I'd forgotten. Damn it. I shot a glance at the small bamboo grove to the east, deciding to chop a few down to try out once I got back from exploring, then set off heading south. The forest was pleasantly cool in the morning. The dragon's pine tree canopy blocked out most of the sunlight, and with my sun hat on, it didn't feel stuffy at all. I hadn't gone far before I spotted a cluster of purple scale fruit. TCH, these things really are everywhere. I curled my lip, and this time I didn't strip the bushes bare like before. I just plucked a dozen or so plump ones for snacking. I kept an eye on my surroundings as I walked, while also watching the progress on my hiker tracker. The number tallying the distance ticked up steadily with every step. 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. This, earning rewards by walking, feeling was surreal. The tedium of exploration became downright motivating thanks to the instant feedback. Before I even realized it, a full kilometer was done. You have walked 1,000 meters today. Basic survival package obtained. A brown burlap sack icon flashed a few times and vanished, and a gift package appeared in my backpack. Here we go, the first one. I didn't open it right away. This thing was like a treasure chest. Cracking it open would just eat up an inventory slot, so I'd hold off for now. There weren't any people or predators around anyway. I could even dump it on the ground and come back for it later. It just felt safer keeping it on me. Onward, buoyed by the rush of a fresh reward, I hit the next 2 milestones in short order. You have walked 2,000 meters today. Practical Tools Package obtained. You have walked 5,000 meters today. Blueprint Package obtained. Only 5 kilometers. It feels like I've walked 50. I stared at the light screen in disbelief. This challenge wasn't as easy as I'd imagined. I was already tired after just 1/10 of the way, which meant 50 kilometers was going to be brutal. I'd been flagging resource spots along the way, which ate up plenty of time and energy. There was no such thing as flat ground in this forest. My feet were constantly tangling in gnarled tree roots. No good. I need to pick up the pace. I made the call right then and there. Apart from truly important resources, I wouldn't stop for stuff like purple scale fruit anymore. Today's main mission was exploring and covering distance. Achieving the goal meant making sacrifices. I chugged half a bottle of water and set off again. My stride was noticeably quicker this time, all for those reward packages. The faster pace ate up the distance quicker, but the cost was faster stamina drain, plus monotony. Everything around me seemed stuck on loop. Dragon's pine tree after dragon's pine tree, patch after patch of ferns and shrubs, the occasional boulder, and a forest that stretched on forever. Aside from my footsteps and panting breaths, and the occasional chirp of insects and birds, so quiet it was almost suffocating. Surviving alone in a place like this was a trial for anyone. Scrambling for a living every day, without a soul to talk to. Just how damn big is this place? I couldn't help grumbling. Doing the math with Earth's population of several billion. If there was only one person per 100-kilometer radius here, then this world's surface area had to dwarf Earth's by tens of thousands of times at the very least. That would be fine if the area were rich in resources, but this direction was clearly a far cry from the north. Just when I was starting to think today would be a bust, the light up ahead suddenly brightened. My spirits lifted. I picked up my pace, pushed aside the grass, and all at once the view opened wide. A shimmering lake spread out before me, its water crystal clear, mirroring the blue sky and green trees. A refreshing, damp breeze drifted off the surface, and flocks of waterbirds paddled leisurely near the middle of the lake. A lake this big? I was a little stunned. Compared to this, that pond up north was nothing, a puddle. Standing here, I couldn't even make out the far shore. Even better, hugging the southeastern bank right at the water's edge was a stretch of exceptionally lush bamboo, stretching farther than the eye could see. The sweeping view chased away my exhaustion. Now I wouldn't have to worry about running out of bamboo. It was a bit far, sure, but I could live with that. A lake meant fish, and one this big had to be teeming with them. All these birds also meant the ecosystem here was in top shape. I walked down to the shore and splashed water on my face, then glanced toward the bamboo grove on the left. I had a feeling, today, I was going to score. I followed the shoreline toward the bamboo. The wetland along the bank was soft underfoot, scattered with pebbles and clumps of water plants. The slightest movement sent waterbirds flapping up from the reeds with a startled whoosh into the sky. Are those wild ducks? Not far off, in a patch of reeds, several fowl larger than the other waterbirds, grayish-brown feathers, were drifting on the surface, taking sips of water and preening their feathers. They really are wild ducks. Gulp. I swallowed hard. I'd never eaten wild duck before. This was the good stuff. Plump, tender, juicy. And based on my last experience, I knew there had to be duck eggs around here too. A lake, a bamboo grove, wild ducks, and all these other birds, this place was a treasure trove. I forced down the urge to reach for my bow and decided to scout the area first. Besides, my archery was, to put it kindly, a work in progress. All these birds were out on the water. If I missed, I'd lose the arrows too. Once I had my aim dialed in, this lake would be my private backyard and grocery store rolled into one. You have walked 10,000 meters today. Rare resource package acquired. There it is. Finally hit 10 kilometers. By the time I made it around the lake, I'd probably rack up plenty more. My mood soared, and I was even more excited to see what the next package held. When I reached the edge of the bamboo grove, I realized it was much larger than I'd imagined. From a distance, it had just been a view. Standing inside it, I finally understood what it meant to be. A bamboo sea. And there were more bamboo shoots than I could count, patch after patch of them. Back on Earth, I'd always wanted to visit a bamboo sea, but never got the chance. Who'd have thought that wish would come true here? Ever since I got transmigrated, my luck had been pretty much unstoppable. Chalk it up to protagonist's plot armor, I guess. I'd been walking for a while now, and it was nearly noon. Hunger and fatigue reminded me it was time for a break. This spot was quiet, secluded, and right by the water, the perfect place to rest. I found a big boulder and sat down, then pulled out lunch. a piece of bread, a hot dog sausage, and some fruit I'd picked along the way. Simple, sure, but it'd have to do. I'd make up for it with a proper dinner later. As I ate, I gazed out over the lake and felt like I was back on Earth. This place was every bit as scenic as a 5A tourist site. In just a few minutes, I'd spotted over a dozen kinds of birds: egrets, cormorants, mallards, kingfishers, even 2 pairs of mandarin ducks. Set up a birdwatching platform here on Earth, and you'd probably pull in a fair number of tourists. I chuckled to myself. The more places I visited, the more I felt I'd picked a lousy spot for my treehouse. I'd thought having a stream out front was ideal, but now it seemed pretty average. Both this place and the pool were leagues better than my treehouse area. Unfortunately, once the treehouse was bound to a location, there was no swapping it. The one saving grace was that neither spot was very far away. I sat right in the middle, with easy access to both sides. Looked at that way, the area I'd picked wasn't half bad after all. I didn't linger after lunch. I had a lot on my plate today and couldn't afford to waste time. Just as I stood up, a faint rustling sound came from somewhere behind me. Huh? What's that? I snapped to attention, muscles tensing, half worried it was some predator. But then I remembered, I was still under the newbie protection period. Where would a beast even come from? I turned to look. About 7 or 8 meters away, a freshly sprouted bamboo shoot, about as thick as my thumb, was shaking violently and being dragged into the soil right before my eyes, as if something underground was tugging at it. Curiosity beat out caution. I softened my footsteps and crept closer. The sound grew clearer now, mixed with a crunch, crunch, gnawing noise. Nearly half the tender shoot had already been pulled underground. I held my breath, crouched down about 2 or 3 meters away, and gently parted the bamboo leaves. The sight in front of me made my eyes go wide. Right where the bamboo root disappeared into the ground, there was a hole about the size of a basketball. And at the mouth of that hole, a plump little critter with grayish-brown fur was clamping down on the bamboo root with its powerful front teeth, hauling it inch by inch into the burrow. A bamboo rat. The name popped into my head instantly. It looked exactly like the bamboo rats back on Earth. After the wild ducks, I'd just stumbled onto another item for the menu. In any wilderness survival scenario, this little guy was a top-tier delicacy: tender meat, rich flavor, packed with protein, and among the most nutritious game you could find. Judging by its size, it had to weigh at least 3, 4 pounds of meat. If I could bag it, dinner tonight would be a feast. Asterisk sought high and low with iron shoes worn through, only to find it without lifting a finger. Asterisk I was thrilled. I'd just been fretting over what to do about dinner meat. I didn't dare charge in. The grass was thick and bamboo leaves littered the ground. The slightest sound could spook it. Rush it head on. 2 or 3 meters with obstacles in between. The odds were terrible, and I might bang up this handsome face of mine. Not worth it. The more I thought about it, the more I realized my only hope was archery. I quietly pulled out my compound bow, nocked an arrow, closed one eye, held my breath, and slowly drew the string back. Steady, steady. I only had one shot. Whether or not I ate meat tonight came down to this single arrow. The bamboo rat was still chewing away, oblivious to its surroundings. Now, my eyes narrowed, and I released. Whoosh. The whole motion flowed like water. I had the air of an ancient general on the battlefield. The arrow streaked toward its target with a sharp whistle. My heart leapt into my throat as I stared straight ahead. Clink. The arrow didn't fly toward the bamboo rat at all. It hit a rock and ricocheted off. Asterisk squeak, squeak, squeak. Asterisk. Scared out of its wits, the bamboo rat let out a string of shrieks, released the bamboo, and with one violent twist of its plump body, all 4 paws scrambling, shwoop, it dove into its burrow and vanished without a trace. Only the faintly swaying young bamboo at the burrow's mouth remained. The world went instantly silent. I stayed frozen in my release stance, my face cycling from anticipation to shock to blankness, before finally settling into a look of utter, mortified stupor. Damn it. It took several seconds before I could squeeze out a strangled roar. I'd watched the meat practically in my mouth run away, and there wasn't a thing I could do about it. Head hanging, I trudged over and picked up the ricocheted arrow first. It was still intact, just dusted with a bit of stone chip. I looked at the rock, then at the burrow 2 meters beyond it. Ahem. I cleared my throat, my face burning, and could only give the empty air an awkward grin as I consoled myself. Close. So close. If anyone had seen that, they'd definitely have laughed at me. Close? That wasn't close. That was off by a country mile. Forget it, forget it. What's meant to be will be. What's not meant to be? Well, I'll just have to practice. Honestly, the moment I decided to use the compound bow, I'd figured this might be how it ended. Without yesterday's lucky koi buff boosting me, a shot like that was almost impossible to land. And even if I did hit, it'd probably just be the bamboo rat running into the arrow itself. Archery, I had to train it. Train it until I dropped. Once I mastered it, I could both improve my meals and fend off wild beasts. Once my archery reaches its peak, that's the day you all end up on my plate. I threw out the threat as I walked away. I couldn't afford to waste too much time on one bamboo rat. The pressing task now was completing the Trailblazer mileage quest. A bamboo grove this size had to hold more than one bamboo rat, and I was the only person within 100 kilometers, nobody to compete with. I'd have plenty of time later. I kept walking along the lake, glancing at the bamboo grove now and then, but all I heard was the rustle of wind through the leaves. The midday sun was brutal, and with no dragon spine trees along the shore to give shade, I started feeling dizzy from the heat. I had no choice but to duck into the bamboo grove to escape the sun. The ground inside was littered with rocks, which slowed me down, but my mileage kept climbing. 12,000, 13,000, 15,000. By the time I emerged from the grove, I was at 17,000. That one bamboo grove alone stretched 6 or 7 kilometers. Beyond the bamboo grove rose a small hill, 70 or 80 meters high. It was covered in trees, but not a single dragon spine among them. As everyone knew, only a dragon spine tree could be bound to a shelter. No dragon spine meant no tree house here. Was this meant to stop people from building tree houses on hilltops? The thought flickered through my mind, but I didn't dwell on it. The hill wasn't tall or wide, and I reached the top without much effort. From the summit, I could look down over the entire lake, an open, sweeping view, and I could even see the path I'd taken on the far shore. Too bad I couldn't set up a tree house here. Otherwise, it would have been prime lakefront property. Scattered through the grass on the summit were plenty of little round fruits, about the size of cherries. I picked one, and the system identified it as a berry, non-toxic, slightly tart, and sweet. I took a bite. SSSS, that's sour. It was sour enough to make me squint, but a hint of sweet aftertaste soon spread across my tongue. Actually pretty appetizing. I hadn't eaten much for lunch, but I didn't dare have too many. Just as I was about to leave, out of the corner of my eye I spotted some strange plants tucked in the shade behind a large rock. Half a meter tall, with slender stems and long leaves, and hanging from the leaf axils were slim, vivid red chili peppers. Chili peppers. I hurried over and crouched down for a closer look. Sure enough, they looked like a miniature version of bird's eye chilies, smaller, and a translucent red. Fire tongue pepper, a wild chili variant. In small amounts, it can flavor food, ward off cold, and preserve. Consuming too much has severe consequences. I picked the smallest one and brought it up to my nose. A wave of overbearing spice shot straight up to the top of my skull, so strong it made me want to sneeze. But I was even more excited. I already loved spicy food, and combined with the wild mountain peppers I'd found earlier, this could easily become a whole supply chain. Plenty of people loved spicy food. There had to be a market. The chili plants were sparsely scattered, and I spent some time picking every one I could find, ending up with a total of 165 peppers. Way more than one person could eat. Perfect for trading some off tonight. I kept moving. Once I'd walked the full loop back to my starting point, my mileage was up to 22,000. The lake's perimeter was about 10 kilometers, its surface area roughly the same as West Lake. While walking along the shore, I also noticed how abundant the fish life was. The sound of fish leaping from the water among the reeds was near constant. By the time I finished that loop, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Time to head back, or I wouldn't make it home before dark. The trip out had been tedious, but the walk back was cheerful. This outing had been a real haul. I discovered the Great Lake, the bamboo grove, plus bamboo rats, fire tongue peppers, and berries. The days ahead would definitely much more interesting. On the way back, my stamina was clearly running out. I had to stop and rest every so often. I could feel blisters forming on my soles, throbbing faintly. I'd been walking since morning, close to 30 kilometers now, most of it through rugged forest, and my shoes had rubbed my feet raw enough that they were staging a full-on revolt. Almost there. Hang in there. I gritted my teeth and pep-talked myself. You have walked 30,000 meters today. Superior equipment gift pack obtained. 30 kilometers. A wave of joy washed over me, and I forgot all about my aching feet. But then it hit me. I was still 20 kilometers away from the 50-kilometer special gift pack, and despair crept back in. After that, there was even a 100-kilometer target. Who on earth could pull that off? I don't know how long I walked, but eventually the familiar sound of the stream reached my ears. It was 5 in the afternoon by the time I got back to the treehouse. Instead of going inside, I hobbled over to the stream, pulled off my shoes, and sure enough, there was a broken blister on the sole of my right foot. At this rate, I wouldn't be able to walk at all tonight, and the 50-kilometer gift pack was probably going down the drain. I rinsed the foot quickly in the stream, then pulled up the data panel to look for something to bandage it with. Over at the exchange, I filtered by medical, bandages, disinfectant, and every result was a letdown. I didn't need herbs. The painkillers were outrageously expensive, and there wasn't a single bandage in sight. But while hunting for substitutes, I struck gold: sanitary pads. The things came in individual wrappers, clean and hygienic, soft, and just the right fit. Basically the perfect field dressing. Girls in military training even use them as shoe padding. That's the one. I swapped for a pack right then and there. Whoever was selling clearly knew how to price gouge a female essential. It was on the steep side, but I could live with it. After all, in the early days, nobody had much of anything to trade. Done. I looked at my patched-up foot. The setup looked ridiculous, but it worked surprisingly well. I stood up and took a few steps. There was still some discomfort, but compared to the searing pain from before, it was night and day. I could easily do another 20 kilometers. With that headache out of the way, I headed over to the bamboo grove on the east side and chopped down 2 stalks. If I wanted hot water, that was my only option for now. Back at the house, I flopped straight onto the floor and rested until 6. Once it got dark, I got up, filled the bamboo tubes with water, and set them beside the fire to heat, then took a look at today's haul. First, I opened the 1,000-meter basic survival gift pack. I hadn't gotten my hopes up, but the contents caught me off guard. A bag of bread, a pound of rice, and a jug of purified water. The bread was golden and fluffy, way better than what the system usually handed out. The purified water was a 5-gallon jug, so it doubled as an extra storage container. Nice bonus. But what really made my day was that pound of rice. 3 days into this whole ordeal, I could finally have an actual bowl of rice. The second was the practical tool gift pack, a folding and trenching shovel, a spray canister, and a claw hammer. Standard stuff. Nothing I needed right now. The third pack, the blueprint gift pack, contained just one item. Sky Garden Blueprint. Construct a vertical planting platform on the treehouse's outer walls or branches, enhancing aesthetics and food output. I was still in the scavenging for food phase. Who had time to mess around with a flower? Garden, hold on. There's no rule saying I can only plant flowers, right? Could I grow watermelons and strawberries? If that actually works, it'd be huge. I added it to the crafting table, only to find the materials list wasn't small. 50 wood, 20 rope, 30 clay, 10 plastic. No way I could gather all that right now, so I had to shelve it. The rare supplies pack had 5 items: a case of Coke, a bag of chocolate, a box of cold medicine, a coat, and a 3-piece bedding set. These count as rare. They're basic supplies at best. Still, all good stuff, especially the Coke. If I took that out to trade, people would be fighting over it. Last up, the Elite Gear Pack, 3 items. Jungle Walker Shin Boots. Waterproof and scratch-resistant, excellent grip. Relieves long-distance fatigue and foot injuries. It knew my feet were blistered, so it sent me boots. I was thrilled. With these, tomorrow's trip wouldn't be slowed down. Tactical arm guards. Lightweight, high-strength composite material. Joints stay flexible. Tang Saber. Forged from premium steel, sharp and durable. Arm guards plus a Tang Saber. Talk about a lifesaver. I gave the blade a few swings. It felt perfectly balanced in my hand. This round of supplies bumped up my combat power by several tiers. I couldn't shoot a bow, but a blade? Come on. With this gear, taking on a wild beast solo wouldn't be a problem. Once everything was sorted, I started on dinner. 1 cup of instant noodles, 2 hot dogs, 3 wild pheasant eggs. No meat, but not bad. I'd save the rice for whenever I got some meat. While waiting for the water to boil, I browsed the trading post. Today's haul had been solid, and combined with the packed supplies, I should be able to scrape together enough iron ingots to upgrade the treehouse. Socks? I'll take 2 pairs. Slippers? Trade. Iron ingots. Grabbing those. An iron pot? Trade. 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 Fresh ginger with dirt still on it. Somebody just dug this up out of the ground. Huh. Marble. That'll come in handy for building a bathroom. Trade. After a whole flurry of trading, even a treehouse this big looked cluttered. Without any storage containers, everything just had to sit on the floor. At this point, I was only 3 iron ingots away from the upgrade, but food came first. I poured the hot water into the noodle cup, tossed in the hot dogs and eggs, and 3 minutes later, I was digging in like there was no tomorrow. I was starving. While eating, I scrolled through the chat channel to see how everyone else's day had gone. Haha. I ran into a treasure chest too. Turned out I opened up some old man's chicken. What old man's chicken? KFC, obviously. What level chest did you guys get? Level 1. Mine was level 2. Damn, I still haven't found a single chest. Hey, it's dinner time. How come nobody's showing off their meals today? Where's that big shot from before? The one grilling chickens and roasting rabbits. That last one made me pause. Someone was actually thinking about me? A whole crowd chimed in below in agreement. Was I really that well known on this channel? I snapped a photo of the instant noodles in front of me and posted it. Bad luck today. Only got instant noodles. Instant noodles? Compared to the last couple of days, that's downright ordinary. Don't jump to conclusions. Yo, check out what's in this guy's instant noodles. What else could be in there besides noodles? Wait, 3 eggs. And ham sausage. Is that a Coke next to it? That one meal is 2 days worth of food for me. Bro's eating better than I did before I got transported here. How does he even have Coke? You got more, big shot? I'll trade you for it. I'm done for. My Coke addiction I've been kicking for 3 days just came roaring back. Somebody save me. I want some too. +1. I hadn't expected the Coke to be the biggest draw, though thinking about it, it made sense. How many people back on Earth chug the stuff every single day without ever getting sick of it? My private messages were instantly flooded with offers to buy Coke, and the corner of my mouth curled up in a sly little smirk. I wasn't hooked on the stuff myself, so I'd trade every bottle away. Let's see what kind of prices they'd cough up. I was scrolling through the messages one by one when my chopsticks suddenly froze midair. Plenty of people had noticed me buying up iron ingots yesterday, and now they were all sending offers of iron. Without a moment's hesitation, I traded for 3 of them. That was every last material I needed to upgrade the treehouse. I didn't grab more in case I wouldn't need them later, but Coke was in constant demand, so keeping some on hand meant I could barter for other things down the road. I stepped over to the control panel and pulled up the upgrade menu. Treehouse level 1. Upgrade requirements. Wood 854/500, stone 135 100ths, iron ingots 50 50ths, energy crystal 1 first. Requirements met. Proceed with upgrade. Yes. Upgrading. Time remaining 1 hour. I'd assumed it would be instant. Turned out I had a full hour to wait. Well, in that case, may as well keep grinding out the mileage. I finished off the noodles, gulped down a few mouthfuls of broth, and got right back to work. Still 18 kilometers to go, and only 5 hours until midnight. That's nearly 4 kilometers an hour. Cutting it close. I glanced down at my feet, unsure if they could hold up, so I started pacing back and forth inside the treehouse. The floor was smooth and flat, way easier on my feet. The soles didn't ache nearly as much, and I could catch up on chat and browse the exchange at the same time. Watching everyone crack jokes and roast each other, making the best of a rough situation, I felt myself relax, and my pace naturally picked up. Tang Tian. Brothers, the concept art for the Banana Leaf Battle Robe 3.0 is finally out. Inspired by the roots of the dragon pine tree, split body, streamlined tailoring. Detachable shoulder attachment points, asymmetric hem slits, double-layered banana leaf lining with flexible vine reinforcement. Codename, Guardian. Get yours while they're hot. Damn, I turned my back for 2 days, and he's already up to version 3.0. Back on Earth, this guy would have been a fashion designer, easy. Total waste of talent out here. Ling Feng. Hold up. You're already on 3.0? What about the one you promised me? Tang Tian. Chill, 3.0 is just concept art. Yours is in production. Li Lu. Mass production, please. Reserving a set. Survival's gotta have style. Li Qingfeng. Why not just cobble together an aircraft carrier while you're at it? Ling Feng. Save me one, Brother Tang. I'm gonna be the first to rock it. Pick. Pick. Ling Feng even attached a photo. He was standing with hands on hips in an outfit woven from leaves, deliberately striking a pose. Except one leaf along the hem had slipped sideways, exposing a bare sliver of thigh. The chat exploded with laughter below. Bro Ling Feng, your dried chicken look is still on point. That leaf sliding off, intentional ventilation? Your debut pick doubles as a wind resistance test for version 3.0, huh? You guys don't get it. This is called being one with nature. Get this bunch of lunatics together and the laughs never stop. Before I knew it, I'd finished the full 5 kilometers, faster than I'd expected. My feet still ached, but hey, I'm a man. Grit your teeth and it passes. For the sake of that special item gift pack at 50 kilometers, I was going all in. Upgrade complete. Please tap to confirm. Done already? The exhaustion on my face was instantly swept away by wild elation, and even the pain in my feet eased. I lunged for the control panel and, without a moment's hesitation, slammed the flashing confirm. Hum. A low, deep hum rolled through the air, and the whole treehouse trembled faintly. A soft, pale green glow burst outward from the control panel, spreading along the tree walls. The left wall came alive, stretching and reshaping itself upward. Accompanied by the creaking of wood, a solid staircase, grown and fused naturally from the dragon's pine tree itself, took shape right before my eyes, hugging the wall, sturdy and rock solid. At the top of the staircase, an opening appeared. Stairs? An entrance? Is that a way up to a second floor? My heart was pounding. I'd assumed the upgrade would just improve the space. Never dreamed it would add a whole extra floor. This duplex layout, literally grown into being, was way more mind-blowing than any steel and concrete loft. Notice, Survivor Qin Shu has upgraded his treehouse to level 2, becoming the first person to upgrade a treehouse, and receives a generous reward. The notice blared 3 times in a row, jolting awake even the folks who'd already turned in. The world channel erupted, every topic suddenly zeroing in on me. Huh? Upgraded to a level 2 tree cabin. Only day 3 and somebody's already leveling up? He's gotta be hacking, right? I was sound asleep and got blasted awake. Who the hell is this Qin Shu prick? Isn't he the guy topping the resource gathering leaderboard? Upgrading takes a ton of materials. He's got no shortage, obviously. What's this energy crystal you need to upgrade? I've never even seen one. I've got every other resource ready, just missing the energy crystal. Cracked open 6 treasure chests, and still nothing. 6 chests? You're a savage too. What kind of reward did he actually get? I'm so jealous. Starting tomorrow, I'm grinding too. Envy, jealousy, shock, questions, curses, every emotion in the mix. The scene was just like when Zhang Kuang made the first monster kill and opened up the hunt leaderboard. The first one to eat the crab always shines brightest and draws the most flack. And it wasn't just the Huaxia region. The other regional channels were blowing up too. America's region John. What the hell? Upgra. Made it to a tier 2 treehouse? On day 3. Korea's server, Kim Minsu asterisk. How is it another Huaxia player? Japan server, Inoue Haruki asterisk what? First place isn't from our great Yamato people. Oceania server, Jack asterisk, just got woken up. Who the hell is this Qin Shu? But compared to the uproar on the other channels, channel 666666 fell dead silent for a heartbeat, then exploded with even more excited shouting. Because to them, that name was all too familiar. An hour ago, I was still shooting the breeze with them in the channel, and just like that I'd become the talk of the town. The channel was flooded in an instant. Holy shit. Qin Shu. Is that our Qin Shu? That's the avatar sitting at number 1 on the resource gathering leaderboard. And he just topped the treehouse construction leaderboard too. Big bro, where do you score the energy crystals? What was the upgrade reward? Spill. Our channel's about to blow up. We've got the server-wide number 1 right here. Shock. Worship, pleas for advice, requests to ride his coattails. It all came bursting out like a volcano, with countless people at ING. Too bad I didn't have the bandwidth to read any of it. I was too busy staring, dumbstruck, at the upgrade reward the system had just dropped in my lap. I hadn't expected the very first person to upgrade their wooden hut to actually get a reward. Not only was there a hefty gift pack, my body itself had been enhanced. A faint tremor ran through my limbs, and my bones let out soft, crackle pop, sounds only I could hear, not fractures, but the sound of some invisible force tempering them tougher. My muscles tensed and relaxed, and a surge of raw power welled up inside me. Hell yes, I hooped, then turned my attention to that big gift pack. Inside were a full 5 items, every single one top shelf. Backpack Upgrade Crystal. Increases backpack capacity by adding extra slots. Everlasting Firefly Core. Provides permanent lighting for the treehouse and future spaces. No power source required. Treehouse Module. Build one additional small room on a branch to expand your space. Requires Tier 2 treehouse or above. Wildcard. Used to directly obtain any single card from the compendium. Treehouse Sentry. Monitors everything within a 10-meter radius of the treehouse. Stands guard 24/7. Sweet mother of. All 5 are special items. I've hit the jackpot this time. My eyes went wide as saucers, and I just sat there in a daze for a long moment. Before, I'd walked my legs off just to score a single special item, and now 5 of them had been dropped in my lap for free. How is this any different from pies falling out of the sky? The backpack crystal and the treehouse module went without saying, the more the merrier. The Everlasting Firefly Core was basically a lighting system. Previously, building one meant scrounging up copper wire, glass, and a generator, none of which were easy to get your hands on. Now all that hassle was taken care of, and any new space I unlocked down the line would come pre-lit. The wild card was the most underwhelming of the bunch. You'd still have to collect. You'd need 9 matching cards to use it, so that's not happening anytime soon. The wildest one was the Treehouse Sentry, basically a security system for the treehouse. I could see what was going on outside without stepping out, even at night. Every time I heard a beast roaring out there, my heart would skip a beat, and the worst part was not being able to see what it was. Problem solved. It suddenly hit me. If upgrading the treehouse got me rewards this generous, then Zhang Kuang, the first person to kill a beast, must have scored something just as good. Looked like upgrading the treehouse was the top priority. I glanced around. The crude wooden door had been reinforced with a layer of tough, dark green wood, sealing up every last draft. The water pipe was thicker now, and the flow much stronger. But the biggest change was on the wall to the left of the control panel. A new storage cabinet with 30 compartments, complete with climate-controlled preservation. 30 slots, and it keeps food fresh. I was thrilled. I'd been worried the pheasant eggs would spoil. No need to stress about that anymore. I hurried over and placed the Everlasting Firefly Core and the Treehouse Sentry in front of the control panel. Both items were absorbed instantly. I flicked the switch on the right, and the whole treehouse lit up in a flash. The light was actually radiating out from within the wooden walls. No bulbs, but the whole place was bright as day. A new surveillance option had appeared on the control panel. I tapped it, and up came a live feed of the outside of the treehouse. Full 360-degree coverage, no blind spots, complete with night vision. Even in pitch-black darkness, I could see everything clearly. So practical. Peace of mind, maxed out. I checked the stats panel. Chinshu, LV2. Treehouse level, 2. Upgrade requirements. Wood 354/1000. Stone 35 500ths. Iron ingot 0 100ths. Plastic 0 50ths. Glass 0 20ths. Energy crystal 0 firsts. Level 3 needs this much. Not happening anytime soon. I could stomach the other materials being 10 times higher. The real killer was that energy crystal. Over the past few days on the World Channel, I'd learned just how ridiculously hard those things were to come by. I'd only gotten one thanks to sheer dumb luck. I climbed the stairs on the left up to the second floor, and what I saw made me gasp all over again. The second floor was divided into 2 rooms by a latticed wooden partition. On the left was a bedroom with a wooden bed. On the right was something like a study, a chair paired with a plank of wood jutting out from the wall to serve as a desk. Look at me now, a man with his own little villa. I flopped onto the wooden bed, overcome with feelings. The surface was firm and cool to the touch, giving off a faint fresh scent, way more comfortable than the one downstairs. This was living. Oh right, I still have 2 treehouse modules. I headed straight back downstairs to use them. Treehouse expanded. Please proceed to the second floor to inspect. That fast. I ran back up. Sure enough, Both the bedroom and the study now had an extra door on each side. I pushed one open, small rooms, about 5 or 6 square meters each, growing out along the thick tree branches, with a drop below. Empty. I'd originally planned to make one of them a kitchen, but on second thought, I scrapped the idea. The fumes would drift into the bedroom, and cooking meant fetching water and prepping ingredients anyway. The first floor was right next to the water pipe and storage locker, way more convenient. Kitchen stays downstairs. The second floor could be used for something else. I looked around a few more times, liking it more with every glance. Crap, I almost forgot about today's hiker quest. I'd been so caught up in the excitement that I forgot I still had to walk a full 50 kilometers. I'd already done close to 40. Giving up now would be a waste. I hauled the blankets from the first floor up to the second and was just about to use the backpack crystal when a glance at my backpack made me freeze. The capacity had somehow gone from 20 slots to 30. Had I already used the crystal? But heading downstairs to check, the crystal was still sitting right there. Turning it over in my head, I could only come up with one explanation. Those extra 10 slots were a bonus from upgrading the treehouse. Whatever, I used the crystal anyway, and the backpack jumped straight to 40 slots, double what it had been. Other people only had 10, I had 40. That meant I could carry way more stuff whenever I headed out. Watching my mileage tick steadily upward, a smile crept onto my face. At this rate, hitting 50 kilometers today would be no problem. I also noticed I'd climbed to first place on the treehouse construction leaderboard, my score rocketing from a few hundred to 10,600, 2,000 for each of the 2 small rooms, 2,000 for the sentry, 1,500 for lighting. Second place was only in the low 2,000s, putting me over 7,000 points ahead. Truth be told, the bulk of those points came from the upgrade and the special items. The stuff I'd actually built with my own hands didn't amount to much. My private messages were flooded again. People looking to ride my coattails, people begging for tips, people straight up begging for handouts, people trying to recruit me into their groups. My only friend, Han Shuang, had messaged too. How'd you level up so fast? Just got lucky. Where'd you get the energy crystal? Opened it out of a treasure chest. Pure luck. Figured as much. What changes after the treehouse upgrades? I told her about some of the basic stuff, keeping quiet about the treehouse modules, the lighting, and the surveillance system. There's a storage locker and a second floor? That good. Han Shuang sounded both amazed and eager. She actually had plenty of supplies. She was just short an energy crystal and a bit of iron. You should hurry and upgrade too. It's way better than level 1. Easier said than done. Barely anyone has a crystal. Hang in there. Any of the upgrade rewards include something really tasty to eat. That line made me crack up. All this greedy girl ever thought about was food. I typed back, no food. She replied with a disappointed little oh. Hands down the most food-obsessed person I've ever met. Han Shuang knew when to back off, so she didn't push. Everyone else, though, they all wanted to know exactly what that generous reward was. I couldn't be bothered to answer them one by one. There was no way I could keep up. I opened the chat channel and found I'd become the topic of everyone's discussion. Wonder what a level 2 treehouse looks like. You think it changes? Obviously. Otherwise, why bother upgrading? No point guessing, just ask him. You think the big shot's gonna answer you? Seeing this, I couldn't help but smirk. These guys were sharp, nailed it on the first guess. If what I'd lived in before was a thatched hut, then this was a 2-story loft apartment. Night and day, I typed out a message and sent it. Nothing much, really. The stream got bigger. There's a new storage locker that keeps things fresh. The space expanded so you can go up to a second floor, and oh yeah, the backpack got 10 more slots. The channel exploded. The big shot's here. Somebody grab a net. There really is a second floor. The space doubles. I'm officially jealous. What's there to be jealous about? Just hit level 2 yourself. A fresh keeping storage locker too? Tree houses are this user-friendly. Damn. The upgraded big shots in this channel? Should have said so earlier. I'm out of channel 1. I picked a few questions and answered them. After a few days together, sharing a bit didn't hurt. Sooner or later someone else would level up anyway. Big shot. So what's actually in the generous reward? That can't say. Nothing good. Really, just stuff I can't use. I knew the moment I spilled it, envy would come flooding in. Better to keep quiet. Liar. The system literally called it a generous reward. It's gotta be good stuff. Come on, share a little. Let us have a look. Is it a special item? The channel erupted in pleading and groaning. Watching it, I had to laugh. They were like a bunch of kids. After thinking it over, I posted a picture of that useless universal card. Perfect proof that my nothing good line was true. The other 4 items were already used up, so this was all I had left anyway. A universal card? This is the generous reward. 1 card counts as generous? This thing's a joke. Getting the full set of 10 cards is harder than reaching heaven. That card's probably never going to see the light of day. Hearing that actually makes me feel a lot better. Yeah, that's just what he's showing you. The good stuff, he's definitely keeping hidden. There were still some sharp ones in the mix. 45 kilometers. 47. 49. 49.9. You have walked 50,000 meters today. Special item gift pack obtained. Finally, my heart leapt with joy, and then I collapsed flat on the ground. I'd nearly killed myself for this reward, racing to finish those 50 kilometers before midnight. The price was that I was now hobbling around like a cripple, but nothing serious. After resting a moment, I sat up to open the gift pack. I just wanted to know whether those last 20 kilometers had been worth it. Please don't let it be another. The same tier as that card. Special item package. Randomly grants 1 special item. Please, God, let it be something useful. I pressed my palms together, my legs still trembling. Those 10+ kilometers had wrung out just about every ounce of strength I had. The package flashed with light, and a tablet-sized metallic device of unusual design appeared in my hands. Mineral Scanner. 1. Automatically detects and identifies mineral resources within a 500-meter radius. 2. Manually input a specific mineral to track it within a 3-kilometer range. A scanner. I perked right up, the exhaustion swept away by a rush of excitement. Guess prayers really do work. Worth it. Those 50 kilometers were worth it. I couldn't help growling under my breath, and even the ache in my ankles felt a little lighter. This was hands down a strategic grade item. I'd been racking my brain over where to find iron and copper. With this, my resource hunting efficiency was about to skyrocket. And it wasn't just gold, silver, copper, and iron either. Quartz, mica, fluorite, even diamonds and jade. Any valuable solid resource buried underground counted as a mineral. Range is a bit small, though. I fiddled with it for a while and figured out how it worked. Just carry it on me, and it would automatically scan for ores within 500 meters, manually type in iron, and it would flag any iron deposit within 3 kilometers. I had no idea how many kinds of special items were out there, but this mineral scanner had to be one of the absolute top-tier ones. That all-purpose card didn't hold a candle to it. That's it, I'm going to bed. Once the thrill wore off, exhaustion came crashing back over me. Only half an hour until midnight. I could just lie down and wait it out. I splashed some cold water on my face and hobbled up to the 2nd floor, flopping face first onto the new bed. Whoever designed the 2nd floor had been thoughtful. There were light switches both at the top of the stairs and beside the bed. Between the comfort of the new bed, the sense of security after the upgrade, and my body's self-preservation kicking in after being pushed past its limits, my resistance completely crumbled. My eyelids drifted shut, and before I could even straighten out my posture, my consciousness sank into the dark. Downstairs, the security monitors kept silent watch over the treehouse. Outside was the forest at night, teeming with hidden dangers, the occasional roar of some beast drifting through. Inside, there was only the sound of my breathing gradually growing steady and deep. The night was late, but the world channel was as lively as ever, except the subject of discussion was no longer entirely me. Things seemed to have gone back to normal. Question: what's the weather forecast look like on your end for tomorrow? Mine says 90% chance of moderate rain. Same here, 90% moderate rain. All the same, guess this world's pretty uniform in some ways. That's actually kind of creepy. There's only 1 person per 100-kilometer radius, but the weather's identical for everyone. Whoever's running this game has to be seriously powerful. Whatever, man. All we can do now is play by his rules and figure out how to sur out. Someone happened to notice it was going to rain tomorrow, and once word got around, quite a few people started to panic. Can we even go out in the rain? A little rain won't kill you. What if you catch a cold? There's no hospital here, no medicine. A bad fever could actually kill someone. Once one anxious guy spoke up, plenty of others thought he had a point. Then I'm not going out tomorrow. I'll stay in my treehouse. Won't that put you a day behind everyone else? I'm already way behind that big shot at the top. What's one more day? Huh. I've got a straw rain cape. I'm not worried. I used to think it was a junk item from the treasure chest, but who knew it'd come in handy this fast? I've got an umbrella. Tomorrow, boys, watch your big brother crack open some treasure chests. The conversation shifted to the weather. Those with rain gear were thrilled. Those without were long-faced. They had to choose between hunting for supplies in the rain or wasting a whole day. I don't know how much later it was when a flat, emotionless electronic chime rang in my head without warning. I must have been really exhausted because that faint little sound didn't wake me up. Ding. Today's identity. The angler who never comes home empty. Every time you cast your line, patience guarantees a catch with random wait times. Side effect. Once you start fishing, you must fish for a full 3 hours or all your catch will be confiscated. Wait without waste. When the rod lifts, the reward comes. I slept until I woke up naturally, stretched, and found my foot no longer hurt. But the moment I sat up, I heard the pouring rain outside. I pulled up the panel to check my identity, and stroking my chin, I froze. Angler? And one who never comes home empty? I hadn't done much fishing before, barely an amateur at best. Thankfully, a few days back I traded some purple scale fruit for a set of fishing line, so it'd come in handy now. The rain was a bit annoying, though, and there was that lousy 3-hour minimum side effect to deal with. Munching on a wheat loaf I'd unpacked from a care package, I glanced at the forecast. Rain all day, and a 60% chance of rain tomorrow too. Hiding indoors would mean wasting 2 whole days. No way. I think I opened a raincoat at some point. I dug out the raincoat and slipped it on, a perfect fit. All I was missing was a fishing rod, and for that I just needed to chop one at the bamboo grove. The rain was heavier than I'd expected. The woods were nothing but mud puddles, one slippery step after another. I pulled the raincoat tight, grateful I had this gear, otherwise I couldn't have set a foot outside the door. Right about now, the exchange had to be swamped with people trying to buy anything that could keep the rain off. That guy Tang Tian who sold the banana leaf war robe was probably about to make a killing again. At the bamboo grove, I swung my iron axe and chopped down a straight, slender bamboo stalk, then dragged it back to the treehouse and crafted the first fishing rod of my life. Crude, sure, but good enough to land a fish of 2 or 3 pounds. I put together a little stool too. After all, I had 3 hours of sitting ahead of me. While getting ready, I glanced at the chat channel. The rainy days were always lively on the channel. Anybody selling umbrellas? I'll buy. You think this is Earth? Online shopping too. Where's Banana Bro? I need a haute couture battle robe. ASAP. He headed out at the crack of dawn to harvest leaves. Diligent guy. What a bunch of clowns. With my gear packed, I set off. First stop was the little stream nearby, but it was swollen and churning with dead branches and leaves. No way to fish there. I moved on to the pool, but it was muddy from the waterfall runoff and pelting rain, its surface littered with debris. I sat down and gave it a try anyway. Raindrops hammered the water into a mess of ripples. I couldn't even see the float. After 10 minutes, I called it and cut my losses. Then it hit me as I stared at my status info. It said catch something. It never specified fish. What if I hauled up a corpse or something? I shook my head and laughed at myself. I was the only person on this deserted island. Who else could I possibly catch? That left me no choice but to trek to the lake 10 kilometers away. I was on the north side of the island. The lake was to the south. Round trip would eat up 5 or 6 hours. Luckily, I'd gotten up early. It was just past 8. My shin guard boots were a lifesaver, non-slip and easy on the legs. Still, over 2 hours of non-stop slogging through mud drained me. The only thing keeping me going was the tantalizing promise of never skunked. At long last, the familiar lake came into view. Rain hammered the surface in dense sheets. In the distance, water and sky blurred into a single wash of gray-white. Way better than the pool. Better still, there was a massive dragon spine tree on the bank, its canopy like a natural umbrella that blocked most of the rain. I dragged my exhausted body under the tree, sat down, and cast my line. A notification chimed. Fishing has begun. Please continue for a full 3 hours. The moment my line hit the water, a private message from Han Shuang popped up. Is it raining where you are too? You still hold up inside? Nope. I'm outside enjoying nature's free shower and blessing my new fishing rod at the same time. You're fishing in this weather? That's hardcore. I told her I had a raincoat and warned her not to head out without proper gear, or she'd catch a cold. That finally got her to drop it. Right as we wrapped up, I noticed Ling Feng hawking umbrellas in the channel, two wooden planks slapped together at an angle, propped up by a stick underneath. The thing looked as crude as the Chinese character Ga, but people were scrambling to buy one. I wondered where he'd gotten so many iron nails. Even with the tree overhead, rain still drifted in from the front. I typed in the channel, Chen Shu at Ling Feng. How much for a wooden umbrella? I'll take one. Li, holy crap. It's the boss. Tang Tian. Boss, add me as a friend, and I'll throw in a banana battle robe on the house. Ling Feng. Get lost, get lost. The boss wants a MY umbrella. Add me as a friend, and I'll send you the deluxe edition. Chen Shu, friend request is fine. Skip the battle robe, I've got a raincoat. Ling Feng, a true boss move. But if you've got a raincoat, why do you need an umbrella? Chen Shu, for fishing. Image. I snapped a photo and sent it over. A fishing rod dipping into a vast, misty lake, rain pouring down, distant mountains blurring like an ink wash painting. The channel exploded instantly. Is this the boss's fishing spot? The vibe is unreal. We're out here trying to survive, and this guy's out here vibing. That's not fishing. That's transcendent cultivation. Boss, you selling any of those fish? My kid hasn't had a bite of meat in days. I answered them one by one, then added Tang Tian and Ling Feng as contacts. Ling Feng quickly delivered a wooden umbrella, much nicer than the ones he was selling, with extra wooden planks front and back, like a little roof. I took it without hesitation. We'd settle payment after I was done fishing. I took a bite of bread and locked my eyes on the float. About 5 minutes later, the float gave a tiny twitch. The movement was minuscule, but I caught it. Now, I snapped my wrist and yanked the rod up hard. The rod bent into an arc, and a steady, heavy pull came from beneath the water. There's some weight to this. No small fish. The beast thrashed left and right underwater, but I stayed calm and worked it slowly. After a few rounds, its strength began to fade. Definitely a monster. I seized my chance and gave a hard lift. Splash. Water flew everywhere, and a finger-length little whitebait sailed out of the water and smacked right onto the bridge of my nose. Me. Where's my monster? Only the sound of pouring rain answered, as if mocking me. Whatever, whatever, at least I'm not skunked. I tossed the whitebait into the bucket. Back to it. This time I waited a good 10+ minutes before the float was yanked sharply underwater. One lift, and I flew the fish straight onto the bank. A wild crucian carp, easily 7 or 8 ounces. Hell yeah, target fish. I dropped the crucian into the bucket and rebaited. Only 20 minutes in, plenty more chances ahead. I even started thinking about building a little shelter here so I could come fish whenever I wanted, spice up the menu. Han Shuang messaged again. Catch anything yet? If not, come back. Don't catch a cold. I snapped a photo, getting up close to make the crucian look bigger. Damn, you've already got 2? That one's gotta be 4 or 5 pounds. I almost lost it laughing. A 7 or 8 ounce fish, and she called it 4 or 5 pounds. Were my photo skills really that good? I forwarded the picture into the channel too, and sure enough it drew another wave of envy, along with some people asking to reserve one. I typed back, we'll see how it goes, and closed the interface. Right then, the float twitched again. A bite. I stared at the lake surface and slowly raised the rod. This doesn't feel like a crucian. Crucian carp usually give a sharp dip or push the float up. This one was a slow, steady drag downward, more like a different species, or maybe even a snag on the bottom. But snags don't move. The tip of the float had already sunk 2 marks under, and it was still going down. Whatever it is, hook it first. I'm an angler who never comes home empty-handed. There's no way I'm getting snagged on the bottom. I jerked the rod up decisively, putting some muscle into it. The struggle I'd been expecting never came, and a bad feeling started creeping up on me. I kept reeling in, not much resistance, but there was definitely weight on the line. Sure enough, something dark broke the surface. After all that waiting, I'd hooked a grimy black branch. That's when it hit me why the description said, every cast, if you're patient, is guaranteed to catch something. Because what you caught wasn't necessarily a fish. It could just as easily be a busted branch or a clump of rotten weeds. If a stick counted as a catch, no wonder they called it never skunked. Resigned, I dragged the branch to shore, unhooked it, baited up with bread again, and cast back out. What a pain. How about an actual fish for once? Just as I was zeroing in on the float, a quack, quack, hit my ears. Wild ducks. And more than one. too. That got me pumped. I followed the sound over to a nearby patch of reeds, and sure enough, there was a whole flock of grayish-brown wild ducks. Can't catch fish, might as well grab a few ducks. I was grinning wickedly, about to sneak up on them, when they spotted me. A chorus of alarmed quacks erupted, and in the blink of an eye, every last duck had taken wing. That jumpy, huh? With roast duck off the menu, I still wasn't ready to give up, so I started hunting around for duck eggs. I poked through several spots. Nothing. I was about to call it quits when something moving in the shallows caught the corner of my eye. I squinted for a better look. A little bluish-green critter was crawling along, waving its pincers. Crayfish. My eyes lit up. This stuff tasted way better than fish. The distance was close enough that I didn't need any tools. I crouched down low, slowly slid my right hand into the water, spread my fingers, and lunged for its back. Splash. Water flew everywhere. The poor crayfish didn't even have time to react before I had it clamped in my fist. Huh. Spicy crayfish for dinner tonight. I chuckled happily and tossed it into the bucket. Sure, it was only thumb-sized and still bluish-green, an undergrown juvenile, but hey, a good start's a good start. Buoyed by my first victory, my confidence surged. A glance at the float showed no action, so I just kept working the shoreline for more crayfish. There weren't as many as I'd hoped, and plenty were too far out to reach, but after a full sweep, I'd rounded up a decent handful. When I looked back, I noticed several more had crawled up into the wet grass on the bank. Easy to miss if you weren't paying close attention. I snatched them all up. 8 in total. I just plopped back down on my little stool when the float twitched. Here we go. I yanked the rod up. There was definitely something swimming down there. I hauled it out and took a look. A bitterling. Just like chub, these were bait-stealing little nightmares, the bane of every angler. Over the next 20 minutes, I pulled up several more bitterlings in a row. I finally gave up and switched to a different spot. This time I waited a full half-hour before the float budged, and when it did, the pull was way stronger. A monster. This one's got to be a monster. I didn't dare crank on it, afraid it'd bolt. I spent a few minutes playing it, slowly working it in. Surface. Holy crap, this one's huge. A bream. I carefully dragged it to the bank, lifted the line, and let out a long breath. This bad boy easily weighed 2 pounds, the biggest fish I'd ever caught in my life. Good thing my bamboo rod was thick enough, otherwise it would have snapped for sure. For the next hour or so, my luck kept rolling. I reeled in a dozen more crucian carp, each pushing a pound. There was only one word for the feeling. Awesome. By 2:30 in the afternoon, I was getting ready to pack up and go hunt for crayfish when the float twitched again. One more before I go wouldn't hurt. I lifted the rod slowly, and a familiar sensation crept up my arm. Not another branch, was it? But this one was heavier. I hauled it up bit by bit, and the outline gradually came into focus. It looked like a box, a treasure chest. With a splash, the thing broke the surface. It really was a treasure chest. Tier 1 treasure chest. Contains basic supplies, with a very small chance of yielding rare resources and special items. Who would have thought fishing could land you a treasure chest? Turns out this identity wasn't for catching fish, it was for catching chests. I opened it without hesitation. I had a full 40 slots in my inventory anyway, way more than I could use. Spatula soy sauce oyster sauce. How thoughtful. You knew I was planning a nice dinner tonight, so you had it express delivered. A whole kitchen starter kit, too. I couldn't wipe the grin off my face. The fish I'd caught and the shrimp I'd trapped were all good stuff, but without proper tools I could only roast them or boil them in bamboo tubes, which killed the flavor. Now, with a spatula plus soy sauce and oyster sauce, I could actually pull off a proper spicy crayfish dish. Time to wrap up. Might as well grab a few more crayfish while I've got time. Once it rains, crayfish really aren't hard to find. They turn up all along the shore. Got one hiding here. There's another. Oh ho, sticking your butt up in the air, huh? Come on, Big Brother's taking you home for a hot bath. I threw myself into the joy of the harvest, sweeping several out of a clump of grass in a single scoop. The haul in my bucket kept growing. A rough count put it at 40 or 50 at least. Not big, but plenty of them, and all fresh. Time's about up. Let's head back. I wiped the rain off my face. Going forward, I'd never be short on crayfish. Fish for them on sunny days, grab them by hand on rainy ones. But looking down at the bucket, fish and shrimp combined had to be at least 20 pounds. A serious problem hit me. How the hell was I going to carry all this back? lugging this bucket down 2 hours of muddy trail. I'd be lucky to make it in 3. I opened up the marketplace looking for something to lighten the load, and when my eyes landed on my friend's list, a name suddenly clicked. I had an idea. You there? Yeah. Done fishing. Han Shuang wrote back quickly. Yeah. You busy right now? Not really. Truth was, she'd also bought a bamboo rod hoping to head out and fish, only to realize she had no line or hooks. She'd been stewing over it. I'll treat you to something good for dinner if you do me a favor. Deal. My idea was simple. Send the fish and shrimp to her first, then take them back once I'm at the tree house. Backpacks can't hold live creatures, but friends can gift each other live ones. I picked that up from the chat channel. Huh? The big shot actually needs my help. Cut the sass. You in or not? Say the word. If I can help, I will. I caught a few fish here, but the lake's too far from the tree house to haul them back. I'll send them to you first, then transfer them back once I'm home. Payment. I'll cook fish for you tonight. I knew this little glutton couldn't resist that hook. Read her like a book. No problem. I love helping people out. And just so we're clear, this isn't about your fish. I grinned and hit gift on the whole bucket of catch. She accepted it in a flash. On the other end, Han Shuang was still puzzled. It's just a few fish. How hard could they be to carry? She pulled the wooden bucket out, and it landed in front of her with a thud. One look, and she froze on the spot. A few fish? The bucket was packed to the brim with crayfish. A fish flopped underneath, and only then did she notice more than a dozen 1-pound crucian carp pinned below, plus a bream easily topping 2 pounds. Is this guy running a cheat code? She thought back to my breezy line, caught a few fish, and it hit her as absurd. How long did this take him? She crouched down and gave the pile a poke, and a crayfish instantly reared up, claws out. Staring at that heaping bucket, then remembering my promise to cook fish for you, she swallowed hard. No, forget fish. She wanted crayfish. Back by the lake, I nodded as the fish bucket vanished. Done. Much easier now. Would she stiff me and refuse to hand them back? I'd thought about it. She was a foodie, sure, but she was also sharp. Not the kind to burn a bridge over pocket change like this. In a world this dangerous, a reliable ally was worth far more than a bucket of fish. Even if she flaked, I'd chalk it up to a lesson learned. Worst case, I eat a little less meat. I wasn't going to starve. With the load gone, the muddy path got a lot easier. 3 hours was plenty of time, enough to even swing by and pick some wild Sichuan peppercorns on the way. My seasoning lineup was solid now. Oil, salt, cumin, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and soon wild peppercorns. All I was missing was MSG. While everyone else was still gnawing on bread and wild berries, I was already sitting down to stir fry. I had tonight's menu locked in: grilled bream, crucian carp soup stewed in bamboo tubes, and a big pot of spicy crayfish. Those little bitterlings in top mouths were a pain to clean, better off selling them to someone else. A mosquito may be small, but it's still meat. God, I'm starving. Move it. Time to get back and put that pound of rice on too. Tonight, we're going all out. While I was making tracks, the second person to upgrade their treehouse showed up, a guy named Han Long. He was strutting his stuff all over the World Channel, even posting interior shots. Everyone saw it was exactly like I'd said. The level 2 tree house had a storage cabinet and a second floor. It lit a fire under the whole crowd to upgrade. But some people picked up on something odd. Both level 2 tree houses, yet the construction. I scored 10,600 points on the leaderboard, while Han Long had only 5,800, nearly double the gap. Everyone racked their brains, but couldn't figure it out, and could only chalk it up to the hefty first-to-level-up reward I'd received. And really, that was exactly it. After a 2.5-hour trek, I finally made it back to the treehouse. I found Han Shuang, and without a word, she sent the wooden bucket back over. Thanks. I'll treat you to some fish later. Could we make it crawfish instead? I blinked, then grinned. Sure thing. As far as I was concerned, shrimp were way easier to deal with than fish. I didn't stop to rest. Bucket in hand, I headed straight for the creek to prep the crawfish before 6. Just a quick job of pulling the mud veins. There were too many fish to clean, so I'd save those for trade and let the buyers handle them themselves. Back at the treehouse, I stoked a fire and got to work, piling up stones to build a stove. Then I hopped onto the chat channel. Fresh-caught jumbo crucian carp. DM for terms. Limited quantity, first come first served. Image. The message dropped like a bomb. You actually caught jumbo crucians? Trade me, trade me, save one for me. Fish are that easy to catch? Why can't I hook a damn thing? Speaking from years of experience, that's not even a pound. Maybe 12, 13 ounces. Nice camera work though. 12 ounces is still plenty big. Enough for me. So jealous. I've got nothing to trade, stuck inside all day cause of the rain. My DMs blew up in an instant, everyone begging to buy fish, offering the wildest assortment of chips. This time I'd caught 1 bream, 16 crucian carp, 8 bitterlings and topmouth minnows, and 54 crawfish. I kept 1 bream, 5 crucians, and the crawfish for myself, and traded off the rest. I raked in a haul of supplies, the usual wood and stone, plus rare stuff like iron and copper ingots, and everyday goods like paper napkins, tree resin, and sanitary pads. None of the buyers expected me to ask for sanitary pads. Some probably thought I was a pervert. What they didn't know was that in wilderness survival, sanitary pads are basically miracle items, stanching wounds, doubling as insoles, filtering water, starting fires, even serving as face masks. The crucian carp were snapped up within minutes. The lucky ones ran off to brag on the channel. Ha ha ha, snagged one. Thanks, boss. Fish soup tonight. I grabbed one too, still flopping around. Too slow. Only managed to trade for a couple of minnows. Not bad, at least it's fish. Man, I envy you guys feasting away. All I've got is bread to gnaw on. For a while the channel was nothing but bragging and envy. Some folks even copied me and started hawking their own goods. Truth was, as long as your tree house was near a river or creek, catching fish wasn't hard. The real question was whether you had the guts to head out and the wits to pull it off. I closed the interface and started on dinner. The bream and 4 crucians went on the grill, 1 crucian went into a bamboo tube for soup, and rice went on to cook. The main event was the crawfish, perfect chance to break in the new pot. The hot pot base I'd traded for earlier. The seasonings finally came in handy. Oil, ginger, soy sauce, oyster sauce, salt, cumin, all dumped in together, plus a fire-tongue pepper tossed on top. The only thing missing was a bottle of beer, otherwise it'd be perfect. I heated up a new pot, poured in some oil, and dropped in a block of hot pot base. Easy. The red oil melted down, and the numbing, spicy aroma of wild Sichuan peppercorns shot straight up through the top of my skull, instantly overpowering the charred fragrance of the grilled fish and the savory scent of the fish soup. The blast made me suck in a sharp breath, saliva flooding my mouth. That's the flavor. Half an hour later, everything was ready. First, I sent Tang Tian and Ling Feng each a grilled crucian carp. Those two had put in orders long ago, offering supplies in exchange, but I turned them down. For one, they didn't have anything I actually needed. For another, I figured I'd rather build a friendship. Both of them had offered to give me stuff for free before, so I didn't want to be stingy either. Down the road, we'd have plenty of chances to help each other out. When they saw the grilled fish, the two of them lost their minds with joy. They accepted without hesitation, telling me over and over that if I ever needed anything, I just had to say the word. Privately, they were both dead set on latching onto me as their meal ticket. Next, I sent Han Shuang 1 grilled crucian carp and a bowl of crayfish. Bet the little glutton was going crazy waiting, huh? Sure enough, the moment she saw not just the crayfish but a whole grilled fish too, she squealed with delight and thanked me nonstop. I just smiled and told her to eat while it was hot. Then it was my turn to dig in. 2 grilled fish, a bowl of crucian carp soup, and a whole pot of spicy crayfish. Outside the treehouse, the rain pattered down in the wind. Inside, firelight flickered and the air was thick with aroma. The numbing heat of the crayfish, the rich flavor of the soup, the smoky char of the grilled fish, and rice. Rice, at long last. All these flavors tangled together on my tongue, filling me with a joy that just about brimmed over. Listening to the rain, eating my meal, scrolling through the channel. Right then, I was the happiest man alive. Then I turned my head and caught sight of the mineral scanner on the table. Damn it, I forgot to bring it out with me. After hiking 50 kilometers yesterday, I'd been too wiped, tossed it on the table, and never once thought of it today. I quickly stuffed it into my backpack. Better keep it on me from now on so I don't forget again. Tomorrow would be a perfect chance to test it out. As usual, I opened up the channel. Han Shuang, Tang Tian, and Ling Feng had all sent messages, all saying the same thing, thanking me. For days into this world, and they'd finally gotten a decent meal. Ling Feng and Tang Tian especially. Up till now, they'd been surviving on wild fruit and bread, or instant noodles and hot dogs on a good day. A grilled fish was the kind of luxury they wouldn't have even dared dream about. What they hadn't expected was that I'd actually cook and grill the fish before sending it over. That's a whole different story from just handing them a live one. The folks on the channel bragging about scoring Christian carp? Those were all raw. What did that tell you? It told you the big shot really considered me a friend. With a meal ticket like that, if I didn't cling on, what was I supposed to cling to, Buddha's toes? I just replied, "How's it taste? To your liking?" All three of them said it was the best thing they'd ever eaten. I chuckled to myself. They'd just been starved for so long. That's all. Sounded like these past few days had really put them through the ringer. Me, on the other hand, I was doing just fine. If it wasn't roast chicken, it was grilled fish. Today's haul even included crayfish. The channel was as lively as ever. People showing off their catches, bragging, flaunting their dinners. Among them were the few who traded rice for my Christian carp earlier. It wasn't every day I got to eat meat, so naturally I had to show off a bit. The chat channel was buzzing tonight. "This rain is amazing. My river flooded and fish, shrimp, crabs, everything came crawling out. I picked up so many my legs went weak. Holy crap, you lucky bastard. How come you guys all have rivers or lakes? I've got nothing over here." I couldn't stand it anymore and typed out a line. "Get out there and explore. You've only got a few days of newbie protection left. Scout the area while you still can. Once the 7 days are up, exploring's gonna be a whole lot harder." The big guy's right. I'm heading out tomorrow. Underneath, a bunch of people started posting their dinners. Some had wild greens with ham sausage. Others had fish soup. Everyone acting like it was a holiday. Where's Chinshu? Show him what a real dinner looks like. Yeah, how come the big guy hasn't posted dinner yet? I was counting on your pics to help me choke down my food. I was speechless. How did these people always manage to drag me into it? Using my dinner photos as a side dish? Quenching thirst by looking at plums. The whole lot of them must be masochists. But with more and more people calling me out, I gave in and snapped a photo. Wasn't planning to post this, but since everyone's asking, let's eat together. Image. Holy shit. What is all that? In the picture, the lights lit up the tree house with a warm glow. On the table sat a massive plate of fiery red spicy crayfish piled up like a small mountain, next to a bowl of creamy white fish soup still steaming, with 2 golden crispy grilled fish tucked in the corner, plus a bowl of white rice and a bottle of Coke. Day 4 of survival. This meal was basically a bomb going off. Am I seeing things? Did I click into the food channel? Staring at the big guy's dinner. Even this stale bread in my hand smells amazing now. Boss, you need a leg ornament? The kind that eats, sleeps, and shouts 666 on command. And rice. God, how long has it been since I smelled rice? Those crayfish were caught with a rod, right? Are you selling? Have mercy on us. My DMs blew up again in an instant. I didn't even need to look. I knew what they wanted. But right now all I wanted to do was eat. No time for that. 50-something crayfish. I gave Han Shuang a third, and the rest all went into my belly. This was the best meal I'd had since arriving in this world, all thanks to my roleplay ability. My plan was clear. Explore for resources during the day, feast at night, shoot the breeze with the internet clowns, and do a little online shopping at the exchange. The way I saw it, the exchange was basically no different from an e-commerce platform. The only difference was, back then you paid with money, now you. Payment on delivery, with no refunds and no customer service. The most traded items are iron nails and copper sheets. Plenty of people have no use for them and just list them cheap, which works out great for me. On my end, the hottest seller is flame tongue pepper. Spice lovers are everywhere, and demand always outstrips supply. Once I'd gathered the materials, I spent 100 units of wood and 50 iron nails to build an outdoor balcony. That's exactly why I've been hoarding iron nails. Get the facilities up first, rack up the points. As for the good stuff like sky bridges, those all require a level 5 treehouse to build, and I've still got a long way to go. 10 minutes later, a sturdy wooden balcony took shape around the trunk of the dragon spine tree, jutting out into midair with a wooden railing running along the edge. A switch appeared beside the door, and one press lit the whole balcony up bright as day. Pretty user-friendly. I stepped out, gripped the railing, and gazed out at the pitch-black, rain-drenched world beyond. Drawing in a deep breath, I muttered, asterisk, this asterisk is what I call living. Later on, I'd add a roof. Then I could grill right out in the rain, snap some photos, post them on the channel, and drive another wave of people crazy with envy. Back inside, it was still a while before midnight. I opened the data panel to dig into the system. Everything else was pretty clear, but that one entry, Tide, had me stumped. The system had flagged it from day one, warning us to watch out, yet nobody had a clue what it actually was. Back on Earth, Tide meant the rise and fall of the sea. But this dragon spine world was nothing but trees as far as the eye could see, no ocean at all. So where would a tide come from? I only had 6 days left, and I needed to be ready. Might as well ask the crowd. I posted in the channel, asterisk, how much time is the tide countdown showing on your end? Anyone know what it means? Asterisk, asterisk, the big shot's out. Bow down. Asterisk, asterisk, if even you don't know, how the hell would we? Asterisk, asterisk, mine showing 6 days, 1 hour, 28 minutes. Asterisk, asterisk, same here. Asterisk. The chatter flew back and forth, getting more ridiculous by the minute. Someone actually claimed Tide was a man-eating beast. Yeah, no? Better to rely on myself than on this crowd of clowns. Whatever it turned out to be, it couldn't be good. I needed to stock up on basics like instant noodles. Just then, a private message shattered the quiet from Lin Yuchu. I paused. She was a classmate from college, our class's youth league secretary. A nice girl, though I'd barely talked to her. After landing in this world, I tried to find a few old dorm mates. But there was no friend search function here, and you couldn't PM people on the leaderboard either. The only way to find someone was to run into them by chance, and I'd long since given up. Turns out I'd run into her instead. She was asking if I was the Chin Shu from so-and-so university. I recognized her right back. Well, if it isn't our class rep, what can I do for you? Nothing much. Just wanted to confirm whether the Chin Shu on the leaderboard was the one I knew. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Running into a classmate should have been a happy occasion, but with her, I really not familiar. If it had been my 3 roommates who tracked me down, I'd have been over the moon, but no such luck. After thinking about it, I decided to ask one more question. How are things on your end? Okay, not starving. Good. Let me know if you need help. The conversation was barely a step above talking to a stranger. She sent me a friend request, and I accepted. An extra channel of communication couldn't hurt. I asked if she'd heard anything from Gao Feng, Lu Sansan, or Chao Tianwang. But as expected, I was the first classmate she'd managed to find. Those 3 were my college roommates, tight as thieves. Especially Chao Tianwang, real name Chao Guy, same as the character from Water Margin. From day one, he'd become the class meme king, with everyone constantly egging him on to lead us up Liangshan to right wrongs in heaven's name. And he genuinely bought into it, playing the Liangshan hero act wherever he went, dragging the rest of us along. I'd been camping in channel 666666 this whole time, hoping those 3 precious sons of mine would eventually find me. Since Lin Yuchu had managed to track me down, the method obviously worked. I just had to be patient and slowly build up my reputation. Before I knew it, it was 11:56. I locked the doors and windows and headed up to the 2nd floor. Ever since I'd gotten a proper bedroom, I'd been sleeping so much better. The whole thing felt like playing a life sim game. Except there were no save files and no do-overs. Every morning, the first thing on my mind wasn't checking my phone. It was how to stay alive. In the old days, I'd definitely have complained. But now that I was sitting at the top of the leaderboard, basically the server's #1 big shot, life actually felt full of challenge and fun. Tomorrow would probably be another rainy day. Whether I could keep the winning streak going all came down to the identity I'd get in 2 minutes. Midnight on the dot. Ding. Today's identity has been assigned. Gambler. Every 4 hours, you receive 2 unknown survival mystery boxes. Choose one to open. Contents are entirely random, with vast differences between them. One thought sends you to heaven. One hand grabs you husked. I froze. Gambler? I was a straight arrow, hard-working, top 10 model youth. And you want me to be a gambler? Rely on luck? Honestly, luck was one thing I'd never lost at. I used to believe that whoever burns through their luck first goes first, but ever since I'd hit the lottery, my luck had gone off the charts. If I kept riding it, I might just check out tomorrow. You have obtained survival mystery boxes ×2. Please select one to open. Once confirmed, the other will disappear. That fast. 2 identical boxes hovered in front of me, a countdown ticking in the upper right corner. The description said the difference between them was huge. Pick the bad one, and I'd probably cry myself to sleep. But if I could pick the good one all 6 times a day. I shook my head. Didn't dare even think about it. Whatever, just pick one. I steeled myself and grabbed the left one. Left for men, right for women. Besides, it was all free stuff. Worst case, I just scored a little less loot. Obtained, all-terrain mountain bike ×1, indestructible. Light. A flash of light, a loud clang, and a mountain bike materialized on the floor out of thin air. Sleek lines, understated paint job, but oozing luxury. Holy shit. My eyes damn near popped out of my skull. I just stood there frozen for a good 10 seconds. A bike? All-terrain and indestructible. Did I even need to spell out what this meant? From the treehouse to the lake, it was a 2-hour walk. On a bike? Cut that in half at minimum. Didn't matter how nasty the forest terrain got. Didn't matter how gnarly the tree roots. This thing would plow right through. If the system handed it over, that meant it worked here. I circled my new steed 3 times, then ran my hand over the seat. The feel, the design, the color. If this was the good one, what the hell was the bad one? Man, these gambler blind boxes are unreal. Ha ha. One bike, and I'd been yanked straight out of the Stone Age into the wilderness modern age. I'd already come out way ahead. Even if all 5 remaining blind boxes turned out to be duds, I wouldn't lose any sleep over it. Plus, the gambler identity had one more huge perk. It didn't tie me down. I could go wherever I wanted, do whatever I wanted. Not like Resource Sensor or Angler, where I had to actually be doing the corresponding work or it was all wasted. Grinning ear to ear, I flopped back onto the bed, but my eyes kept drifting back to the bike. 5 blind boxes left. I wasn't greedy. 2 more good ones would do just fine. As for luck, I had plenty of that. No worries there. Listening to the rain outside, I couldn't wipe the smile off my face. I was so wired I didn't feel the least bit sleepy. If it weren't still pouring out there, I'd have hopped on my new ride and taken it for a spin. But there was no way I was riding through that mud pit, and I wasn't in a rush. Plenty of sunny days ahead. The bike wasn't going anywhere. Only question was whether my ass could handle it when the time came. Plans for after I woke up were simple. Fishing for crawfish. I'd saved all the fish guts from before, and that stuff was crawfish crack, top-tier bait. Bait like that was in demand everywhere. One word from me, and there'd be a whole crowd lining up to trade. If I could pull in 100 or so, the payoff would be sweet. You have obtained survival blind box ×2. Please select one to open. The other will disappear. Phew, scared the crap out of me. I bolted upright, eyes flying open. Turned out I'd been dreaming. In the dream, I was tearing through the forest on my bike with a swarm of crawfish chasing me down. Just as a giant one was about to snap its claws on me, the system's notification yanked me awake. Loud as hell, too. Way louder than when I'd swapped identities. What time even is it? Still groggy, I glanced out the window. The sky was just starting to gray, and the rain was still coming down. 4:01 a.m. Once every 4 hours, more punctual than any alarm clock. This damn gambler identity. I'd barely been asleep, and it was already back to hound me. Rubbing my head, I stared at the 2 mystery boxes in front of me and casually tapped the left one. Obtained, materials gift pack ×1. A big burlap sack landed on my blanket with a thud. Huh? What am I supposed to do with materials? Bleary-eyed, I opened it up, and the next second, I shot bolt upright like I'd been electrocuted, wide awake. Holy shit. It was packed with basic materials, 50 different kinds, 10 of each. Wood, stone, iron ingots, silver ingots, gold ingots, linen, leather, resin. The pile covered the floor, and some of the stuff I'd never even heard of. I'm rich. My brain was practically fried. I'd need somewhere to stash all this. But more importantly, there was one thing in here I desperately needed. With it, my bathroom problem was finally solved. I immediately hauled the materials down to the first floor and walked over to the control console. Begin construction of bathroom. Yes. I placed the bathroom right next to my bedroom on the second floor, just a few steps for those midnight trips. 30 minutes later, the notification chimed, and I bolted upstairs and threw the door open. Damn, it was a fully modern bathroom with a cozy BB vibe. Not only was there a flush toilet, there was a wooden bathtub and a vanity right by the entrance. Not bad at all. I couldn't help but marvel. I could actually take a bath now. My quality of life just launched into orbit. 2 hours till dawn. I figured I'd soak for a bit before heading out. 20 minutes later, I was lying in the tub, eyes closed, savoring the rare moment of peace. The rain was really coming down, but today I was going to just roll with it. Time to move. I grabbed any supplies I spotted along the way. My backpack had a full 40 slots, so storage wasn't an issue. A little after 8, I reached the lake. The sky was overcast, perfect crayfishing weather. Time to pick my third mystery box. Without hesitation, I tapped the left one again. Obtained. Chewing gum ×1. Damn it. What kind of crap prize is that? Trash box. Just a single stick of mint gum. Compared to the bike in the materials pack, it was night and day. They weren't kidding when they said the 2 boxes could vary wildly. No exaggeration at all. I popped the gum in my mouth and started fishing, grumbling the whole time. My rod was a DIY special, just a stick with a line tied to it, and some animal guts for bait. That morning I traded on the channel for a mix of guts from different animals. The variety worked better. And wouldn't you know it, my luck was ridiculous. There was already one right by my foot. If only this luck had shown up on the mystery box. Come to pop up. Another one. Damn, 3 at once. Wait, there's a hole here. I carefully reached my hand into the hole and felt around. Suddenly my fingers hit something hard. I gave it a hard yank. Huh? What a whopper. A regular king of crayfish. For the next few hours I worked my way along the shoreline, digging into every hole I could find. By noon, I'd bagged nearly 100. The lobsters were overrunning this place. The shoreline was packed with them, like a damn farm. My wooden bucket filled up to the brim. I'd planned to transfer them to Han Shuang first like yesterday, but when I messaged her, turned out she was out too. So I had no choice but to load them myself. Heavy or not, I'd deal with it. After a quick lunch, I headed for the bamboo grove to cut some bamboo, then figured I'd swing by the hill afterward. On the way I glanced at the chat channel. Noticeably more people were out today. The rain wasn't going to stop, but stomachs were still going to growl. Stay home any longer and you'd starve. Everyone was doing pretty well. Anyone near a water source had caught fish, shrimp, or crabs. I was about to close the interface when I spotted a familiar name, Lin Yuchu. She was on this channel too. She was posting a buy request for materials, exactly the stuff you'd need to build a bathroom. I wasn't planning to get involved, but one item on her offer list stopped me cold. Garlic. Cuts through gaminess and grease. Awakens the taste buds. The class rep actually had this good stuff. I'd been coveting garlic forever. With this, I could make garlic butter crayfish. I immediately opened a private chat. Class rep, where'd you get that garlic? How much do you have? I've got stuff to trade. You want it? Lin Yuchu clearly hadn't expected to catch my interest. She said the area around her treehouse was full of garlic. At first she'd thought it was just weeds. Today, seeing how well other people's ginger was selling, she figured she'd pull some up and see if anyone was interested. Once she described it, my heart sank a little. What she had were all garlic leaves. The bulbs hadn't matured yet. She'd have to wait until the leaves yellowed. Bit of a shame, but the leaves were still worth having. I traded her a batch on the spot, telling her I'd hand it over once I got back to my treehouse. She trusted me completely and even offered to transfer the garlic over right away, but I stopped her. I was still out and about, and it'd just take up space. All right, I'll wait till you're back. Don't pull them all up, either. I was already thinking about growing garlic bulbs later. If she yanked the whole lot, I'd be crying my eyes out. I know. I was about to close the interface when something else came to mind. Are you at your treehouse right now? Could you do me a favor? 5 minutes later, I was strolling along the lake, empty bucket in hand and free as a bird. I trusted Lin Yuchu's character. Back at school, she'd always been the type to help people out. When I was broke, she'd even helped me apply for financial aid. That was exactly why I'd said what I said to her yesterday. With anyone else, my attitude would have been completely different. Leaving the lobsters with her? I could rest easy. Turned out this Lin Yuchu was just as much of a foodie as Han Shuang. But I'd caught more than enough today, plenty for 3, with leftovers to spare. I stepped into the bamboo grove in the drizzle, met by a stretch of quiet, lush green. After cutting my bamboo, I made my way to that bamboo rat burrow. I'd been fixated on that plump little bamboo rat, just waiting to taste that rare delicacy. But when I lifted the leaves aside, the burrow was completely flooded with rainwater. This little bastard. Don't tell me he drowned. I chuckled and headed straight for the hill. After living underground this long, there was no way a little rain was going to drown me. UVE obtained survival blind box ×2. Please choose one to open. I'd barely stepped out of the bamboo grove when the notification chimed again. It's already noon? Time really flies. I'd never felt time move this fast before. Now I wished every hour could count as 2. There was only so much safe time in a day, and if I didn't make the most of it, I'd never be able to handle the beasts that would show up in a few days. I had a compound bow and a tang dao, one for range, one for close quarters, both solid weapons. Problem was, I'd never used either in a real fight. Running into a beast meant a life or death showdown, and one slip could kill me. On top of that, I hadn't practiced at all these past 2 days, which meant the weapons were basically decoration. I made up my mind. Starting tonight, I'd train indoors after dinner. I'd set up a 5-meter target and start there. If I couldn't even hit something at 5 meters, forget about hitting a moving beast. I had to practice with the blade too. If something got in close, that was all I'd have. But that was for later. Right now, I had a blind box to pick. I hesitated for a moment, then tapped the one on the left. It was 50-50 either way. No way I'd keep drawing the short straw. Obtained. Vegetable seed gift pack ×1. Oh nice, this one's a winner. A grin spread across my face. First materials, now seeds. Whatever I needed, it delivered. Cabbage, cucumber, lettuce, tomato, loofah, cilantro, seeds ×50. 10 varieties in total, 50 seeds of each. Not a huge amount, but I was more than satisfied. As far as I was concerned, meat was the last thing I'd run short on. The streams, ponds, and lakes were teeming with fish, shrimp, crabs, and game. What I actually lacked was vegetables. Vitamins, minerals, dietary fiber, all of it came from plants. Looks like I need to move planting up the priority list. Shame there weren't any potatoes. Actually, someone was selling them on the exchange before. I'll swap for some tonight. Potatoes had high yields, could double as a staple, and were easy to grow. Now, with 10 types of seeds in hand, a self-sufficient farming blueprint was already taking shape in my head. The key was saving seeds. Cabbage, lettuce, and cilantro just needed to flower and go to seed. Cucumber, tomato, and loofah had to ripen fully so you could scoop the seeds out. I'd never actually farmed, but I'd seen it done. And how many people dropped into this world knew a thing about farming anyway? It probably wasn't that complicated. Throw in the nutrient soil to speed up growth, and it should be pretty manageable. 3 good pulls out of 4 blind boxes. On the luck front, I really did have a leg up on most people. Thanks to the identity roleplay ability, I was already miles ahead of everyone else. So far, every identity had proven insanely useful. Sometimes, luck really was part of skill. I stashed the seeds and didn't linger, heading straight for the hill ahead. Just as I crested the slope, a vivid red caught my eye. Fire tongue peppers. I hurried over and plucked all the ripe ones. When I turned around, I spotted another patch of fiery red. I never turned this stuff down. The more, the better. Half an hour later, after stripping the whole area clean, I'd bagged another 100. That'll do. Time to head back. I checked the time, 1 in the afternoon. Circling the entire lake would take over an hour, and with the walk back, the timing was just about right. Down at the foot of the mountain, the scenery really was gorgeous, like something out of a classical Chinese landscape painting. But the rain made the path slick, and I was moving too fast. My foot slipped, and I went face first into the mud. Son of a bitch. Luckily, I caught myself with my hands. Otherwise, I probably would have slid straight into the lake. Nothing serious, just splattered head to toe in mud and water. I sat there in the muck, looking a proper drowned rat, and couldn't help but laugh. In this world, being a mess was pretty much the default. Finding humor in your own misery was its own kind of skill. I walked over to the lake to wash my face. As I straightened up to leave, my gaze swept across the shallows near the bank. Clusters of dark green aquatic plants, diamond-shaped leaves with vines tangled together. What is this? I feel like I've seen it before. I reached out and parted them, and my fingertips brushed against something hard. My heart jumped. I hooked a finger, gave it a firm tug, and up out of the water came a dark brown thing with 2 curved horns. Water caltrop, aquatic fruit rich in starch. Can be eaten raw or cooked. Important source of carbohydrates. Water caltrops. I blurted out in delight. Every cloud has a silver lining. That fall had been worth it after all. I quickly started feeling around the nearby water, and sure enough, found plenty more. Rainwater trickled down inside the collar of my raincoat, but I didn't care. I was completely focused on hauling them up. A little mountain of them soon piled up on the bank. Jackpot! I stuffed them into my backpack while eyeing the ones farther out that I couldn't reach. A shame, really. The closer ones I'd snagged with my fishing rod, but without a boat, the deeper ones were out of reach. Then again, I was the only one out here. Once the weather cleared, I could always come back. They'd be mine sooner or later. After that, it was on to crayfish. There were so many of them. All I had to do was glance down to spot some. The only problem was that the lake ran deep, 2 meters even near the shore, so I could only dig around the holes along the bank. That made it harder, and I didn't waste too much time on it. By the time I'd made my way around the whole lake, it was 3 in the afternoon. Counting what I'd caught earlier, it added up to nearly 200. I'd keep 50 or 60 for myself. The rest I could trade. The chat channel had been buzzing today with people selling meat, fish, shrimp, crabs, even wild chickens and ducks. Everyone was starting to get the hang of basic survival and put the resources around them to use. That was bound to shake up the market. Right after we all got transported here, everyone was starving, and even a purple scale fruit could fetch a high price. Now that life had settled down and food supply was up, prices were naturally trending downward. Yesterday, some folks are willing to trade a chunk of iron just to get their hands on crayfish. Today, the going rate's 10 for 1. Honestly, market forces work the same in every world. Even so, not just anyone can catch crayfish. You need some technique, and more importantly, you need to know how to swim. Otherwise, if you fall in, you're not walking away. Inside another dragon spine tree, Jiang Yuchu stared at yet another bucket of squirming crayfish, disbelief written all over her delicate face. There had to be at least 100 of them again, and none of them small either. She'd tried her luck at the riverbank herself, but those little devils were sharp, the slightest movement, and they bolted. She couldn't swim either, so after half a day she'd barely caught a handful. Asterisk, this old classmate of mine sent over 100 this morning. I thought that was his limit. Now there's a whole other bucket. This can't just be luck anymore. It's like he's got a back door into a crayfish farm. Asterisk. She messaged me. Where the heck are you catching all these crayfish? Corner of my mouth twitching up, I typed back. Catching them, obviously. What? You think they're marching up to me on their own? Did you drug them? What am I supposed to drug crayfish with? They'd still be edible after. I had to hand it to her. The imagination on this girl. Drugging things required actually having a drug. Without one, how would you even? Mid-thought, something struck me like a bolt of lightning. Something I'd nearly forgotten came roaring back to the front of my mind. I ripped open my pack and dug out the purple scale fruit I'd picked along the way. Purple scale fruit, edible, contains mild paralytic toxin, effective only on small creatures, harmless to humans. Mild paralytic toxin, effective only on small creatures. I stared at those 2 lines, my eyes lighting up. Did crayfish count as small creatures? They had to, right? A bold plan snapped into place. Yes, drug them. Why didn't I think of this sooner? I slapped my thigh, so excited I nearly jumped up. This kind of drug was a whole different animal. The purple scale fruit's toxin was natural, harmless to humans, and targeted only small creatures. Wasn't that basically a tailor-made, perfectly legal anesthetic for crayfish? I'd been treating it as nothing more than fruit and completely overlooked that killer property. Mash the fruit, squeeze out the juice, lure them in with bait, then pour it into the water. Once the toxin kicked in, catching them would be child's play. It ought to work just as well on fish and crabs. The applications were huge. Shame there wasn't enough daylight left today. I'd have to test it another time. The exchange had piles of purple scale fruit anyway, cheap as anything. Right now I had to hustle back to the treehouse. Any later, and I wouldn't be the one hunting. I'd be the prey. Nighttime belonged to the predators. With Su Shuang and Jiang Yuchu working as my 2 delivery relays, things were a whole lot easier. I didn't have to worry about hauling everything back myself. The heavens were cooperating too. The rain was starting to let up. Then, halfway back, the blind box chime rang out again. Obtain survival blind box ×2. Pick one to open, and the other will vanish. Give me a good one. I picked the left as usual. 3 out of 4 times so far it had been the good one. No reason to stop now. Obtained. Neon pink bunny, ear headband ×1. A flash of light, and something dropped into my lap with a soft plop. I looked down, and my whole body froze. A blindingly saturated, ridiculously fuzzy pink bunny ear headband. The color was so garish it hurt the eyes, the fur absurdly long, and each ear tip was set with a tacky LED bead flashing in cheap rainbow colors. Neon pink bunny ear headband. Automatically plays low-quality BGM once worn, comes with a faint electric current, gives your scalp a tingling sensation. Put it on, and you're the flyest thing in the forest. Me? No need to guess. This had to be the bad one. Even though I'd braced myself, this thing still knocked me sideways. Last time it was at least a piece of chewing gum. This thing was a walking public humiliation generator and wild beast magnet. I couldn't even bring myself to imagine what I'd look like wearing it. I almost tossed it right there, but hesitated and stashed it away instead. Maybe someday I'd find some fool who wanted it and could trade it for another purple scale fruit. That'd be a win. So far I'd opened 5 blind boxes total, 3 good, 2 bad, and the gap between good and bad really was night and day. Overall, this gambler identity was still a net gain. The materials pack let me build the bathroom ahead of schedule, the seed pack guaranteed future food variety, and the bike maxed out my mobility. Compared to all that, the mental damage from a pink bunny headband was maybe bearable. 1 blind box left, and I couldn't open it until 8. Save the best for last. Hope it closes out on a high note. Along the way, I picked some purple scale fruit, planning to test it on the crayfish once I got back. If it really worked, prepping crayfish would get a whole lot easier. 2 hours of hard walking later, that familiar dragon's pine tree finally came into view. The light in the treehouse window glowed like a lighthouse through the dusk and drizzle, chasing away the damp chill and exhaustion soaked into my bones. Back inside, I got straight to the experiment with the purple scale fruit. Not long after the juice hit the water, the crayfish went sluggish and stiff, quickly slipping into a drunken state. When I poked them with a stick, they barely reacted, just lay limp on the bottom. Works like a charm. Next time I don't even need to fish, just drug him straight up. I grinned, pleased with myself. Of course, dumping it into the lake would dilute the effect, so I'd need a decent quantity, but as long as it slowed them down, that was enough. Riding the high of my success, I decided to make another batch of spicy crayfish tonight. While there was still some daylight left, I quickly prepped the crayfish. Paralyzed ones were so much easier to handle. I also discovered there were crayfish in the little creek by my front door, just not as many as in the lake. The creek had more freshwater crabs, though, small ones, barely any meat. While I processed the lobsters, I kept an eye on the chat channel. I hadn't been checking it much these past couple of days, and I noticed quite a few people had already upgraded their tree houses. The key to upgrading was still energy crystals. Get your hands on those, and the other resources could be traded for easily enough. So far, I knew of 2 ways to obtain them. First, from chests that spawned in the wild, which offered the highest drop rate. Second, as rewards for being the first to accomplish certain feats, which had a chance of yielding a crystal. Just like how my earlier Hiker's Special Reward Pack had produced one, today's Gambler Pack should have had the same shot, though I hadn't been so lucky. Plenty of people in the channel were offering top dollar for crystals, but the thing was, everyone wanted them and nobody could spare one. Basically, no one was willing to sell. If you've got energy crystals, hit me up. My price will not disappoint. Dude, you've been shouting all day, aren't you tired? Even if someone had one, they'd want it for their own upgrade. Unless they had 2. What do you think this is? Purple scale fruit on the side of the road. If I had 2, I'd damn well save them for a level 3 treehouse. Level 1 treehouses are so crappy. I'm dead jealous of those 2-story villas. Strongly suggest adding more ways to get crystals. Wise decree, Your Majesty. This humble subject seconds the motion. Seconded X10086. I chuckled as I read through it. The whole channel was drenched in the desire to upgrade. Today was day 5, and the newbie protection period only had 2 days left. Without a solid treehouse, it really did leave you feeling exposed. Sure, the interior was 100% safe, but the psychological effect was still there. More than the protection period, though, I was focused on the tide, except I still had nothing to show for it. By the time I finished with the lobsters, it was exactly 6 o'clock. I headed back to my 2-story villa and started my favorite part of the day, cooking. Tonight was simple, crayfish with bamboo shoots, garlic, and wild greens, using whatever I had on hand. For the staple, I went with bread, Rice was running low and I needed to make it stretch. Now that I had a wok, I no longer had to eat everything grilled. Once it was done, I set aside a portion each for Su Shuang and Jiang Yuchu, as I'd promised. I caught a lot today, and it wasn't like they'd been mooching either. They both brought stuff to trade. And believe it or not, they actually had some good finds. Besides garlic, Jiang Yuchu had somehow scrounged up 10 flower pots. Useless to her, but a huge deal for me. With flower pots, I could kick off my grand farming enterprise. Who said flower pots were only for flowers? I was going to plant vegetables and fruits. Thank you very much. Who had the leisure to grow flowers right now? I already had blueprints for a sky garden, but the materials list was too long to gather, so the flower pots came just in time to save the day. Su Shuang, probably feeling awkward about mooching meals all the time, brought over the potatoes I'd been dreaming of. She said she'd spotted someone selling them at the exchange and grabbed them right away. She knew I wanted to get into farming. Both of their contributions were solid, and they happened to pair perfectly together. If you didn't know better, you'd think the two of them had planned it out. Laying out all 10 flower pots took up quite a bit of space. The best spot would be the outdoor balcony. It can also catch sunlight and rainwater. Convenient. I let out a satisfied sigh. The ingredients might be simple, but the flavor could hold its own against any fancy meal. In an environment like this, every bite was pure bliss. I grabbed another slice of bread and dunked it into the broth. The hard, dry bread soaked up the rich, spicy soup and instantly turned heavenly. Outside the window, night hung heavy and rain pattered down. Inside, the fire danced in the hearth. In moments like this, nothing beats a hot meal in your belly. Su Shuang and Jiang Yuchu felt exactly the same way. Before they'd met me, they'd barely managed to scrape together enough to fill their stomachs each day. Getting to eat spicy crawfish this early on was something they never could have imagined. By the glow of the fireplace, Jiang Yuchu was sorting through today's haul while scrolling the channel, just in time to catch a hilarious scene unfolding. Something's off. It's dinner time. Where's the big shot? Why no dinner post today? Haven't seen him all day, come to think of it. Somebody at him. I was counting on his food pics to stave off starvation. At Chinshu, I set him as a permanent at ages ago. One tap, and there he is. I'd just finished eating when I saw the mentions, and it cracked me up. These people were a little unhinged. Watching me eat dinner had become their daily check-in ritual. But I was already done. The crawfish shells were piled high on the table. Well, since they were curious, I'd throw them a bone. Sorry, already finished. Stuffed. Image. Damn, crawfish again? Do you run a farm or something? That many shells. How many did you catch? The rest of us are stuck with roasted crawfish, and yours comes out spicy Sichuan style. Big shot, got any left? Sell me one. Hell, I'll take a shell just to suck the flavor off. Don't listen to him, big shot. Shells are a pain to dispose of, right? Give him to me, I'll toss him for you. Wouldn't want you polluting the environment. Geez, I thought you had some pride. Turns out you're even more shameless than he is. I didn't bother with words. I just snapped a shot of the 100+ live crawfish still in the wooden bucket and posted it. Got some live ones left. Too full to eat them. If you want some, DM me with what you've got to trade. Photo for reference only. The real thing tastes even better. The moment I hit send, the channel exploded. The dense mass of crawfish practically blinded them, and my DMs got buried. Turns out, plenty of what they were offering was stuff I actually needed. Filtering, haggling, confirming, I was having the time of my life. The crawfish in the tub visibly dwindled while a pile of goods grew in front of me. In under 5 minutes, all 100+ were sold out. Honestly, in a world where high-quality protein was in critically short supply, a tub of crawfish like mine was worth its weight in gold. Hell, more than gold. Once the trades wrapped up, I finally had every last material I needed for the fireplace. Please select fireplace construction location. Only the first floor was available. I thought it over, then decided. Right across from the door. Under construction, 30 minutes remaining. Phew. I let out a long breath. With a fireplace, I wouldn't have to build fires in the middle of the room anymore, and I'd free up a big chunk of space. I didn't waste the 30-minute wait. I started making an archery target out of wood. Simple stuff, nothing fancy needed. I wasn't entering a competition, so I didn't need a 10-ring bullseye. As long as I could mark out a few zones to gauge where my arrows landed and how accurate I was, that'd do. Pretty soon, a crude and frankly kind of ridiculous rectangular target was born. I hung the compound bow behind the door, then immediately took it back down for a test shot. Knock, draw, aim, hold my breath. Whoosh. The first arrow tore through the air and, precisely, buried itself in the ground 20 centimeters shy of the target. The expression on my face froze solid. 5 meters. Less than 5 meters away. Forget the bullseye. I hadn't even grazed the edge of that sorry hunk of wood. With aim like that, forget hunting big game. Even if I were shooting at some dopey pheasant, I'd probably only manage to pluck a feather off its butt. No good. Had to keep practicing. I took a deep breath and drew the bow again. Asterisk whoosh. 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 Asterisk. One arrow after another flew out. Not a single one hit the target. Maybe I made the target too small? Yeah, that's gotta be it. If it were bigger, I'd have hit it already. Looking back now, my talent for self-consolation was truly world-class. Good thing I was using a compound bow, which saved effort. If it had been a regular bow, I'd have been drenched in sweat by now. Just as I was about to loose my 13th arrow, the fireplace finished building. Ding. Fireplace construction complete. The notification chimed out of nowhere, and the white light at the construction spot snapped shut. The sound startled me, and my fingers slipped. Whoosh thunk. A dull, solid impact rang out, completely different from the ones before. I forgot all about checking out the new fireplace and whipped my head toward that arrow. It was stuck squarely in the target. Sure, it was just barely quivering there on the edge of the crooked outer ring I'd drawn in charcoal, but the arrowhead was embedded in the wood. It had definitely hit. I hit it. Even I was stunned. That shot was a total accident. I let go on reflex, hadn't aimed at all. Aim carefully and miss. Loose one on a whim and hit. Was the universe messing with me? Looked like I still needed more practice. Good thing I was the only one here. Otherwise, I'd honestly be afraid of shooting one of my own. I set the bow down and finally got a good look at the new fireplace. Set into the tree wall directly across from the door was a fireplace with a minimalist yet distinctly industrial look. The firebox was built of dark red firebrick, its edges trimmed with smooth, polished black metal strips, sturdy and easy on the eyes. The metal hood above the opening was tilted at a slight angle, both to catch stray sparks and to channel heat back into the room. At that moment, in the firebox, the fire burned steadily, its warm glow bathing everything in orange-red as a comfortable wave of heat rolled out, quickly chasing away the chill of the treehouse. This kind of setup wouldn't work just anywhere. Light a fire during the day and the place would become an oven. But here, I was out exploring almost every day and rarely stayed inside when the sun was up. I only needed heat at night, and nights got cold. Perfect timing. Not bad, not bad. I nodded, tossing a few more logs in. Just let it burn. It would go out on its own when the wood ran out. No need to babysit it. The treehouse was starting to actually feel like a home now. All that was left was to keep improving it bit by bit. Honestly, slowly building a home by yourself gives you a rush of satisfaction, especially when you're ahead of everyone else. I casually pulled up the leaderboards. Resource gathering, still number 1, though second place wasn't far behind and was slowly closing the gap. Probably because I'd been so focused on crayfish these past couple of days that my score hadn't gone up much. Treehouse construction, I sat comfortably at number 1, with nearly 8,000 points between me and second place. This was the least suspenseful board of them all. People still had a shot on the other boards, but on this one, nobody was catching up to me anytime soon. Beast slaying, still 0 points. I hadn't been out at night, so of course I hadn't killed any beasts. Until my archery was up to par, I wasn't going to pick fights. I was on the exploration progress and bestiary collection boards too, but not high up, barely in the top 10,000 on the former and way past 10 million on the latter. The person with the most bestiary entries already had 4 cards. As I scrolled, a familiar name suddenly caught my eye. Luyuchu? She was on the leaderboard too, and not ranked low either. 3 cards, 12th place. Could be someone with the same name. Should I message and ask? Nah, forget it. Whether it was her or not, it had nothing to do with me. Final results weren't until the end of the month anyway. 20 days to go. With the fireplace done, I started thinking about planting. Time to get some sustainable development going. Those freebie flower pots and nutrient soil were just sitting there collecting dust. For my first attempt, I didn't dare dump all the seeds in at once. If it flopped, I'd have no shoulder to cry on. After thinking it over, I picked strawberry seeds as a test run. According to the instructions, Nutrient soil could be mixed with regular soil or used on its own. Mixing was just to dilute it and cover more area. My flower pots weren't that big to begin with, so filling them entirely with nutrient soil wouldn't take much. Besides, this stuff could be traded for on the exchange. It wasn't exactly rare. I considered planting directly around the treehouse, but I worried the beasts would trash everything. Flower pots were less hassle. I planted half the strawberry seeds in the pots and moved them all out to the balcony. Now all I had to do was wait. The strawberry growth cycle was around 180 days, but with nutrient soil, it should be shortened significantly. Exactly how much, the instructions didn't say. Outside, it had turned into a light drizzle that looked ready to stop at any moment. I just stepped in from the balcony when my gambler identity triggered again. You have obtained survival blind box ×2. Please choose to open one. The other will disappear. I picked the left one without hesitation, 50-50 odds either way. Obtained. Treehouse Ecological Livestock Shed Blueprint ×1. A blueprint? My eyes lit up. In my book, anything with blueprint attached to it was good stuff, and with a name that long, it was probably decent. 6 blind boxes, 4 good and 2 bad. That was pretty solid luck. The pink headband had messed with my mood earlier, but this last one more than made up for it. I tapped on the description. Treehouse Ecological Livestock Shed Blueprint. A small-scale ecological livestock shed that can be built on the exterior platform of a treehouse. Equipped with automatic ventilation, rainwater collection, and a basic climate control system. Suitable for raising poultry and small livestock. Sweet. I couldn't help blurting out. With this, I might actually get to eat pheasant, wild duck, or rabbit I'd raised myself someday. The catch was, I had to catch them first. The pheasants and ducks around here were sharp as tacks. Catching them alive was next to impossible. Rabbits were a bit dumber, but so far I'd only ever managed to have one run itself to death against something. Hatch eggs instead? Nah, that was way beyond me. Too hot and the egg cooks. Too cold and it goes rotten. Wrong angle and it cracks. I'm just a student. What do I know about that stuff? I'd end up losing both the chicks and the eggs. Best bet was still to catch a few live ones and pin them up, let them breed on their own. Worst case, I could hop on the channel and hire someone with supplies. This place had no shortage of talent. Offer a good reward, and someone bold would step up. But there was no rush. Right now, I didn't even have the materials to build the shed. Combined with the Sky Garden blueprint from before, I now had venues for both farming and livestock. All I had to do was actually build them. Once they were up, I could be fully self-sufficient, maybe even sell to others. Just thinking about it got me a little pumped. Whoosh! Another arrow loosed, and this time it didn't miss. It planted itself firmly on the edge of the target. Finally, some results. After more than an hour of practice, I was down to only 1 or 2 misses out of every 10 shots. With a bit of luck, I could even hit the bullseye. At this level, I might actually bring something home from a real hunt. I didn't need much. 1 hit out of 10 arrows would do. The wooden door was riddled with arrow holes, proof of my progress in archery. I set the bow down and walked over to the target to pull the arrows out, ready to call it a day. I'd worked out plenty already, a hot bath and then bed. But just as I yanked out the last arrow and turned around, roar! A roar exploded like a thunderclap right next to me. I instantly tensed up, gripping the bow on reflex. The sound was close, like right underneath the treehouse. I hurried to the window and I looked around but didn't see any beast. Just as I was thinking it had left, another growl rumbled up from below my feet. It's not actually down there, is it? I leaned over the edge and peered down. Still nothing. Dead silence. Only the night wind rustling the leaves and the soft patter of drizzle. I walked over to the control panel and pulled up the surveillance feed. A pale blue light screen unfolded, projecting a 3-dimensional image of everything within a 10-meter radius. The night vision function lit up the darkness as bright as day. Directly below the treehouse, a leopard was circling the trunk. I couldn't tell what it was after, probably drawn in by the lights. This asterisk is what they call a beast. I stared at the screen, and the tension slowly drained from my shoulders. Aside from a pair of obviously oversized fangs and beefier muscles, it was no different from a leopard back on Earth. Makes sense, I said, rubbing my chin. If they were really that dangerous, nobody would have bagged a beast on day 1. The thought actually got me itching to try. On the screen, the leopard's attention had shifted to something else. It was pawing repeatedly at the wooden ladder leaning against the trunk. Crap, my stomach clenched. If the ladder got wrecked. The worry lasted all of half a second. Asterisk, what are you scared of? This is a system-certified safe zone. Asterisk, even if the ladder broke, I could just chop some wood and build a new one. My eyes fell back on the compound bow in my hands, and they lit up. An opportunity. The rookie protection period only had 2 days left. Rather than getting jumped when it ended, better to strike first and use this leopard for target practice. Win, and I'd have myself a feast. Lose, and no big deal. I'd just hole up inside where it couldn't reach me. Mind made up. I took a deep breath and eased the wooden door open. The night wind blew in with a spray of drizzle, and I hunched my shoulders against it. A moment later, a scratch-scratch sound from below caught my ear. The leopard was still doggedly working on the ladder, completely oblivious to the person above its head. 3 meters, closer than my practice range earlier. And with the beast gnawing away at the ladder like that, it might as well have been a stationary target. Too bad I'd shut off the balcony light and didn't dare flip it back on now for fear of spooking it. All I could make out was a dark silhouette. I slowly drew the bow, arrow tip trained on the blurry outline below. Whether I'd score my first kill came down to this one shot. Asterisk hit. Asterisk, I whispered and released the string. Whoosh thwack. The arrow shaved past the tip of the leopard's ear and buried itself in the ground, fletching, quivering violently. The leopard's fur exploded outward. Like a coiled spring, it launched 2 meters sideways from a standstill, twisting midair so that by the time it landed it was already facing the direction the arrow had come from, fangs bared. Damn it, I cursed under my breath and fumbled to knock a second arrow. But before I could even take aim, the leopard shot off like a bolt of lightning. In a few bounds it had vanished into the night. That fast. That speed's gotta be hacked. I stood frozen with the bow still raised, and for a long moment, before reluctantly lowering my arm. Just like that, the leopard meat I'd practically had in my mouth was gone. Prey right in front of me, a can't-miss angle, and I still shanked the shot. My archery really was garbage. No, wait. It was too dark. Yeah, that had to be it. I nodded, fully convinced. Looking back now, my talent for passing the buck was every bit as reliable as my aim. I glanced in the direction the leopard had fled, then eyed the arrow lying on the ground, and finally gave up on the idea of going down to fetch it. It wasn't like the arrow was going to sprout legs and walk off. I'd grab it tomorrow. Right on cue. The night wind carried over a few distant, mocking beast cries from far away, as if laughing at this hack hunter's debut performance. This thing doesn't hold grudges, does it? I muttered, staring off in that direction. That shot may not have grazed it, but it was plenty to make the beast remember the place that had almost cost it its life. This archery thing, I really did need to practice. I headed back inside, shut the door, and went upstairs to take a bath. Long day, time to unwind. Grudge or no grudge, at least I was safe for the next 2 days. The moment I sank into the tub, I let out an involuntary groan of pleasure. Ah, so good. I honestly never thought I'd get to soak in a hot bath in an environment like this. Pure bliss. These past few days, all I could really do was scroll through the chat channel. Today was day 5. Only 2 days left before the rookie protection period ended, and everyone was starting to sweat about the beasts that would come after. The known beasts so far weren't many. Plenty of people hadn't even heard one roar yet. But in 2 days, nobody knew if they'd be crawling out of the woodwork. Without a weapon to defend yourself, running into a beast in 2 days meant one of 2 things: run or die. The people who'd seen, or even killed, a beast had wildly different takes. Some said these beasts weren't much different from earth animals, tiger or lion tier at most. Others said they were nothing, a casual swing of the blade, and it was dead. Their comments sparked heated debate, and it wasn't out of the question that some of them were putting on airs. But there was one thing everyone agreed on. Compared to earth animals, these beasts were, in one way or another, off. Take Zhang Kuang, the first person to kill a beast. He'd said he'd wandered too far that day and missed his return window. He was still a few hundred meters from his tree house when it jumped him. Only after a brutal fight did he get a good look at it. A jackal-like creature, quite a bit smaller than the ones you'd see on TV, but blindingly fast, and covered head to toe in this eerie, dark blue fur. The channel was buzzing. Help! I think something was just scratching against my tree house. Definitely something big. 2 more days and protection's up. You guys got a plan? Got it all figured out. I'm gonna make friends with the beasts and coexist peacefully. Don't make me laugh. You planning to serve yourself up as kibble? Step right up, don't miss out. Introducing the life-reaping, gut-piercing, heart-chilling bamboo spear. Made from hand-selected century-old bamboo, with the tip sharpened. Fire-hardened tips, sharpened to a point. One thrust, and your wild boar becomes a shish kebab. Buy one, get one free. Comes with vine hand straps to prevent slippage. May accidentally tie your own feet. Only 100 wood or 200 stone. Limited stock, first come first served. Ancestral craftsmanship, guaranteed quality. Dude, you sure that bamboo spear of yours isn't just a toothpick for the beasts? If you run into a beast, just run. As long as you're fast enough, it can't catch you. Curious, I clicked open the guy's picture of his bamboo spear. Not gonna lie, it actually looked pretty nice. Whether it had any real killing power was another question. Set up as a trap, it might do some damage, but wielded by hand? Not so sure. It was just bamboo. After all, everything depended on the user's own strength and technique. Still, it was a weapon, better than nothing for self-defense. Aside from the bamboo spear salesman, the channel was full of characters peddling all sorts of gear. Defense is the true way of survival. Top-tier divine armor, vine plate mail now available. Interested bros, hit me up. Exclusive secret formula, beast repellent talisman. Drawn with cinnabar mixed with my own essence blood. Stick it on a giant tree and beasts steer clear within a 10-meter radius. Personally tested, works like a charm. Only 100 wood. Sincerity brings results. Based on my rigorous observation and analysis, I've reached the following conclusion. Beasts most likely eat meat, and we are most likely made of meat. Therefore, when encountering a beast, there theoretically exists a risk of being eaten. Recommendations. First, try not to get eaten. Second, if unavoidable, please choose a dignified pose. A single conversation with you is worth 10 years of wasted schooling. My take. Better to spend some iron at the crafting table and make yourself a real knife. You can make knives at the crafting table? I didn't even notice. That much I knew. The first time I used the crafting table, I'd seen a dazzling array of weapon icons. Every kind of blade you could think of. Problem was, the material requirements were steep. The most basic longsword alone required a full 10 iron ingots. All I could do back then was stare. Luckily, I wasn't hurting for weapons anymore. Composite bow for ranged, tang dao for close quarters, offense and defense both covered. The sense of security was leagues beyond when I'd only had a lone axe. From all this chatter, it wasn't hard to tell that everyone was pretty scared about the beasts coming in 2 days, especially the girls. When had they ever dealt with anything like this? Forget fighting beasts. Most of them were probably afraid to kill a chicken. The fiercest animal they'd ever seen was likely just a dog. Making them face wild beasts alone was like throwing lambs to the wolves. But there was no choice. Here, everyone had to face it alone. Otherwise, you didn't earn the right to keep living. Honestly, I was a little rattled too. That leopard from before had been ridiculously fast. The way it exploded into motion in an instant, then vanished like a ghost into the night. The images were seared into my mind. If I ran into one out in the open, without the treehouse for cover, my archery against a target moving at that speed would probably become a joke. Look, I'll translate this passage into natural American English, preserving the narrative voice and special formatting. Need more prep. I climbed out of the tub, wrapped a towel around myself, and headed downstairs. Pulling up the storage locker panel, I started taking inventory. Food wasn't an issue for now. I'd recently swapped for a ton of packaged goods, mostly instant noodles, bread, and crackers. Sure, I preferred meat, but these kept well and traded easily. They were hard currency, anytime, anywhere. 2 bottles of cola left. I'd been saving those. For fruit, all I had were purple-scaled fruits and some water chestnuts. After thinking it over, I listed the water chestnuts on the auction house to trade for other supplies. For one, I didn't much like them. They were a pain to peel and always jabbed my fingers. For another, the lake probably still had plenty, so their value to me was limited. Better to convert them into something useful. Unlike most people, I was low on wood and stone. Those two were just too common. The exchange was flooded with them, and you could trade a batch for practically nothing. Stockpiling too much just wasted space. Beyond that, what I had most of were all kinds of materials and seeds, my strategic reserves for the future and hugely important. All in all, my stash was pretty solid. Before I'd even finished the inventory, the several dozen water chestnuts I'd listed got snapped up. Like durian, stinky tofu, or snail rice noodles, this stuff always had its diehard fans, so its selling fast was no surprise. While collecting my earnings, something caught my eye. Ground trap net, a collapsible fish-catching trap. A passive, efficient fishing tool suitable for rivers, lakes, ponds, reservoirs, streams, and other bodies of water. They had this too? I rubbed my eyes. This was way more efficient than fishing with a rod. The best part being you could just drop it in the lake and walk off to do other things. Huge time saver. I had to get my hands on one. Owning this meant fish on the table every single day. The seller hadn't specified what they wanted, so I'd have to DM them. Question was whether they were still awake at this hour. It's almost midnight. They're probably asleep, right? I opened up a private chat with the seller. Guy's name was Luo Qian. Hey, what are you looking to trade the ground trap net for? To my surprise, a reply came in less than half a minute. Materials. Iron ingots preferred. Good, he was still up. I'd been worried someone else would grab it by morning. Iron ingots? How many are you asking? I did have some iron ingots on hand. Whenever I saw a decent price at the exchange, I'd pick up a few to keep in reserve. As long as he wasn't going to gouge me, I could part with some. How many do you have? Oh boy, was he trying to clean me out? I had a little over 20 iron ingots left. Trading all of them definitely wouldn't be worth it. As far as I was concerned, this trap net was worth 5 ingots tops. Before I could respond, he added another line. These traps are all hand-woven from plastic fiber. The materials are hard to come by. I'm not selling at a lowball price. I paused for a second. Hand-woven, right? He probably had more than one. I needed to get the details straight. How many do you have on your end? If he really had a lot, I wouldn't mind trading for more. I couldn't have too many fish traps. That lake was big enough that the catch would be plentiful. With traps, I wouldn't just solve my food problem. The extra fish and shrimp could be traded for other things. Over at the trading post, the seller messaged back. I can keep making them. Depends on how many you want. But materials are tight right now. Counting my stock, I can put together 5 at most. Something clicked in my head. This guy had almost certainly drawn the blueprint for fish traps. In that case, I could take a different approach. I'll take all 5, work out the total iron cost. And going forward, I'll buy every fish trap you make. Long-term deal. The other side went quiet for a good while, probably crunching numbers on cost versus long-term profit. I wasn't in a hurry. Fish traps weren't like other goods. Only people near water had any use for them, which already filtered out most buyers. If he was really short on iron, he'd agree. You sure you want all of them? All 5 would be 30 iron ingots. I'll trade with you again whenever I get materials. 20 ingots is my ceiling. I'll throw in some other stuff to make up the difference. Take it or leave it. I only had 28 iron ingots total. No way I was dumping them all into this. I'd be a total sucker. Business is about win-win. The whole game is haggling. You can't just lowball, and you can't just cave, either. Other stuff? Like what? The other side was clearly tempted. On top of the 20 iron ingots, I'll throw in some food and materials. Pick whatever you want. 5 minutes later, I received 5 fish traps, each only 3 meters long, shorter than I'd expected. Useless out in the deep water, but perfect along the edge of the lake. 20 iron ingots plus some supplies didn't bother me one bit. I wasn't making weapons anyway. Iron ingots sitting in my inventory were just sitting there. I found out later that the seller's name was Qian Qian. He sent me a friend request, and when he saw the name Chen Shu, he probably stared at his screen for a good long while. After all, I was the first person to upgrade his treehouse. He'd been grinding out fish traps under a lot of pressure the past few days, dreaming of eating fish every day. But after combing every corner of a 10-plus kilometer radius, all he'd turned up was one little creek, and the fish were small enough to slip right through the mesh. So much for feasting on meat and fish. The traps had to go on the trading post instead. He probably figured he'd just latched onto a solid backer in me and wouldn't have to worry about supply anymore. Everybody got what they needed. Everybody went home happy. Midnight rolled around again, my favorite moment of the day. I'd been more than satisfied with the past 5 identities: resource sensor, lucky koi, hiker, angler, gambler. Every single one had made a real, tangible difference in my situation. Today's identity, sharpshooter, gain enhanced dynamic vision and archery, and hit rates against moving targets are significantly increased. Side effect. Every arrow loose triggers intense hunger, requiring immediate food intake. I froze on the spot. I was still in the newbie protection period, no predators around during the day for me to shoot. Wasn't this ability totally wasted on me? And the side effect was brutal. The more I shot, the hungrier I got. Wouldn't I have to lug around a mountain of food? Honestly, the timing couldn't have been worse. But a good skill's still a good skill. Sleep first, worry later. I woke up the next morning at 7:40. Clear skies, not a breath of wind. Perfect weather for archery practice. But before I could even knock an arrow, my stomach growled in protest. Fine, up I got. While washing up, I mapped out my day. Head to the lake first to set the fish traps, then spend the rest of the time hunting. No big predators around during the day, so I practice on pheasants, hares, and wild ducks. As for the hunger problem, I had that figured out too. I'd bring every last chocolate bar from the starter pack. High in calories, packed with sugar. Get hungry? Just pop one in. Before heading out, I couldn't resist testing just how godlike this skill really was. Draw the bow, knock the arrow, focus. And in that instant, everything around me became terrifyingly sharp. Even a leaf dangling by a thread 50 meters away stood out in crisp detail. The moment it fell, I released. Whoosh. The second the arrow left the string, my stomach clenched hard. I tore open a chocolate bar and stuffed it in my mouth, followed by a bite of bread when one bar wasn't enough. By the time I'd wolfed it all down, the arrow had already pinned the falling leaf dead center to a tree trunk. This accurate? Then today I could hit anything I pointed at. Shame, though. If only it had come a few days later, I might have had a shot at climbing the predator kill rankings. Coming down the wooden ladder, though, I spotted the arrow I'd casually loosed the night before, stuck upright in the ground, a pool of blood beside it. I'd hit something. By the looks of it, a leopard must have prowled past last night and caught a graze from that arrow. Not a deep wound. But that spelled trouble. What if it came back for revenge? Best it come tonight. I'd give it a taste of an arrow straight through the heart. But once the protection period ended, things got dicey. I'd have to watch my back every second. Whatever, we'd cross that bridge when we came to it. No telling yet who'd end up as whose prey. I picked up the pace toward the lake. 2 straight days of rain had left the road too churned up to bike, so walking it was. Luckily, the sharpshooter's dynamic vision wasn't just good for aiming. It let me spot every foothold at a glance, dodging the slickest patches of mud. I made better time than expected. Halfway there, a pheasant darted out of the bushes. Chicken's chicken. Who cares where it's from? I stopped dead, compound bow in hand, arrow to string. Crouch, lock on, release. Asterisk SHHK asterisk. A streak of black cut through the grass and skewered the pheasant clean through the neck. It dropped before it could even squawk. This was my first real hunt in this world driven by skill, not luck. Way more satisfying than fishing or scooping up shrimp and hoping for the best. No wonder the kings and nobles of old were so obsessed with hunting. This really is a rush. Before the thrill could even fade, hunger came slamming back. I scrambled to stuff down some bread and 2 more squares of chocolate to keep it at bay. At this rate, I honestly doubted my supplies would last me till the afternoon. Every arrow had to land. A miss was a straight-up loss. As I was picking up the pheasant, something glinted in the corner of my eye from inside a bush. I pushed the branches aside and squeezed in. A treasure chest. About a foot across, half covered in vines. That flash had been sunlight bouncing off the lock plate. Only 6 days in, and this was already the 4th chest I'd stumbled onto. My luck had to be at the top of the pack. I popped it open right there. Windproof, wear-resistant shell jacket. Fine steel tactical knife. Trailblazer craft beer, 24-pack. Holy shit, beer too. My eyes went wide. The first 2 items were solid, practical stuff. A shell jacket in an environment like this felt like a security blanket, and the knife had real weight in the hand, blade honed sharp, perfect for dressing game. But what really got me was that case of beer. Like Coke, it was the kind of thing people would fight to buy off you at outrageous prices. Not that I was selling. Now that survival wasn't pressing down on me, it was about time I treated myself. 24 cans. Rationed out, they'd last a while. An hour and change later, I reached the lake. The water had risen a bit, the reeds were thicker, and a few wild ducks paddled in the distance. I waded in and set out 5 fish traps, baited with bone scraps and organs. Waste not, want not, and staked a bright marker at each one. Back on the bank, though, I frowned. None of the traps were close to shore. Every time I went to check them, I'd have to wade in. Way too much hassle. I was still stewing over it when my eye caught that stretch of bamboo. Bamboo. Just build a raft. I slapped my thigh. But it wasn't urgent. I'd deal with it back at camp. Today the main event was hunting. I crept into the tall grass by the lakeshore, deliberately picking targets on land. Retrieving anything I shot in the water would be a pain. Soon enough, a hare hopped into view, head down, nibbling on tender leaves. I held my breath and drew the bow, my mind automatically working out the range and how it might move. The hare must have sensed something. Its hind legs coiled to bolt, but the arrow was faster. Thunk, straight through the neck, punching it airborne several yards. Beautiful. My shout sent a whole flock of birds scattering. 2 arrows, a pheasant and a hare, 6 or 7 pounds of solid rabbit in my hand, the kind of haul I wouldn't have dared dream about before. Hunger surged again. I bit off some bread to knock it down. I'd just finished tying off the hare when I heard quack quack overhead. A flight of wild ducks skimmed low over the lake and dropped into a reed bed not far off. Perfect opportunity. I crouched low and worked my way around, using the grass and brush for cover, and stopped behind a clump of cattails about 30 yards from the reed bed. Open sight lines, good concealment. Peering through the gaps in the reeds, I counted 17. 8 ducks were scattered across the shallows, heads down, rooting around for minnows and shrimp. Slowly, I knocked an arrow. Took aim at the loner. It had drifted well away from the flock, its back to me, head buried as it pecked at the shallow water. Its plump rump stuck up in the air, completely oblivious to the danger. The sharpshooter talent had sharpened my senses to a razor's edge. I could feel exactly how hard the breeze was pushing against the blades of grass, and my mind ran the correction angle in a heartbeat. My breathing slowed. The whole world seemed to narrow down to just me, the bow, the arrow, and that clueless target 30 meters out. The compound bow drew back to full, string kissing my cheek. Now, I let my fingers go slack. Thwack! The arrow tore through the air as a gray blur, almost too fast to track. The duck never even had time to react. The arrowhead punched clean through its back with a muffled thunk, driving the whole bird forward onto its face. 2 feeble flaps of its wings, and it went limp in the shallows. Easy money. I muttered around another bite of bread, starting to relax. Except the arrow wasn't done. Still carrying momentum and duck's blood, it kept flying. 7 or 8 meters deeper into the reeds, another, smaller duck had been preening its feathers. Startled by the splash, it had just lifted its head to take off. Thunk! The arrow flew like it had eyes, punching straight through its body. With one pitiful cry, it tumbled out of the air and into the mud. Every other duck exploded into flight. The reed marsh went dead silent. I stood there, mouth hanging open. A 2-duck shot. I'd only meant to bag the fat one. But the arrow's punch-through and angle had been so perfect that it took a second bird down completely by accident. This sharpshooter buff was ridiculous. Yesterday, I couldn't hit a target at 3 meters, and today I was pulling off 2-for-1 shots at 30. Straight up broken. Honestly, with luck this good, I'm starting to wonder if I've got a secret, lucky koi *** talent stashed away too. Asterisk. Haha, bonus round. Chicken, duck, and rabbit, all checked off. Tonight's menu was suddenly looking pretty stacked. Over the next 2 hours, I worked my way along the lakeshore. 4 shots, 4 hits, 3 more wild ducks, and a quail. I'd first mistaken the quail for a pigeon and only recognized it once I picked it up. Not much meat on it, maybe half a pound and change, but it made the best broth. I also stumbled across 8 wild duck eggs while I was at it. It had been almost 6 days since I'd landed in this dragon spine world, and every time I went exploring, I came back with something unexpected. The feeling beat winning the lottery. At midday, I took a break. While I was cleaning the game, I scrolled the chat channels. Instead of sticking to my own 666666 channel, I switched over to the busy channel 1 to see if there was any news or anything I might need. Everyone knew by now. If you wanted to trade for good gear, you came to the front channels. Crowded, fast turnover, one message, and it was enough to draw a swarm of private messages. Channel 1 really was like a farmer's market. Buying energy crystals at top price, as many as you've got. Selling iron ingots, trading for food or blueprints. Urgent need meds. Fell off my treehouse ladder. Hurts like hell. Willing to pay big. Selling a DIY bow and arrow tutorial, full walkthrough. Add me if interested. Looking for Chao Dazhuang, a native of Modu. I'm your brother. Hit me up if you see this. There were even people rallying factions. Engineers, carpenters, blacksmiths, join the Tech Alliance, and let's work on crafting advanced tools together. Fed up with those lucky bastards flexing their treasure chests every day. Us unlucky souls should band together and morally condemn them. I honestly had to hand it to them. Still had the energy to form cliques at a time like this. Weren't they worried about the beast that'd show up when the 2-day newbie protection ran out? Guess there's no shortage of slackers anywhere. Just as I was about to close the interface, I caught a glimpse of one message. Selling large quantities of toilet paper. DM me if interested. What shocked me wasn't what he was selling. It was the guy's name. Chow Guy. Exactly the same as my college roommate. Chow was already a rare surname, and Chow Guy even rarer. What were the odds of two people sharing that name? Especially in a game with billions of people. My heart was pounding at 180. I opened a private chat and typed, "Heavenly King covers the earthly tiger?" It was the code phrase we always used to razz him. Back in school, whenever break rolled around, he'd be the first one back at the dorm. The second we walked in, we'd yell, "Heavenly King covers the earthly tiger," and he'd shoot back, "Pagoda pins down the river demon." A few seconds later, the window pinged. "Pagoda pins down the river demon." Old Chun. My nerves went slack in an instant. It was him. It was really him. In this strange, dangerous new world, I'd finally found someone who was truly one of my own. Su Yuchu, whom I'd met earlier, was just an acquaintance, but Chow Guy was my brother. It's me. When I saw the name, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Holy shit, Old Chun, it really is you. How'd you find me? Saw you hawking stuff on the channel, obviously. What are the odds? I just wrapped up scouting and threw up an ad, and boom, you nabbed me. Huh. Oh right, that guy who was first to upgrade his treehouse. That wasn't you, was it? Same name as you. Bingo. Shame there was no reward. Damn, since when did you get so badass? Just lucky, you know me. Thousands of kilometers away in a forest, a sun-baked Chow Guy sat cross-legged, grinning wide like an overgrown 200-pound kid. The day he got transported, he'd been sleeping in at home after pulling an all-nighter gaming, so he'd stumbled through his first day in a daze, starving, wasting the whole thing. Later, when he heard someone with his exact name was the first to upgrade a treehouse, he'd suspected it might be me, but the leaderboard didn't allow private messages. That feature was definitely something the devs had. Oversight deserved a bad review. After trying to contact him a few times with no luck, he'd given up and focused on survival. Today, he deliberately hiked out farther to gather supplies, hedging against the beast coming the day after tomorrow, and posted the toilet paper ad on a whim, never expecting me to stumble across it. We added each other as friends and chatted for a good while about the Dragonspine world, swapping notes. From what I gathered, Chow Guy wasn't in as good a spot as me, but he wasn't hurting for food or shelter either. Which made sense. I was the first person to upgrade my treehouse, and I doubted many people could match my stockpile or standard of living. By the way, you're selling toilet paper? Where'd you get so much, and in bulk, no less? I was genuinely curious. If I hadn't spotted those 3 words, toilet paper, I never would have found him. I'd been burning through it lately and was planning to stock up. The stuff has way more uses than just wiping your ass. Gotta pay the bills, man. Then he tacked on. Tell you what, I'll cover your toilet paper needs for the rest of your life. Unlimited supply. You know what I mean. Me. This kid hasn't changed a bit. Seriously, where'd you get so much? Did you roll the god of toilet paper talent? Get out of here, I make it myself. So you got a blueprint? Look at that big brain of yours. So it was a blueprint that explained it. He said toilet paper only required wood. 1 log made a whole pack. The cost was absurdly low. And in a world thrown back to the Stone Age, toilet paper is a lot more than just something to wipe your ass with. That chest of yours really paid off. You're basically set for life, I said, impressed. It's okay. Just scraping by. Nothing compared to you. Oh yeah, what about Old Gao and Sansen? Have you found them? Nope. With this many people around, finding anyone's a long shot. Running into you is already pure dumb luck. True. They should be fine during the newbie period, though. Yeah. Oh, guess who else I ran into? Who? Our class committee rep, Su Yuchu. The moment I dropped her name, Chow Guy lit up. You two shacking up? Suyuchu was our class's undisputed campus queen. Top-tier looks, top-tier personality. The line of guys chasing her stretched from the dorms all the way to the school gate. Shacking up my ass. We just bumped into each other on the channel. She reached out to me. So nothing happened? Online romance, maybe? Piss off. Ha ha ha. All right, we'll talk tonight. I still need to hunt. Go, go. Just holler if you run low on toilet paper. Unlimited supply. Don't hold it in. It's bad for you. Piss off. I closed the interface, picked up my bow, and got back to hunting. Knowing Chow Guy was still alive lifted my mood more than I'd expected. At least I wasn't alone anymore. Maybe it was the good mood, but the next hour went absurdly smoothly. I dropped 4 wild ducks and 2 pheasants in a row, all the common kind, mallards and ring-necked pheasants. The commotion was so loud that every waterfowl along the bank scattered into the sky. So I had no choice but to move on. Half an hour later, I made it into the bamboo grove. Bamboo rats were still on my mind. Those things were plump, worth as much as a hair. The noon sun was blistering, but it was cool inside the grove. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo in dappled patches, leaves rustling softly. It was actually pretty soothing. I crept forward, easing the arrow bamboo aside, bowstring half drawn, scanning the ground. I spotted 3 or 4 bamboo rat burrows, but the entrances were clean, no fresh claw marks, probably long abandoned. A grove this big and not a single bamboo rat. Just as I was about to give up, I heard a snap. I looked up. A dusty gray pheasant was perched on a bamboo stalk, pecking at tender shoots. Another pheasant? No, this one was a size smaller than the ones I'd shot before and grayer in color. A chick? Didn't look like one either. Whatever. Arrow first. Thwip. The arrow punched straight through its chest, and it tumbled off the branch. I picked it up, smaller build, grayish-brown feathers, breast and belly speckled with fine black markings. Chinese bamboo partridge, tender meat, plump breast muscle. A bamboo partridge. It all clicked. Turns out, pheasant covered a lot of species. Smaller, sure, but the flavor shouldn't be bad. Bagged it. Didn't get a bamboo rat, but running into a bamboo partridge, call it heaven's consolation prize. The one bamboo rat was still worth 7 or 8 of these. Tonight it's chicken stewed with mushrooms. If there was one thing this place had in abundance, it was mushrooms. The trading post had every kind you could ask for. I was about to head out when my foot caught on a mound of dirt. What's this? A bamboo rat hole. My eyes lit up. I brushed the leaves aside with my dagger, and a half-buried honeycomb came into view, thick with a sweet fragrance. Oh no, that kick I just gave had landed right on it. Crap, a hive. Before I could finish, the bees were already boiling out with an angry hum. Run. Muscle memory kicked in faster than my brain. I spun around and bolted for the lake, the dense buzz of wings roaring in my ears. The bamboo grove was a tangle of terrain. I stumbled and staggered as I ran. I figured they'd break off after a while, but these little bastards clung on tight, the buzzing closer by the second. I glanced back. A bee was hovering right in front of my face. Shit. I clenched my teeth and launched myself into the air. Splash. The lake swallowed me whole. The swarm circled the surface a few times, buzzing furiously. I held my breath and stayed under until they dispersed, only then surfacing for air. Thought I was going to suffocate. Who knew there was a hive buried under that mound? Those were the most common Chinese honeybees, sometimes called ground bees. I'd caught them barehanded as a kid and gotten stung to hell for it. Once I was sure the shore was clear, I climbed out. Hadn't had time to strip earlier. Now I was drenched from head to toe, a drowned rat. Only thing to do was peel off my outer clothes and lay them out to dry, leaving me in nothing but my underwear. Total mess. If anyone saw me now, they'd laugh themselves sick. Nobody warned me. There's a beehive this big in my bamboo grove. I almost got wiped out. The more I thought about it, the more it stuck in my craw. I hadn't done a damn thing. Just gave it one kick, tripped over myself, and ended up chased into the lake like a drowned rat. Was I really just going to let it slide? No way. I had to get something back, at least the interest. There's got to be honey in that hive, right? I licked my lips, an evil grin spreading across my face. You chased me into a lake. Now I'm charging a service fee. The problem was how to avoid getting stung. I didn't have a beekeeping suit, so I'd have to make do with what was on hand. Simplest option, cake my whole body in mud, but a thin layer wouldn't cut it. Failing that, I could wrap my head up tight. The rest of me had clothes for cover, so it shouldn't be a big deal. I I racked my brain but couldn't come up with anything better, so I pinned my hopes on the exchange, hoping to find something suitable. After a bit of browsing, I actually spotted something good, and without much hesitation, I closed the deal. I traded 5 wild duck eggs for a helmet. The motorcycle kind, the type that covers your whole head. These days, I didn't have anything valuable on me, so this was the best I could offer. I figured the other guy must have been wearing it when he got transmigrated over, because otherwise there was no way something like that would come out of a supply crate. With the helmet in hand, the rest was easy. Whatever my clothes couldn't cover, I'd slap mud on. The helmet was stifling, though. I had to make it quick. 10 minutes later, I showed up less than 100 meters from the beehive, bees still circling overhead. Charge! I lunged straight at the hive, ignoring the bees, and started clawing away the dirt as fast as I could. Bees kept landing on me, but I wasn't the least bit worried. I checked before I set out, and there wasn't a single spot on me they could reach. I'd even traded for gloves and a neck gaiter, armed to the teeth. I peeled back the top layer of dirt, and the hive came into view. Big. Ridiculously big. Hands down the biggest beehive I'd ever seen, at least the size of half a bed. I didn't have time to gape. I pried open the outer wax layer, and sure enough, there was way more golden honey inside than I'd imagined. Dozens of pounds. Easy. This much honey would last me months, and I could trade the rest for supplies. See, in nature, there are only a few things that never spoil. Honey, hard liquor, vinegar, sugar, and salt. And honey's the only naturally imperishable food, as long as it's pure. Archaeologists have dug up honey from Egyptian pyramids that was over 3,000 years old, and it was still perfectly good. On top of that, I had a storage space that kept things fresh, so I wasn't worried in the slightest. Side note, I'd picked up all this random trivia scrolling short videos before I got transmigrated. Never thought it'd all come in handy. Knife in hand, I sliced off a huge chunk of honeycomb into the plastic bucket I'd traded for, then cut off several more. But I didn't clean it out. I left a small portion behind. Take it all, and the bees would pack up and move. Jackpot. This time, struck gold. Staring at that tempting honey, I really wanted to lift my helmet and take a taste, but I forced myself to hold back. A few minutes later, the bucket held 20 or 30 pounds of honey. Time to pack up. I shooed the bees out of the bucket, and the moment I stashed the honey into my storage space, the bees started swarming around me like headless flies. I couldn't be bothered with them. I just helped patch their hive back up, then turned and headed for the lake. I was already prepared. If the bees kept following, I'd dive right in. As it turned out, only a small handful chased after me, and only because I'd handled the honey. Whatever, guess I'm taking another swim. I leaped into the water, snatching my helmet off and tossing it into my pack midair. My clothes, which had been half-dried by the sun, were soaked all over again. As I swam, I couldn't help peeking at the honey in my pack and grinning. Today's haul was seriously good. All kinds of game plus a whole bucket of honey. The only shame was I hadn't run into any bamboo rats. Once I made it to shore, I didn't rest. I got right back to hunting. In this kind of weather, clothes dry fast, and my top priority was bagging as much game as possible. The sharpshooter buff only lasted this one day. Miss it, and it was gone for good. By 3 in the afternoon, I stood at the lakeside debating whether to pull up my fish traps. After going back and forth, I gave up on the idea. Time was tight. The traps hadn't been down long, and without a raft I'd have to dive to retrieve them. Too much hassle. It could wait till tomorrow. The walk back to the treehouse went smoothly, and I bagged a few more pheasants along the way. Adding everything up, today's total haul came to 1 hare, 1 quail, 9 wild ducks, and 12 pheasants, 11 ring-necked pheasants, and 1 bamboo partridge. No way one person could eat all of it. I'd have to trade some of it off. Normally the trip home took me over 2 hours, but today, even hunting as I went, I made it back in under 2. At first I chalked it up to better stamina, but then it hit me. Could it be the sharpshooter identity kicking in? Both my stamina and my speed had gotten a noticeable boost today. It made sense too. A sharpshooter ought to have a killer physique. The setting sun filtered through the branches of the dragon's pine tree, scattering dappled light across the ground. It wasn't even 5 yet, still over an hour until dark, plenty of time to deal with the game. I'd processed the ones I was keeping for myself. The ones I planned to trade, the buyers could handle themselves. I wasn't obligated to pluck their feathers for them. I was hanging on to the hare. The pelt was good stuff. the quail-eyed stew for soup, the bamboo partridge-eyed roast, and the rest of the ducks and pheasants I'd either trade off or keep as backup. I headed to the creek first to clean everything up, and while I was at it, I shot a message to Chow Tian-Wang asking what he was up to. "You back at your tree house yet?" He replied fast. "Been back a while. Spent all day roasting out there. I'm dying from the heat. What about you, old chun? Just got back? Was about to message you. Haha, my luck's been off the charts today. Stumbled onto 2 treasure chests at once." Chow Guy had done pretty well for himself today. 2 chests stashed in the same spot, of all things. If he hadn't searched it thoroughly, he would have almost missed it. The chest turned out to contain an entrenching tool, could dig, could double as a weapon, a real multi-purpose piece of gear. And the ability he'd unlocked was called Titan Strength, a full-body enhancement to muscles, bones, and tendons, boosting his power far beyond that of an ordinary man. In his own words, he could now kill a bull with a single punch, and paired with the entrenching tool, he was basically a human wrecking ball. He wouldn't even flinch going one-on-one with a wild beast. At first, he'd been a little disappointed that his ability wasn't flashier. Everyone else got these outrageous, jaw-dropping skills, and all he got was more strength. But it didn't take him long to realize raw power was the plainest, purest form of dominance. "All right, old chun, what are you eating tonight? My chest gave me a whole crate of steaks. Want me to share some? You'd have to grill them yourself, though. I don't have any cookware." After sending the message, he got up to keep working. Tomorrow was the last day of the newbie protection period, and he needed to sort out his resources and make sure he was ready. Then my reply left him frozen in place. I'd only sent 1 photo: pheasants, wild ducks, rabbits, game piled all over the ground. He told me later that a single thought had flashed through his head. Did old Chin just wipe out an entire family, kids, grandparents and all? Wait a sec. What's that golden stuff in the bucket next to it? Is that honey? Chow Guy's eyes went wide, and he nearly dropped what he was holding. He'd worked himself half to death just to find 2 chests, and all he'd cracked open were bagged steaks. Meanwhile, I'd casually laid out a banquet of wild game and a whole bucket of honey. "Old Chun, where the hell did you get all this?" "Hunting, obviously. You don't have game over there." "No shit. I'm asking how you got so much." "Oh, easy. Draw the bow, knock the arrow, let go." That shut him right up. If it were really that easy, he wouldn't have gone the past few days barely touching meat. Damn, and here I was thinking I'd share some food with you cause you had nothing. Turns out I'm the broke one who needs the handout. After venting, he remembered I was ranked number 1 on the construction leaderboard, and suddenly it all clicked. No real ability. No way I'd be the first to upgrade to a tree house. He was just curious what kind of ability I'd rolled that let me lead in construction, place high in gathering, and bag this much game. His reaction was exactly what I'd expected. That photo, posted in any channel, would have blown up. A bucket of honey and 20+ pieces of game. This wasn't a survivor. This was a wilderness tycoon. "Relax, I'll cut you in. Come try my cooking in a bit." There was no way I could eat it all anyway. And besides, Tianwang Chow had just offered to share his own food with me. That kind of gesture deserved to be remembered. "You want it grilled, stir-fried, or stewed? I actually get to choose?" Chow Guy was floored. The past few days he'd been living off instant meals or stuff roasted over an open flame. He couldn't even manage a proper stew. "Of course you get to choose. Just treat this place like a restaurant. Then whatever you want to make. Extra spicy? They even had chili peppers? Then it's gotta be devil-level spicy." Dinner tonight was a feast. Pan-seared steak, quail and mushroom soup, wild pepper stir-fried chicken, plus a whole roast chicken. I took a sip of the soup. Unbelievably savory. I tossed in bamboo shoots and wild mountain chilies. First came the umami of the mushrooms, then the crisp sweetness of the bamboo shoots, and finally a subtle heat that burst on the tip of the tongue. Layer after layer, you just couldn't put the spoon down. The steak was courtesy of Chow Tianwang. When he heard I had a full kitchen setup, he'd also chipped an MSG and barbecue seasoning, which took the meal up another notch. This soup is unreal. Old Chun, you've got some serious chops. SOSO. First decent meal I've had since I got here. Chow Guy sighed. He ran a little toilet paper business, so he had cash on hand. But hardly anyone put the good stuff up on the exchange. He could only get his hands on the usual junk. Things you'll get better from here on out. By the way, are you trading off everything you've got left? Keeping a little. Only trading if something good comes along. Truth was, tonight I hadn't just invited Chow Guy. I'd also made a roast chicken each for Han Shuang, Lin Yuchu, Ling Feng, and Tang Tian. Not for free, of course. All four brought good stuff to trade. Equal exchange, not charity. I was going to sell it anyway, didn't matter who the buyer was. I'd tossed the offer out casually, and all four came back with the same answer: deal. Tang Tian and Ling Feng even added that if I had more premium goods like this down the line, hit them up directly, they'd trade anytime. 4 roast chickens got me a haul of materials in return, and one item from Tang Tian had me grinning for a long time. Medical protective suit, high-density polyethylene fiber, waterproof and antibacterial, effectively blocks out external germs. According to him, it had been thrown in as a freebie when he sold his Plantain war robe. In this scorching heat, he had no use for it, hadn't given it a second thought, and even regretted trading it away. Figured he'd swap for a piece of junk. But in my eyes, it was a treasure. With this on, I could raid beehives without worrying about the bees. That's information asymmetry for you. Junk in the wrong hands is a divine artifact in the right ones. While I was chatting away with Chow Tian Wang, things were blowing up on Tang Tian and Ling Feng's end. Tang Tian was the first to post his roast chicken in the chat channel, and Ling Feng followed suit. The second the two of them dropped their dinner pics, envy came pouring in. Those two were basically celebrities in the channel. Other than me, they were the standouts, dubbed by everyone as the Daozhong and Vice Daozhong of channel 666666. Normally they never showed off, but today they were flexing their meals out of nowhere. Anyone with eyes could tell. The two chickens were roasted identically, right down to the seasoning. You two shacked up together? Even eating the same dinner? Rooting for Daozhong and Vice Daozhong to get together. Fujoshis, zip it. Somebody drag Boss Chen Shu in here to put these two in their place. Hold up, that chicken wouldn't happen to be from. Traded from the big boss, right? Someone finally caught on. Even if these two had managed to bag some pheasants, there's no way they'd have this many seasonings, and the grilling style was straight out of the boss's playbook. Everyone had their aha moment. No wonder the two of them posted at the exact same time, like it was coordinated. Be real with us. Did you two go suck up to the boss? Don't drag my boss into your filth. Piss off. We're respectable folks. But yeah, the grilled chicken really is from the boss. Damn, this is good. Screw that. Why do they get to? I'm drooling just looking at this. Somebody sell me some meat. This is all these two clowns' fault. I was still eating when I got tagged by a flood of people again. I looked up. It was those two goofballs Tang Tian and Ling Feng, stirring up mass outrage. I glanced down at the dinner on my table and snapped a photo anyway. Image. Next time you'll need a premium membership to view. The second half was obviously a joke. Shooting the breeze with these guys every now and then was a nice way to unwind. There was nothing else to do in this place besides chatting or hunting for deals at the exchange. The moment the photo went up, the channel erupted in another wave of gasps. Everyone had gotten used to me eating well every day, but someone like me, feasting on meat and fish at every meal and switching up the menu constantly, was still a rare sight. Someone said they hadn't even eaten this well before they got transported here. I couldn't be bothered to read the replies. Then it hit me. I still hadn't unloaded the wild game. Since I was going to sell it anyway, might as well sell to people in the channel. I kept some for myself and pulled out 5 wild ducks and 5 pheasants. Got some extra stock here. Anyone interested? Image. The channel instantly boiled over. Everyone had assumed the food in the earlier photo was the extent of my haul. They had no idea I still had this much in reserve. Ha ha ha. I knew this day would come. Hold on. I'm coming to trade for one. Talking like they're definitely gonna want whatever you've got. What I'm more curious about is how he catches so much game. I haven't caught a single one, and he's out here running a wholesale operation. Is he using cheats or what? Maybe his ability is just tailored for this kind of thing? Then what about the gathering leaderboard? One guy good at everything. My DMs got flooded again. After the crawfish deal last time, everyone had learned their lesson. The offers this time weren't outrageous, at least matching value for value. It just came down to what I wanted. Ordinary stuff I wouldn't take unless the quantity was huge. If someone offered 1,000 pieces of lumber for a quilt, I'd take the lumber every time. But for things like energy crystals, backpack upgrade crystals, or treehouse modules, no amount of lumber would tempt me. After sifting through the offers for a while, I finally picked 10 people to trade with. Some wanted to trade for more than one, but I turned them down, had to leave some for others, and honestly your stuff wasn't that great anyway, so know when to quit. Once all the trades were done, my haul filled up half of the ground floor of the treehouse. Main gains from this round of trades. Iron ingots, 35 copper sheets, 30 vines, 30 lumber 1. 500 stone 600, iron nails 25, wooden barrels 10 packs of instant noodles 10 loaves of bread 20 bags of potting soil 10 panes of glass 3. And a bunch of miscellaneous single items. 1 packet each of watermelon seeds, strawberry seeds, cherry seeds, and dragon fruit seeds. 1 fishing rod, 1 pillow, 1 set of clothes, 1 ham sausage, 1 pair of binoculars, 1 piece of porcelain, and 1 banana leaf war robe. The porcelain wasn't half bad, actually. The guy said he fired it himself, and I believed him because it was hideous. Crooked, lopsided, obviously hand-shaped. No crate would ever spit out a piece this ugly. Still, ugly or not, it worked. Perfectly fine for stewing soup. The pillow was really more of a throw cushion, but it'd do in a pinch. Up till now, I'd been sleeping on a pile of clothes and lumber, so this was a serious upgrade. The clothes were a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, exactly right for this weather. I've already stockpiled a bunch of watermelon seed packets, but nowhere to plant them. Watermelons aren't like strawberries. You can't just squeeze them into a corner. They need real space, and my flower pots weren't going to cut it. Looks like I really do need to clear out the patch of land around the treehouse. Otherwise, those watermelon seeds are just going to sit in my hand collecting dust. I sorted through the haul piece by piece, and the biggest surprise was the glass. I'd had my eye on it for ages, but never had a way to get any. The workbench can make it, sure, but the main ingredient is sand, and I don't have a single grain. I didn't ask where the glass came from. Do enough trades, and you learn. Never ask where somebody got something. It's rule number 1. Most people won't tell you, and even if they do, it's probably a lie. When people ask me how I catch my game, I keep it vague too. Getting the goods is what matters. Once it turns into a regular arrangement, they'll open up on their own. I went straight upstairs and fitted the glass into the second-floor windows. Before this, the treehouse had only wooden shutters. Close them, and you were sealed off from the world. Now the place was flooded with light. As for that last item, the banana leaf war robe, basically a get-up stitched together from a few leaves. I hadn't wanted it, but Tang Tianfei shoved it on me, so I took it. At least it was the thought that counted. It looked a little better than the photos he'd sent before, but wearing it in this heat would be miserable. With actual clothes on hand, putting this thing on would just be self-torture. Once I'd finished sorting, my stash was looking a whole lot healthier. Honestly, this crowd would spare no expense for a bite of meat. Every one of them was more generous than the last. A few even asked if I'd grill for them privately, offering extra supplies. I was tempted for a second, then turned them down. I'd just finished cooking dinner for 5, and I was wiped out. No way I had the energy to run a side kitchen. Nobody's going to keep me from my dinner. While I had a moment, I glanced at the leaderboards, and I nearly did a double take. The beast-slaying rankings had a new number 1. Some guy named Luo Tian, sitting at a ridiculous 3,600 points. Listen, they say each beast is worth a different score. Stronger ones give more, weaker ones give less, but it averages around 200 or 300. Going by 200 apiece, this guy had already taken down close to 20 beasts. Even crazier, over 100 players had scored above 3,000. Are these people all that fierce? Born fighters or something? I rubbed my chin, feeling a chill in my chest. Here I was, hadn't killed a single beast yet, while other folks were treating monster hunting like their daily routine. On the resource-gathering leaderboard, I'd slipped to 3rd, but the gap between me and the top 2 wasn't wide. It was still a long way till the end of the month. No telling yet who'd come out on top. On the treehouse construction board, I was still number 1, but on the rest, I was near the bottom, with pretty much no hope of climbing up. Honestly, the most infuriating part was that the system hadn't announced how far down the rankings the rewards went at settlement. With no target in sight, there was nothing to push for. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuchu was staring at her screen, dumbstruck. You found Chao Guy? Just a few days in, and I'd already run into 2 people I knew. She was the class's league branch secretary, so she had every classmate's name and situation down pat. And there wasn't a soul in class who didn't know Chao Guy, a nearly 6'3" giant who stood out wherever he went. Considering there were billions of people out there, the odds of bumping into a single acquaintance were absurdly low. And yet, counting herself, I'd already crossed paths with two in just a few days. Her mind clicked, and an idea popped up. As long as I held on to my rankings and stayed camped in channel 666666, sooner or later someone would come looking for me by name. She might even reel in more familiar faces that way. She sent me the idea right away, saying she wanted to use my lead to track down other classmates. After hitting send, she happily dug into her meal. Once again, she was chowing down on my roast chicken and paying for it in supplies, of course. We were classmates, but not close, so she felt weird about mooching for free. Swapping supplies kept things clean. Today's chicken was loaded with seasoning, and to her, it tasted every bit as good as the barbecue stalls back on Earth. She was even tempted to get herself a yearly pass at my place so she wouldn't have to stress about food every day. Then she thought better of it and shook her head. Feasting on meat every day, her modest stockpile wouldn't last long. Better to save up for treehouse upgrades first. Where the heck am I supposed to find energy crystals? This is so hard, she moaned, only to break into a grin seconds later and dive back into her food. I looked at Jiang Yuchu's message and smiled. She didn't need to spell it out. That had been my plan from the start. Except my target wasn't the whole class. It was just my 3 dorm mates. Chao Gai was already found, which left Guofeng and Lu Sunsen. I really wanted to shout across the void at those 2 knuckleheads. Can you 2 use your brains for once? Take a page from the League Branch Secretary. Ask around. Check out channel 666666. Too bad they couldn't hear me. After thinking it over, I had Chao Gai pop into channel 666666 and add Jiang Yuchu as a friend. It was the only move that made sense right now. The moment Chao Gai showed up in the channel, he finally got just how famous I was around here. Other channels' hype died down after a day, but in this one people brought me up all the time. Wilderness Survival King, Resource Gathering Grandmaster, that damn foodie. He'd been drifting from place to place without a home base, but now he was set on sticking around. This place really was full of talent, and folks sure knew how to say the right things. After dinner, I got started on the bamboo raft. The job wasn't exactly hard, but it wasn't a cakewalk either. Basically, you just lashed the bamboo together, but there were plenty of little tricks. I had to pick stalks of matching thickness and mature age, then use a knife to shave off the green outer layer. That made it non-slip and less prone to cracking. This step was the most time-consuming. I worked slowly, keeping it as smooth as I could. The last thing I wanted was a shoddy product that I'd have to redo. Once shaved, I carbonized the bamboo, a quick pass through the fire to form a protective coating, making it more durable. Then I lined the stalks up, bound them tight with iron wire, and drove in a few iron nails for good measure. The workbench could make both wire and nails. It just cost some iron ingots. A proper bamboo raft usually has the bow and stern bent upward over a flame so it can ride over obstacles, but since I was only using it on the lake, I skipped that step. Looking at the finished raft, about the size of half a bed, I felt pretty pumped. Oh right, I still need a punting pole. I smacked my forehead. I'd almost forgotten the most crucial piece. Without it, I couldn't steer. Luckily, bamboo wasn't in short supply. I picked a nice straight one, trimmed it up, and ended up with a 3-meter pole, just the right length. The raft and pole together only took up 2 slots in my backpack when stowed away. Pretty user-friendly. By the time I finished, it was already 11 at night. I boiled some water and took a bath. My plan was to hold out until midnight to check out my new identity before sleeping. But after running around all day and working all evening, drowsiness came crashing over me like a tide. Just a little longer, just a bit. Before I could finish the thought, the warmth of the hot bath, the crackle of the bonfire downstairs, and the soft night breeze all turned into a lullaby, dragging me into a dream. I hadn't been asleep long when the system notification chimed. Today's identity, delivery rider. You gain optimal route intuition. Ignoring complex terrain and extreme weather, you can always plan the fastest route. Set a destination before departing. Arriving within the designated time earns a random reward. It's morning already? I sat up rubbing my eyes. A ray of morning light slanted through the window onto my face, warm and pleasant. That's when I remembered I hadn't managed to stay up till midnight last night. I opened the announcement, delivery rider. I paused. That identity was a bit ridiculous. The first half was basically useless, but the second half, reach your destination for a reward, made my eyes light up. It was a lot like the earlier hiker identity. The difference was, This one needs a destination set first, plus a time limit. Eat first. Today was the last day of the newbie protection period, the make or break day. Everyone in the channel was hollering about going all out. I gnawed on my bread while checking the weather outside. Partly cloudy with a light breeze, and the ground had dried up. The bike would finally come in handy. On my way out, I spotted the strawberries I'd planted earlier. Just 2 days in, and there were already sprouts poking up out of the pot. That fast. I crouched down for a closer look, grinning ear to ear. Had to be the nutrient soil doing its magic. Normal germination takes 15 to 20 days, and here we were at under 2. At this rate, I wouldn't have to wait long to eat strawberries. If things went well, I'd plant a whole patch of them. I had a mountain of seeds to burn through anyway. Any clear spot around the treehouse would do, and as for wild beasts, I'd just fence it off with bamboo. No way they'd bother nibbling my veggies when they had meat to eat. Honestly, this nutrient soil was basically a cheat item. I climbed down the ladder, pulled out my bike, and took it for a spin. It wasn't as fast as riding on concrete, but way better than walking. Saving time mattered a lot right now, last day and all. Besides making deliveries, I also had to practice archery today. Without the sharpshooter title, everything came down to my own skills. I stopped the bike, took out my compound bow, and loosed an arrow at a giant tree 50 meters away, missed by nearly a meter. But I could feel the improvement. Before, I could barely hit anything 3 meters out. Now at 50 meters I was only off by 1. And I'd honestly thought that shot was going to miss the tree entirely. Worst case, I'd use my knife. Worse than that, I'd run. Staring at the arrow lodged in the tree, an idea suddenly hit me. Could I set a destination at that distance? Worth a try? I set that dragon spine tree 50 meters away as my destination, and it actually worked. New order, distance 52 m, time limit 1 minute. 52 meters in a minute? Who are you underestimating here? A quick stretch of the legs, and I'd be there. Still, I hopped on the bike and pedaled over, a few good pumps and done. Order complete. Please claim your reward. A package materialized in front of me. Easy money. I yanked out the arrow and opened the reward. Wood times 1. Me? 1 measly stick of wood. What is this? Spare change for a beggar. The energy I just burned pedaling over could have chopped down way more than that. Were all the rewards going to be like this? If it was pure random, some good, some awful, that was a real ripoff. Then it hit me. This title was called Delivery Rider. And with delivery, don't longer distances mean higher fees? That had to be it. I immediately changed the destination to somewhere out by the lake. That's when I remembered there was something else I hadn't used yet. Almost forgot about you. I fished the mineral scanner out of my backpack. It looked like a handheld game console, 1 switch, 1 screen. I hit the power button, and a pale blue wave of light. The signal rippled outward, blanketing a 500-meter radius. Ring after ring pulsed across the screen. Beep, beep. A few dots of light flickered to life, each tagged with a mineral type and depth. There actually is something. My eyes lit up. There was a rich vein not far off. Then I saw the depth and my legs nearly gave out. For 100 meters. You've got to be kidding me. Forget a shovel. Give me a full-on drill rig, and it'd still take me a year, maybe 2. The other dots were no better. The reserves varied, but every last one of them sat at a depth flagged as beyond human reach. TCH, got my hopes up for nothing. Guess pie really doesn't fall from the sky. This thing was basically a tease. Tells you where the ore is, then leaves you standing there slack-jawed. Useless? Well, it did pick something up. Useful? Everything's buried so deep it might as well not exist. Still, might as well hang on to it. Maybe something shallow'll turn up. I stuffed the scanner into the wooden frame I'd rigged up on the front of the bike and pedaled off toward the lake. The treehouse to the lake was about 9 kilometers, 2 hours on foot, half that on a bike, though the terrain was rough enough it might take longer. The system had given me an hour and a half. Let's go. The scanner chirped nonstop the whole way. Every so often I had to stop and check, and every single time it was another bottomless vein. It was starting to get on my nerves. My backside was going numb from the bumps, so I stood up on the pedals. As I neared the lake, the scanner chimed again. I glanced down and froze. That was different. Copper or depth, 2M reserves, low. 2 meters, that was well within reach, even for someone like me. Copper wasn't especially useful right now, but hanging on to it was a no-brainer. Down the line, metals like this were bound to become hot-ticket strategic resources. You could never have too much. I braked and pinpointed the spot, right under my feet, 2 meters down. Problem was, I had no tools. Digging by hand was a pipe dream, so all I could do was flag it and come back later. I was the only person within 100 kilometers anyway, and nobody else had a scanner. There was zero chance anyone would ever know there was copper buried down there. Whenever I happened to roll an occupation tied to mining, I'd swing back. Even if I dug it up now, it'd just sit at the tree house collecting dust and taking up space. If it were iron ore, sure, no hesitation. Iron was in high demand right now, prices were sky high, and hauling a load out for sale would have been guaranteed profit. Once I'd marked the spot, I made straight for the lake. The scanner was still yammering away. I flipped through the screen and noticed a settings icon in the top left corner. Turned out you could customize the alert conditions. I set the threshold to within 5 meters. Anything deeper, keep quiet. The world went blissfully silent. Asterisk, that's asterisk better. Even if the thing pinged for something a few hundred meters down, there was nothing I could do about it. 5 meters was already pushing it for a guy with no machinery. 5 minutes later, I reached the lake, the drop-off point for the delivery mission. Order complete. Reward, family bucket times 1. Huh, I hauled ass all the way out here for this. I mean, it wasn't bad, exactly, but I'd been expecting special items. Still, this family bucket wasn't bad. I'd always heard people say they'd pulled this stuff out of treasure chests, and today it was finally my turn. Original recipe drumsticks, hot spicy wings, New Orleans roasted wings, half an ear of corn. Come to think of it, I hadn't had this stuff in ages. Before college, I never touched it. What other people called snacks, or even junk food, was a luxury to me. In college, I'd had it a few times, always with my roommates. One look at it, and those 3 guys popped right back into my head. Huh. I let out a sigh and tucked the reward away. I wasn't hungry now. I'd save it for dinner. Putting the bike away, I pulled out the compound bow and started training. Tonight at midnight, the protection period would end, and after that the real test began. With only this last day left, if I couldn't get my archery down, I wouldn't even have the guts to face a wild beast. So far, the only large predator I'd been up close with was that leopard, and I still couldn't tell whether it counted as strong or weak. But as long as my archery was on point, even at yesterday's sharpshooter level, no beast would scare me. Easier said than done. Reaching that level in a short time was flat out impossible, and I didn't aim that high anyway. All I wanted was to be able to score a one-shot kill within a few dozen meters. No matter how fast a beast was, it still needed time to close the gap. I just needed to seize that window. An idea even crossed my mind. Gather some bamboo and fence in a treehouse. Carve out a safe zone of my own. But that was a serious project, and there was no telling whether it'd actually stop a beast. Something to think about later. After that, I threw myself into archery practice by the lake. I found an open stretch and set my targets anywhere from 30 to 100 meters out. The compound bow's effective range was 100 meters, and beyond that, both accuracy and stopping power dropped off a cliff. I knew this well, so I kept my drills locked inside that range. I spent the entire morning glued to the lakeside, shooting arrows. I lost count of how many I loosed. My arms were so sore I could barely lift them, but I finally managed to land 5 out of 10 shots at 30 meters. Some progress at last. I wiped away the sweat, unable to hold back a grin. Honestly, that pace was faster than I'd expected. My guess was it had to do with the sharpshooter identity I'd used earlier. When that identity left me, it seemed to have left behind a bit of muscle memory and a feel for aiming. My grip on the draw weight felt smoother than before, too. Gotta say, this system's straight up broken. Even a used-up identity leaves behind a legacy. 30 meters was pretty much maxed out. A 50% hit rate wasn't going to climb much further with more practice, so I might as well take on 50 meters. As noon approached, I was still shooting, my arms half dead, but I didn't stop. That was when Shin Shuang came calling. You there? Don't bother asking if I'm here. If you've got something to say, just say it. I fired off my reply while continuing to archery practice. This woman was tracking me down for food, most likely. I couldn't think of any other reason. You got any iron blocks over there? I want to trade for some. I paused. Iron blocks were in high demand, sure, but the exchange had them by the truckload. No reason to come to me specifically. Aren't there piles of them on the exchange? I checked. The prices are insane, and none of them want stuff I actually have. You're my only option. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. I pulled up the exchange and took a quick look. Sure enough, iron blocks had gone up again since yesterday, and every seller was demanding something more ridiculous than the last. What do you have? I wasn't about to let myself get fleeced. Shin Shuang sent over a few photos of the supplies in her backpack and treehouse. Fruit, bread, cured meat, rice, a multifunction medical kit, fertilizer, blueprints for an irrigation system, plus some personal items. I had no interest in the personal stuff. I had my own, so I'll skip over that. What I actually wanted came down to three things: the multifunction medical kit, the fertilizer, and the irrigation system blueprints. The medical kit needed no explanation: wound care, treating illness, saving lives. It was a guardian charm out here in the wild. Fertilizer would boost crop yields dramatically and speed up ripening. Paired with the nutrient-rich soil I had, it was a match made in heaven. As for the irrigation blueprints, irrigation system blueprints automatically adjusts water levels based on soil moisture, keeping plants at optimal hydration at all times. With this, I could put my crops on autopilot and stop watering by hand every day. The main material was plastic. I had a little on hand. Whatever I was short on, I could pick up from the exchange. As long as I could lock down these blueprints, I'd swallow whatever plastic cost. Whether I could achieve food independence anytime soon hinged on this one thing. I sent all three requests over together, figuring she probably wouldn't part with the medical kit. To my surprise, Shun Shuang agreed without a moment's hesitation. I only figured out later why she was so quick about it. Her talent was duplicate. Once a day, she could copy any single item, but she could only copy each specific item once. She'd already duplicated that medical kit, so she had two on hand. Giving me one meant nothing to her. As for the fertilizer and the blueprints, they'd come out of a treasure chest and were useless to her anyway. She'd been sitting on them with no one to unload them on. What she really wanted, urgently, was to stockpile enough iron blocks to upgrade her treehouse. We agreed to make the trade that evening, since we were both away from base and didn't have the goods on us. I couldn't have been happier with this deal. 3 life-changing treasures, and all I had to fork over was iron blocks. Iron blocks were valuable, yes, but stacked against these 3 items, it wasn't even close. Once we wrapped up, I threw myself back into archery training. The sun sank westward, and the lake glittered like scattered gold. I stood 50 meters from a fresh target, left arm steady as a rock, right arm drawing the string back slow and full until the bow hummed low. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air and hit dead center with a crisp thwack, its fletching still trembling. Nice! 5 or 6 hours of practice had paid off. 60% accuracy within 30 meters, 30% beyond that. Good enough, especially with a long sword at my side. Once I got the medical kit tonight, I could rest easy. I checked the time, 2:45. Time to check the fish traps. Just as I was about to put the bow away, a gray blur shot out of the bushes, a wild rabbit. Instinctively I spun, knocked, drew, and released, all in one fluid motion. Whoosh! The arrow grazed its back and flew wide. Moving targets really were a different beast. I knocked a second arrow immediately. Cocking my head, I predicted its trajectory and let fly. Thunk! The arrow punched clean through the rabbit's neck, dragging it half a meter before it twitched twice and went still. This was the first kill I'd made since shedding my sharpshooter identity, a milestone. I stuffed the rabbit into my pack. From now on, I'd have the confidence to take down bigger game, even predators. I hurried to the first fish trap, pulled out my bamboo raft, dropped it into the lake, and pushed off with one foot. The raft had turned out well, steady underfoot. I used the bamboo pole to steer, which was tricky at first, but came easily after a few tries. Up! A flick of the wrist, and the first trap broke the surface, heavy. A dozen or so crayfish, a few small crucian carp, and one lake crab clacking its claws in fury. I'd never eaten crab before. Tonight's dinner just got an upgrade. The second trap was heavier still, cradling a 20-centimeter black carp along with more crayfish. Looked like I'd picked the right spots. The third one was a letdown. The marker pole was leaning. The whole trap floated up empty except for a few tiny shrimp. No idea what went wrong. I could only reset it and pray it wouldn't happen again. Thankfully, the last 2 came up clean and loaded. The wooden bucket was packed to the brim. 30 or 40 crayfish, 3 lake crabs, a pile of small fish, and that big black carp. If every day went like this, the traps alone could feed me. And with Hichin on board for a long-term partnership, I'd be running more and more traps. The haul would only grow. Maybe I really could become a fishmonger of sorts. More traps meant more to trade. At dusk, I sat on the ground floor of my tree house, cooking dinner while wrapping up my trade with Shuang. I'd forgotten to set a destination on the way back and missed out on a bonus round. But today's identity was mediocre anyway. No big loss. The medical kit went straight into my backpack. That thing couldn't stay at home. If I ever got badly hurt out there, it could save my life. I put the fertilizer and blueprints to use immediately, trading for some plastic and installing the irrigation system in 10 minutes flat, running the pipes right above each planter. Dinner was ready, along with a family-sized bucket of fried chicken. This time I didn't wait to be called. I posted the meal to the chat channel myself. Sure enough, just as I expected, a chorus of wailing broke out. The boss is flexing again. The compression biscuit in my hand suddenly doesn't taste so good anymore. Why does the boss eat this well every single day? What's the secret? The secret's probably just having a good talent. I smiled but didn't answer. They could guess for a whole year and never figure it out. Identity roleplay. Refreshing a different identity every day, each with its own corresponding abilities. Now that's what you call a real bug. I didn't forget to send a portion of dinner to my old classmate Zhou Tianwang either, and in return, he sent me back a plate of sausage rice. White rice with Chinese sausage. His rations weren't any worse than mine, which caught me a little off guard. This guy had plenty of good stuff too. I ate while keeping an eye on the channel. Tonight was destined to be the liveliest night yet. Past midnight, the newbie protection period would end. Honestly, I was a little scared myself. Would the daytime beasts be the same as the nighttime ones? Would there be even stronger creatures out there? Everything was an unknown. The channel had already descended into chaos. 4-hour countdown, looking for a team. Team up? Bro, you've been playing too many video games. I've nailed 3 layers of planks onto my tree house. Is that enough? Tree houses are perfectly safe. You're wasting materials. I've stockpiled supplies. Starting tomorrow, I'm not stepping outside. No matter how much you stockpile, you got more than Bosch and Shu. Hiding forever gets you nowhere. Sooner or later you have to face the beasts. I just smiled as I watched. I understood where they were coming from, but I didn't agree. Supplies run out eventually. Unless you've got a bug tier talent, you'll have to step out sooner or later. No storm, no rainbow. I replied to private messages from Zhou Tianwang, Zhang Yuchu, Tang Tian, and Qin Feng. The content was basically all the same, asking what I thought about the end of the protection period, what my plans were for tomorrow. My answer was uniform. Go with the flow, wait and see. It wasn't me trying to sound deep. My plan genuinely depended on what identity refreshed the next day. Until the identity was locked in, I didn't know what I'd be doing either. After showering, I lay in bed and my eyes drifted again to Tide, the one thing I still couldn't wrap my head around. And it was only 3 days out now. No information whatsoever. Everyone was completely in the dark. As I was mulling it over, midnight arrived. A voice sounded in my ear. Announcement: the newbie protection period has ended. Please take note of the following. 1. Beasts will now appear during the day, and the nighttime beast spawn rate will increase by 300%. Hunting beasts has a chance to drop items and treasure chests. My heart sank. I'd assumed it just meant beasts would show up in the daytime. I hadn't expected the nighttime danger to triple outright. But there was good news too. Killing beasts could drop items and treasure chests, and that was a whole new lifeline. For the combat strong, it was a carnival. For anyone hoping to turtle their way through, it was a slap in the face. The system, risk and reward, bundled together and dumped in everyone's lap. Either lick blood off the blade's edge or starve in a corner. No third option. This was starting to feel more and more like a game. 2. The tide will arrive in 3 days at midnight. Seawater will surge inland and flood the ground for 5 days. Please stockpile supplies in advance. This will occur once a month from now on. The tide. I snapped to attention. 3 days from now, seawater flooding in, lasting 5 days, once a month. It was like a bucket of ice water dumped over my head, washing away every last drop of excitement I'd felt from the first announcement. So the tide I'd been guessing about really was exactly what the word meant, except it drowned the whole forest and stuck around for that long. No wonder the tree houses were built so high. Flood protection. Now I got it. The real great filter was starting. 5 days of the forest being sealed off meant carving away another layer of survival space from an already lethal landscape. This wasn't a heads up, it was an elimination rule. And the nastier part was that it was a recurring monthly exam. Anyone who didn't make it through the first one wouldn't be around to see the next. Go out, and it's the fangs of the beasts. Stay put, and it's the rising tide. The only question was which side you wanted to be torn apart by. The system didn't give anyone a chance to catch their breath and kept broadcasting. 3. Treasure chest respawn frequency has increased. Special item drop rates have increased. 4. The quest system will open at 6 a.m. Complete quests to receive generous rewards. 5. The data panel has been updated with new features. Please explore on your own. The words had barely faded when the world outside the treehouse erupted. Wolves howling, tigers roaring, lions bellowing, all kinds of cries rising and falling. It took a good while before the noise finally died down. I pulled up my data panel and noticed a new tab, Quests, had appeared behind the bestiary. It was blank for now. I'd have to wait until 6. Nothing else looked different, so I had no choice but to turn to the almighty goofball crowd online. The second I opened the channel, messages came pouring in like a burst dam. Ha ha ha, finally. My talent spring has come. What talent? Beast gene. The more predators around me, the stronger I get. Damn, there's a talent like that? I've got enough supplies for 10 days. I'm actually looking forward to the quest system. Another way to grind for supplies. Not just that, treasure chest respawns just got faster too. Treehouse upgrades are just around the corner. I jotted down the useful info and tossed out my own question. Does anyone know what the new features in point 5 are? I can't spot them. The moment Chin Shu popped up on screen, the whole channel pivoted. Big shot still up? Front row selfie. I know one. The friends list has a group function now. You can pull people you know together into a group chat. The exchange added an auction feature too. You can post that you want a specific supply, and the highest bidder wins. There's a new search bar in the top right corner of the chat channels. Just type in a keyword, and you can search the content. Feels a lot more user-friendly now. Sure enough, many hands make light work. In under a minute, the new features had been picked apart completely. Auctions, search, groups, every one of them boosted survival efficiency in some way. I tapped the bottom of my friends list and spotted a tiny line reading Create Group. No wonder I hadn't noticed it before. One tap brought up a pop-up window. Create a group. You may invite friends to join. Maximum capacity, 20 people. Create group. I hit no. I was just checking things out. No real need for a group yet. For me, this group function was, at best, a way to pull old Chow and the class rep together for easier chatting. But Lin Xiaoyu and I weren't close enough for that yet, so there was no point right now. Maybe later. For most people, though, this was great news. Those alliances and factions used to rely on private messages back and forth, an absolute pain. Now, with groups, they could finally upgrade their verbal alliances into real factions. I also noticed I had a little edge here. Since I had a Tier 2 treehouse, my group cap was 20 people. Tier 1 treehouses could only pull in 10. And when a group leader upgraded to Tier 2, the group would automatically expand. Since creating a group cost nothing, plenty of people were already messing around with it. Old Chow was still up in the middle of the night and asked if I wanted to start a group. I told him no, my social circle wasn't big enough to support one yet. Maybe once I knew more people. The Taoist and Vice Taoist over on channel 666666, on the other hand, moved fast. The announcement had barely finished when the group was up and running, with a simple name, 666 Alliance. The two of them pulled me in too, and after thinking it over, I accepted. Once inside, I saw all the familiar faces from the channel. Tang, Ling, Bai, Wanglin. The Taoist and Vice Taoist hadn't hit Tier 2 yet, so the Tier 2 group had been created by old Bai. The moment I walked in, it was a chorus of "Welcome, big shot." From now on, we're the elite squad of channel 666. We look out for each other. I typed back a quick, "Hey, everyone," and went quiet. Basically, this was an inner circle, naturally tighter than the rest of the channel. With so many people in the channel, it was actually harder to communicate there. I scanned through the other changes again. The most useful one was the new auction function on the exchange, which let you squeeze every last bit of value out of an item. The only catch was the time limit, a minimum of 1 day. No matter how high the bid went, The seller had to wait a full day before handing over the goods, and they couldn't cancel. Anyone in urgent need of supplies definitely wouldn't pick this option, but those who weren't short on inventory could rake in a lot more this way. I was still mulling it over when something popped up on the exchange's front page. Special item mystery box randomly opens into one special item. Equal probability for each. Seller requests iron blocks. Current bid 26. I took a look. Tempting, but risky. Pull an energy crystal and you hit the jackpot. Pull a wild card that's useless for now and you're bleeding out. The seller only took iron blocks, and right now iron blocks were hard currency. Dumping a pile of them just to unwrap some piece of junk, that would sting. Plenty of people were talking in the thread, but hardly anyone was actually bidding. Not everyone could afford to stockpile iron blocks. I only had 10 odd blocks on me. Getting my hands on that thing would be tough. I set myself a ceiling. I could stomach up to 50. The question was, where was I supposed to scrape up that much iron? 3 routes. Trade supplies for it, borrow from someone I knew, or mine it myself. Borrowing meant owing a favor, last resort. After turning it over in my head, I decided to go it alone. Use the mineral scanner to hunt down an iron vein. Find the vein, and I'd have iron blocks to spare. 50, 500, take your pick. Of course, mining meant using an iron pickaxe. Stone ones wouldn't cut it, which meant sinking some iron blocks in up front. Big project, but worth it. These days, anyone with iron blocks was king. Finding an iron deposit was like holding my own money printer. I glanced at the clock, midnight, and the channel was still buzzing. I couldn't afford to stay up. Tomorrow had a full plate waiting. I said goodnight to old Chow and dropped straight into a dead sleep. I hadn't been out long when the first floor security alarm, beep, beep, drilled into my ears, and I shot bolt upright. I bolted downstairs. On the screen was a leopard, the same one whose ear I'd grazed with an arrow before it got away. Back for revenge. It circled the wooden ladder, silent as smoke, clearly planning a night ambush. Too bad the treehouse was an absolute safe zone. It couldn't get in. I, on the other hand, could use the cover of night to strike first. I grabbed my compound bow and eased the door open. The upgraded wooden door barely made a sound, which I was pleased about. Moonlight spilled across the balcony, the cold seeping up through the soles of my feet. The leopard was directly below, nose pressed to the ladder, still oblivious to what was overhead. I drew the bow full and took aim. Right then, a bird came flapping past overhead. The leopard's ear twitched, its head snapped up, amber eyes locking onto the balcony. It shoved off its hind legs and, in a couple of bounds, vanished into the underbrush. Arrow still knocked, target gone. I cursed that meddling bird from top to bottom in my head. If not for it, that leopard would already be a corpse. Back in bed, I tossed and turned. One leopard already had me on high alert. What happened when something meaner showed up? I don't know how long it was before I finally dozed off. Just before 7 the next morning, the dawn light filtered through the window. Day 8. Wonder how many people are going to die today, I muttered, dragging myself up to wash my face. Almost no one had died during the newbie protection period, but starting today, wild beasts would be roaming during daylight, and the death rate was about to spike. Except beasts were only the first filter. The real meat grinder would be the tide, 3 days from now. I just finished washing my face when a beastly roar tore through the morning mist like a dull saw. On pure reflex, I grabbed my compound bow and rushed to the window. Through the fog, a huge gray-black silhouette drifted in and out of sight. Nearly 2 meters tall even on all fours, its body a mass of corded muscle. I drew the bow and took aim. At 150 meters, I had zero chance of hitting it, but going through the motions made me feel better. Instead of leaving, the shadow crept toward me step by step, its footfalls heavy enough to shake the ground. Only when it got closer did I get a clear look. A black bear, but obscenely oversized. That 2-meter figure I'd guessed? That was just its height on all fours. Standing up, it would push 4 meters. So this is what a real apex predator looks like. Next to this thing, that leopard from before was practically a house cat. I was starting to doubt my arrows could even punch through its hide. 50 meters. 40. 30. It was a moving mountain. I was waiting for it to close a little more when it suddenly veered west, never so much as glancing at the tree house. Just passing through? I stood there stunned, and then, weirdly, a pang of regret hit me. I should have put an arrow in it to lure it over. With the tree house at my back, I could have cheesed the fight and worn it down for a free pile of meat. Not passing that up next time. Then again, I couldn't really blame myself this round. The sheer pressure the thing radiated was insane. Swap in any of those hotshots from the hunter rankings, and they'd probably freeze up too. Guess I'd been thinking of this place as too soft. The leopard was the prelude, the black bear was the interlude, and something nastier was still lurking in the shadows. After breakfast, I hopped on my bike and headed out, eyes darting in every direction. All I ran into along the way were pheasants and a few small birds, no other predators. Seemed the big beasts were scarce during the day, giving survivors a little room to explore. I set my sights on the east. I'd already covered north, west, and south. The east I'd only pushed maybe a kilometer or two into. Plus, that black bear had gone west, so heading the opposite way meant a lower chance of running into it. The east was all forest, with plenty of fruit trees mixed in, perfect for what I had in mind. I stopped in a small clearing, checked once more that nothing dangerous was around, pulled out my iron axe, and glanced at today's identity. Woodcutter greatly reduces stamina cost when chopping trees. May trigger lucky growth ring. Each felled tree has a chance to drop rare materials, special items, and random blueprints. Side effect. While chopping, you cannot shift your gaze away, but your hearing becomes extraordinarily sharp. Last night, when I first saw this identity, I'd been annoyed that it was basically forcing me to chop wood. But those words, asterisk rare materials and random blueprints asterisk, had changed my mind. Even if I couldn't use the stuff right now, listing it on the exchange would rake in serious cash. All right, let's see how good your drop rate is. One swing. A crisp thunk. The iron axe felt light as air, wood chips exploded outward, and my arm didn't feel a thing. But the side effects kicked in too. My vision felt like it was pinned between two transparent panels, and my peripheral view was nothing but shifting blurs of color. If something crept up on me, I wouldn't see a thing. Luckily, my hearing had been dragged into a world of uncanny clarity. A pheasant peering out from a bush 100 meters away, an insect gnawing on a leaf 80 meters behind me, a little bird perched on a tree 50 meters to my right. Every sound came pre-tagged with coordinates in my head. Basically a 360-degree audio radar. That actually put my worries about ambushes to rest, so I threw every ounce of focus into chopping trees. Thunk, thunk, thunk. By the 12th tree, a blueprint was lying right on top of the lumber. A blueprint. My heart was pounding. Want to get rich? Start with the trees. Turns out that saying didn't lie. Folding deck drying rack blueprint A folding drying rack that mounts outside the treehouse railing, complete with a hemp rope zipline. Good for hanging laundry, pelts, herbs, cured meat, and more. Can be retracted at night. Isn't this just a clothesline? Honestly, even without it, I could just drape stuff over the railing. Pretty useless. Still, a blueprint's a blueprint. I'd hang on to it. If I couldn't use it myself, I could always sell it. That little bit of encouragement fired me up, and I chopped even harder. But the next few dozen trees only coughed up plain lumber. The wood was already taking up 3 slots in my pack. I didn't let it get me down. Given my situation, a full day of chopping wood was a fortune in itself. I was deep in my rhythm when a private message chimed in. It was old Chow. Hey Chun, I just ran into a dog that's built even bigger than me. Might have been a wolf. Scared me so bad I bolted. And the thing chased me. You know how fast I am. So where are you now? Up a tree. The wolf's waiting at the bottom. I'm planning to wait it out. With your build, you're scared of it? In my memory, old Chow was the beefiest guy in our whole class. Big doesn't automatically mean strong. You haven't seen this thing. Its muscles are more ripped than mine. Image. I opened the photo and sucked in a sharp breath. The wolf was standing at the base of the tree, head tilted up, glaring straight into the camera. Vicious eyes, nearly 5 feet tall at the shoulder, coat solid gray-black, muscles standing out in slabs. Sounds like the perfect moment to strike, if you ask me. One good swing, and dinner's served tonight. Easy for you to say. One swing won't take down something built like that. Plus, I was in a rush this morning and forgot my weapon. I was speechless. You forgot your weapon? Fine, skipping it during the newbie phase, whatever, but that phase is over and you still forgot? Are you here as a joke? Only his speed saved him. Anyone else would have been bones by now. I slept in and completely forgot today's day 8. Old Chow sounded miserable. Sure, he had the Herculean strength talent, But against a beast at this level, raw muscle alone wasn't going to cut it. The reason I'm hitting you up, you got a weapon on you I can borrow? I'm killing this thing today no matter what. No can do. Weapons? Well, you came to the right guy. I sent over the info on the Tang Saber and the compound bow. Which one? Damn, you've been sitting on gear like this. Old Chow had figured I'd have a hunk of iron for a cleaver at best. The saber works. I'm used to a blade. Keep the bow for defense. I sent the long saber over. Use it for now. Return it when you get back. I've still got the iron axe. Since I was rocking the lumberjack identity anyway, as long as I kept chopping trees, it was like running a sound radar. Under normal circumstances, nobody could sneak up on me. I pricked up my ears, the slightest rustle in the surroundings, and I'd react instantly. That's where the compound bow in my hand would come in handy. Got it. Watch yourself. Don't get yourself killed by that wolf. Heavenly King Zhao threw the warning in any way. That wolf clearly wasn't something to trifle with. Even with a weapon, you couldn't count on having the upper hand. Relax, who am I? I'm Heavenly King Zhao. Taking down a beast like this is child's play. Wait for the good news. He dropped that line, then went silent. There was nothing I could do to help from my end. All I could do was wait. And while I was waiting for his update, 100 meters away, behind a big tree, a pair of ghostly green eyes was locked dead on my direction. It slid along the ground without a sound, hugging the earth, almost completely silent. I waited and waited, but no word came from Heavenly King Zhao. My gut started churning, and I lost all interest in chopping. The next second, a faint rustling brushed against my ears. My heart sank. I whipped out the compound bow, knocked an arrow, and swept it around. I'd barely handed the long saber off to him, and now something was coming for me too. I was starting to wonder if these beasts had coordinated it. The area was so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat. Aside from the wind slipping through the leaves, there was nothing. Where the hell is this thing? I was on edge, but didn't dare move. Then it hit me, my current identity. Lumberjack. Chop the tree. I snatched up the iron axe and drove it into the trunk. My hearing amplified several times over in an instant, and I finally picked out that off-note sound. Something, a few dozen meters out, was closing in on the sly. The sound was faint, but to me right now, it was practically a thunderclap. Probably the resumed chopping had drawn it in. The thing was pressing closer. Thanks to the side effect, I couldn't even glance sideways, and I could only stew in it. Judging by the sound, it was already within my range. I played it cool, stretching lazily, and used the moment to sneak a look in the direction of the sound. This time I got a clear view. It was a wild boar, its whole body bristling with spines, tusks jutting out, roughly the size of a domestic pig. Once I saw it was just a boar, the weight on my chest eased. As the saying goes, first the pig, then the bear, then the tiger. Deep down, I was still instinctively afraid of the other two, but the wild boar felt way less intimidating. I pretended to chop at the tree while keeping my eyes locked on it, ready to strike at any moment. Thinking I was off guard, the boar suddenly lunged, incredibly fast. I tossed the iron axe aside and summoned my compound bow. Asterisk, don't blame me. You're the one who came looking to die. Asterisk. I drew the bow all the way back and took aim, calm as anything. It seemed to sense the danger, letting out a low growl and arching its back. When it charged to within 10 meters, I released the string without hesitation. Thwip! The arrow hit it square in the skull. Its body shuddered and it roared in fury, but instead of going down, it came at me even harder. I backed away while knocking a second arrow. Within seconds, it had closed to less than 3 meters. Thwip! This one buried itself straight in its eye. The boar tumbled a few times, slammed into a tree, and started clawing at the ground with its front legs, blood spurting from the eye socket. Asterisk, strike while it's wounded. Finish it. Asterisk, I fired one more arrow, then snatched up the iron axe and rushed in. It was still trying to scramble up for another attack. I lunged forward and brought the axe down hard on its neck, sidestepped to dodge its thrashing, then swung down again. It twitched once and collapsed, motionless. I hacked at it a few more times to make sure it was well and truly dead. I dropped down onto the ground, gasping for air. This was the first time I'd gone head-to-head with a beast like that, and my heart was still pounding. Damn thing was tough as leather, I muttered, walking over to inspect it. Blood was still pouring out, staining the ground red. The spines covering its body were long and hard. They'd make good weapons. The moment I touched it, Information popped up in my head. Bristleback boar, a wild boar variant covered in long spines. Fast-moving, moderate threat level. Meat is flavorful, high in protein, and well-suited for long-term storage. My attention zeroed in on that last part. This pig had to weigh over 300 pounds. After gutting it, there'd still be a good 200 pounds of clean meat. Enough to last me a good while. All those pheasants and wild ducks I'd bagged earlier didn't add up to this one boar. Kind of funny when I thought about it. Honestly, the end of the newbie protection period wasn't all bad. With this much meat, the tide 3 days from now suddenly didn't seem so unbearable. Just as I was thinking that, the interface pinged. It was Zhao Tianwang. Ha ha ha, what a rush. Old Chun, this blade of yours is seriously sharp. Chopping through them is downright satisfying. He'd attached a photo, a dead wolf. You okay? I'm fine. Just a little wolf. Took care of it easy. Me. Weren't you scared out of your mind just a minute ago? Scared? When was I ever scared? Don't go making things up. Great. There he went again with his usual routine. The second things turned around, he wouldn't breathe a word about how much of a coward he'd been. Fine, my mistake. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him. That's more like it, bro. I'll treat you to wolf meat tonight, bro. Stay safe. We'll talk when you get back tonight. I still had a pile of stuff to deal with on my end. I had to haul the wild boar away before I could leave the area. The fight just now had spilled way too much blood, and the smell would easily draw other predators. I hopped on my bike and hightailed it out of there. Too bad the boar hadn't dropped any items or treasure chests. No idea if his kill had either. I should have asked while I had the chance. What I didn't know was that things on Zhao Tianwang's end were way more complicated than I'd figured. Asterisk, this guy's mouth is stubborn as hell. Asterisk, he grinned wryly as he examined the 2 gashes on his arm. At first, wielding his longsword, he really had held the upper hand and landed several solid strikes. Just when he thought the wolf was good and dead, the lone wolf had lunged at him in one last burst of life. He'd twisted aside, but its claws still caught him. The wounds weren't deep. A bandage would do the trick. But it drove the lesson home. The beasts in the Dragon's Pine world were nothing like the ones back on Earth. From now on, he'd have to deliver a finishing blow. Never let his guard down until he'd confirmed the kill. If his reflexes hadn't been sharp, he'd be Wolf Chow right about now. He was also grateful it had only been a lone wolf. If a whole pack had shown up, his skills wouldn't have amounted to squat. He didn't tell me because he didn't want me to worry. Honestly, if he'd known I had a multi-function medical kit on me, he probably would have asked for treatment on his own. Meanwhile, it never crossed my mind that he was hiding an injury. I was totally absorbed in chopping down trees, my head full of blueprints. Thud! Another big tree crashed down and dissolved into a few pieces of lumber. I looked up and felt like I'd stepped into a fairyland. I'd just discovered this place, about 5 kilometers from the old spot, southeast of the treehouse. A wide open valley ringed by dense forest, with a clear little stream winding through it. A day ago, I definitely would have stopped to take it all in. But not now. No matter how beautiful the valley was, it hid unknown dangers. The predators here wouldn't turn gentle just because the scenery was nice. Would be great to set up a small camp out here, I thought. Rich in resources, gorgeous view, an absolutely prime spot to settle into. I felled another tree and wiped the sweat off my brow. The lumberjack class made chopping a whole lot easier, but it wasn't exactly effortless either. Combined with all that biking, I was already a little winded. Time for a break. I jammed the axe into the ground, plopped down on a rock, pulled a bottle of water from my inventory, and took a few big gulps. I glanced down. Right where that last tree had fallen, there was a piece of wood that looked different from the rest. The others were all a light brown, but this one was a deep purplish black, with a unique grain pattern. I picked it up, and a rich fragrance hit my nose. Agarwood, rare material, dense and hard, with a strong fragrance. Multiple uses. My enthusiasm fizzled out in an instant. Turns out it was agarwood, great stuff for incense and carving, but I was out here trying to survive. What was I supposed to do with it? I'd honestly rather have gotten a bigger pile of regular wood. Still, I tossed it into my backpack. Might come in handy later. Just as I was about to check the chat channel, a low roar rumbled from somewhere in the distance. Loud, but definitely far off. I snapped to attention, whipped out my binoculars, and finally spotted it halfway up the mountainside across from me. A tiger, its golden coat streaked with black, majestic as hell, crouched on a boulder scanning its surroundings. I ducked behind a tree immediately. It hadn't seen me yet. Sure, I'd just killed a wild boar, but facing down a tiger was a whole different story. Every instinct in me screamed to avoid it. If I didn't have to tangle with it, I wouldn't. Actually, once I thought it through, it made sense. For most people, hunting big game was the fastest way to rack up resources. But for a lumberjack, like me, it was the exact opposite. Chopping trees carried zero risk, and on top of that I could score wood, rare materials, blueprints, the works. Hunting predators was way riskier, and for what? Meat and supplies? I could get all that from cutting trees. Why bother risking my neck? As long as I had enough resources, there was no kind of meat I couldn't trade for. I stayed pressed against the tree for a few minutes, watching, until the tiger finally got up and wandered off, disappearing from view. Phew. I let out a long breath, the tension finally draining out of me. Now that the protection period was over, every kind of beast was crawling out of the woodwork. Without real skills, you weren't going to last. The thought of scraping by in a place like this day after day sat heavy in my chest. Nobody could guarantee they'd stay alive, not even me. But this was the only road we had. At 11:30, I sat on the mountainside gnawing on leftover fried chicken from yesterday for lunch, keeping one eye on the price of that special item mystery box on the exchange. It had already been bid up to 38 iron ingots. Way faster than I'd expected. Looked like I'd underestimated everyone else. Someone had probably struck an iron vein already. Otherwise, where would all this iron be coming from? I'd kept my mineral scanner running all day, hoping to find some iron to bail me out, but everything I ran across was either the wrong type or buried way too deep to dig. Worst case, I'd just have to give up on the mystery box. I glanced over at the 666 Alliance group chat too. Only 18 members, but messages were flying by. There were things they couldn't say openly in the public channel, so they let loose in the group. The topics were beyond crude. I skimmed a couple lines and closed it. Bunch of guys who'd clearly been cooped up too long. Another blueprint. I stared down at the second scroll, giving off a soft glow at my feet, and quickly scooped it up. That made 2 blueprints today, plus a handful of rare materials. Not a bad haul. The only thing missing was a special item, and at this point I figured that ship had sailed. Watchtower blueprint. Can be built on tray. Build a watchtower in the safe zone at the top of the roof, providing a 360-degree view and dramatically expanding your observation range. Requirements. Treehouse level 5. They've got stuff like this too. My heart started racing. This was a huge step up from that folding terrace from before, except for the catch. My treehouse was only LV2, and LV5 was still a long way off. Great item, just useless for now. Take it. The Sky Loft would be riding on this someday. One bite at a time. Sunset was still over 4 hours away. I was just hoping for another blueprint I could actually use right now. The watchtower could stay on the wish list for the time being. Asterisk thok. 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 Asterisk, that familiar rhythm started up again. My hyper-tuned hearing took over my senses once more. The wind, the insects, the distant, muffled roars of beasts, all of it crystal clear. Crack. A thick tree crashed down. I bent down to grab the wood, and that's when I noticed 7 or 8 fist-sized fruits scattered around me. I froze. So I just chopped down a fruit tree? If I'd known, I wouldn't have touched it, but what was done was done. The fruit's skin was a warm, jade-white color, wrapped in pale violet spiral veins, with a tiny cluster of tender leaves at the top. The aroma hit my nose and instantly perked me up. Jade dew fruit, tender and juicy. Relieves mild fatigue and boosts mental focus. Even better than the honey fruits from before. That last part, relieves fatigue, boosts focus, was practically tailor-made for someone grinding out long hours like me. Now this is a real find. I stashed all the fruits into my space, then decided to try one on the spot. Didn't even wash it, just bit right in. Juice burst across my tongue, the flesh melting instantly, sweet and clean. A wave of coolness ran down my throat all the way into my stomach, and my whole head cleared up. Like mint, but gentler, without that sharp bite of cold. Just a refreshing, soul-soothing kind of comfort that even loosened up my tired muscles. Incredible. I took another bite. This stuff was a natural energy drink, way better than any Red Bull or Monster. If only I could grow them myself. Too bad I hadn't spotted a seed while eating, and I didn't have the first clue about cultivating them. All I could plant right now were regular seeds. Earth species, every one. I hadn't managed to get my hands on a single native plant from the Dragon's Pine world. Feeling recharged, I grabbed my axe and headed for the next tree. Strike while the iron's hot. Let's shake loose some more good stuff. But just as I was stepping over a stretch of exposed, thick tree roots, my toe suddenly caught hard on something. Ow! I stumbled, and thank God I managed to catch myself on a half-broken stump nearby. Anyone else would have eaten dirt. What the hell? I looked down. The thing was half buried in the rotting soil and fallen leaves, only a small sliver of iron. A rust-colored bump. Not stone. Stone doesn't come in that color. I crouched down and brushed the dirt away, quickly uncovering a chunk of dark reddish-brown mineral about the size of 2 fists, its rough surface pitted and cracked from weathering, edges slightly sharp. I scraped it with my fingernail. Only a faint white mark, but my fingertip came away dusted with reddish-brown powder. I brought it to my nose. Earth mixed with a metallic tang. This texture, this color, this weight. A guess flashed through my mind. I quickly pulled out the mineral scanner. It really is iron ore. The scanner showed I was standing right on top of an iron ore deposit. My own fault for wandering so far. While I'd been riding the bike, the scanner sat in the basket the whole time, and after getting no hits I'd put it away. Then I'd walked another long stretch on foot. No wonder I'd missed it. Iron ore depth, 1M reserves, low. Low reserves, but the shallow depth was a plus, a bit of effort, and I could dig it out. Besides, low was only relative. The actual yield might not turn out to be small at all. Any thought of chopping would vanish. I whipped out my shovel and started digging. Most of the ore was buried underground, so I had to clear away the surrounding soil first. An hour of digging got me a pit only half a meter deep, far more work than I'd expected. Let's get a bit out first. No way I'm clearing this in one go. I switched to the pickaxe and got down to business. Mining was way more exhausting than chopping wood. Every swing sent a jolt of numbness up my arms. But I didn't stop. Iron ore was worth far more than lumber, especially now. Only, I didn't have much time. I had to make it back to the treehouse before dark. After a dozen or so swings, a chunk of ore popped loose. I picked it up. Iron ore, natural ore. Must be smelted before used. I have to smelt it too? I froze for a second. That was going to be a whole lot more trouble. Here I'd thought I could just dig out ready-made iron. No telling how complicated smelting was, or what kind of equipment it required. The thought alone gave me a headache. But since I'd started, I was seeing this through. It was just past 2 in the afternoon, 3 hours until dark. I needed over an hour to get back, so I really only had 1 hour to work. And I was noticing something else. Mining wasn't like chopping wood. It was full of randomness.